Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Powerful Naruto Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto sat before the Hokage, his mind full of information and unanswered questions at the moment to even think. He looked to his left at the dog and his master, looking back at him with a bit of skepticism and confusion. Behind him stood the bug user, his face blank but other signals showing his confusion. And to his right stood the shy girl, her light violet pupil-less eyes filled with concern and hope as they looked from Naruto to the Hokage. The Hokage sat back in her seat holding her head as her mind burned with the information she had just received and her mouth just burned for the taste of sake as the streets outside filed with villagers and ninja like all raging and scared, asking for an answer from their beloved Hokage. This arguably had to be one of the most confusing and hardest days of his whole career. To think this all started with a simple dream. Naruto began to stir underneath the covers of his bed and before he knew it his eyes had opened to the world around him. However, this world wasn't the one he was oh so familiar with. This world was dark with a single light beside his head. Ugh, what time is it? He thought to himself, expecting no one to answer his own thoughts except maybe that damn fox. He turned his head to look at the clock by his bed. It read 5:34 a.m. Osanova, he muttered in his mind, curling up attempting to return to the land of dreams, but it was no use. Not that it would have aided him anyway. For the last few weeks he had been having very odd dreams, most of them dealing with the demon fox residing in his stomach. Why he had just woken up from a particularly odd dream where Kiba had, well, he didn't quite remember, but it was odd to say the least. He groaned and rolled out of bed, landing on his feet and deciding to take a small stroll to clear his mind and hopefully get back to sleep. He exited through his bedroom window and jumped down with ninja grace to the city streets, taking to a brisk walking pace to hopefully get this cleansing of his soul through with before the villagers awoke in the early morn. He sighed as he thought back to what had happened recently. He had come back to Konoha after a 2.5-year-long leave with the Urosenin, Jiraiya, only to be ordered on a mission to save the Kasuke, Gaara. Needless to say, he had succeeded and returned to Konoha only to begin getting these weird bouts of pain in his stomach along with his warped dreams. He shook his head and a thought struck his head that it was a tad bit warm out that night, but he quickly dismissed it. Konoha could have some weird weather now and again, couldn't it? He looked around and noted something else odd. The building seemed to have grown since yesterday, but he decided to chalk it up to him being so tired. It was 5:30 in the fricking morning. He was damn entitled to some hallucinations. He felt as if the gods hated him now because, even at 5:30 in the morning, he heard the door to a shop open and people began to walk out. He groaned to himself as he saw them out of the corner of his eye stare at him, but for some reason he didn't feel hate from this stare. Well, not as much, but this stare held surprise, and even more so great and terrible fear. Suddenly the villagers took off in a brisk run, leaving Naruto even more confused. He shook his head and decided to think about more pleasant things, hopefully ridding him of this damned insomnia and allowing him a moment's peace in the process. His mind turned to who he had seen again on his return to Konoha. He had seen Konohamaru in his core once again, but more so he had seen Sakura again in what had seemed like ages. It was a reunion that only could be between a brother and sister. Then Kakashi came up and they had to have an almost full Team 7 reunion. Hell, they had even double-teamed on Kakashi and beat him on the Bell's test thanks to Naruto's perverted knowledge. He found more of his friends hadn't changed much in the time he had been gone. In fact, they say he had changed the second most. He smiled and shook his head at his latest encounter. Teammate had been a blast to see again. Shino was his same cold and collected self with almost silence, but Kiba and Akamaru. Akamaru apparently had the world's biggest growth spurt because he had changed from the dog that was forever perched upon Kiba's head to the dog who now carried Kiba on his back like he was a feather. He had to smile in spite of himself at when he had seen Hinata. She plain stuttered to no end with that red blush of hers, then fainted in front of him. He was still confused as to why, but it certainly made an entertaining scene. His neck muscles seemed to twitch a bit when he thought of the deep red blush on her, but he once again chalked it up to being up so early. He sighed, comparing his friends to when he first saw them to how they looked and acted now, but that train of thought ended early when he made it to his apartment, completely missing the screams of the early morning villagers while he was lost in thought. Naruto yawned and jumped in through his window again only to find the time had become 6:30. Wow, a whole hour. I must have lost track of time. Might as well go train seeing as how I'm not getting back to sleep anytime soon, he thought before he realized he had to use the bathroom first. He yawned, causing his jaw to crack a bit. He rolled his neck and entered the bathroom to use the facilities. That's when he noticed the sink was a little too tall for him. Seriously, who the hell is screwing with my mind? Kakashi or someone must be putting on some sort of genjutsu just to piss me off this morning. He sighed and raised his hands to make a seal to release the jutsu, but no matter how many times he tried, the sink still stayed too tall for him to reach. Oh damn it, he thought as he jumped and put his hands on the sink. What the hell, I jumped but my feet are still on the ground, what is going, he thought, but stopped short as he looked in the mirror. Now he was correct, he hadn't left the ground when he jumped, nor had the sink suddenly grown shorter. He looked into the mirror with wide blue eyes, and the only thing that stared back at him was the face of a fox, its golden fur shining even with minuscule light of the waning light bulb and its 3 golden tails swishing in the shadows behind him. Naruto moved his head right and so did the fox. He moved his hand to wave in front of his face and the fox did the same thing, waving a paw much like Naruto had. Naruto looked at his hands only to see padded fox's paws on the ends of his golden furred wrists. Naruto did the only thing he could think of. He took in a deep breath and screamed until the world around him spun and he fell into unconsciousness. Naruto opened his eyes in a snap and recognized his surroundings in an instant. "You damn fox!" Naruto yelled to the darkness of his mind as he stormed along the corridor to Kiba's cage. "What the hell did you do to me?" Naruto ranted as he closed in on the cage only to show one thing: the gates were open and it looked like nothing was inside. Naruto on instinct fell back into his fight or flight reflexes. His muscles tensed, his eyes darted all around, his fur stood on end, and his heart began to speed. "Kiba, get out here and face me like the demon you are." Naruto growled to the darkness only to get nothing but the silence of the hall as a reply. "Kid," came a sudden voice from all around his being. Naruto jumped to attention and spun looking for any signs of life, but all that existed in this plane was himself and the darkness. "Hyuga," Naruto called, his voice full of confusion. "Where the hell are you?" Naruto sighed as he heard nothing for a long while, intent on leaving this place until, from the darkness of Kiba's cage came a wisp of red chakra and a weak growl. "I hate you, you know that," was the weak snarl from inside the open cage as from the vast darkness crept a small and almost harmless-looking five-tailed Chibai Kitsune. Naruto took a moment to stare at the mini-beast before erupting into a fit of laughter so intense that it hurt his sides. "KKYUUBI." Naruto laughed, "You're a freaking midget." Hyuga growled at Naruto, but in his present state he couldn't do a single thing to stop the boy. After Naruto had calmed his laughing, he said with an interrogating look, "Time to start explaining a few things, starting with this." Naruto gestured to his foxish body with his three tails. Hyuga sighed and turned his head away with a disgusted look. "I hate you and that damn fourth Hokage. You and that bastard." Hyuga growled in anger before he turned back to Naruto, his red eyes the only thing threatening about him. "I won't bullshit you, I tried to break the seal." Naruto's cerulean fox-like eyes shot open and then narrowed as a growl issued forth from his throat. "You what?" Naruto shouted with such rage that it caused Kiba to flinch a bit. "Remember your little stomach pains, your odd dreams. I was working on my way out, but you." Kiba shouted as all his five tails pointed directly at Naruto. "You and that damn seal. The fourth must have known I would try something like this." Kiba grumbled as he finished his statement. "What are you rambling on about, or have the thousands of years of your life finally caught up with you?" Naruto said mockingly. Kiba was really close to attacking the kid, just on the razor's edge, but he restrained himself and continued. "The seal used what I had planned and backfired on me. You can see the result of my short-sightedness." Kiba sighed and hung his head in what looked like shame. "What do you mean backfired?" Naruto asked, curiosity and a bit of amusement tinting his tone. "I mean that when I chose my moment to release myself, the seal took my work and threw it in my face. When I was locked in here, I was torn into the three essential parts: mind, body, and soul. I still have my own mind and soul because that is impossible to transfer over to a human even with the seal, and even harder to just dispose of. But my body," Kiba paused for a second looking at Naruto in all his golden glory, "my body apparently has been transferred to you, along with all of its chakra and powers. I can now safely say, congratulations, you lucky fricking bastard." Naruto was dumbstruck for a moment until he said, "Even though my brain is a bit fried at what you just told me, 1. How the hell are you still here? 2. Why haven't you tried to escape or take over? And 3. If you're the nine-tailed fox and I have your body, why do I only have 3 and why do you only have 5? Kiba sighed and said in an eerily sedated tone, 1. This is my mind and soul projected to you due to the seal, enough said. 2. If I were to escape, I would only be a mind and soul with no body, hence I would be technically dead and it would be utterly impossible for me to attempt to take over of your body without my own power. Finally, 3. What makes any being? It is a strict balance between body, soul, and mind. You only have the power of a three-tailed fox, ergo that is what you are given. Why I'm only a five-tail? Well, let's just say it would break your mind with complexity. On another somewhat related note, once you were given my body, the seal that old pervert and the other silver-haired pervert placed on you was broken." Naruto's head spun with this new information before he questioned with worry, "I have your body, but what about my human side?" Hyuga chuckled a bit at Naruto's worry and said, "Your human, or should I say blended, side is intact and it will be easily accessible when you can successfully transform. However, only a fox of 5 or more tails can transform into a true half-human-like physique, not just a false image or henge as you humans call it. So I'm stuck as a fox," Naruto shouted, causing Kyuubi to wince. "I should ask you why the sheer volume of your voice doesn't pop your own eardrums," Kyuubi muttered to himself until he answered Naruto with, "Yes, you're stuck as a fox until you can successfully prove yourself as a five-tail. Normally that would take hundreds of years of training the body and mind, but with my body having already exceeded to a 9-tail, all you need is your mind to gain strength." Kyuubi smirked as he added, "In other words, you are completely screwed." Naruto growled at Kyuubi and said, "If I had the time I'd beat the hell out of you, but as it is I'm going to need to see Oba-chan as soon as possible." Naruto concentrated and found himself slowly drifting from the world of the seal to the real world. "Kid, keep in mind this body is overall more powerful than your original one, and when you get the time I might be inclined to teach you how it works." With those parting words from the demonic fox, Naruto awoke in his home, on the floor of his less than clean bathroom. Okay, first thing to do, use the toilet, then it's off to see Oba-chan. Naruto quickly did his business with minimal troubles and took off for the Hokage Tower. However, just as he had stuck his head outside of his front door, he looked down upon the street and saw what seemed to be an endless mob at the base of his apartment building, all screaming and hollering for the death of the demon fox. Naruto quickly and quietly crept back into his apartment, swiftly locking the doors with his tails and making a break for his bedroom window. Thank the gods I live on the second floor, he thought to himself just as he reached his bedroom, only to be intercepted by two ninja who had snuck into his home through his open window. Crap. Kyuubi. What the hell do I do? Naruto shouted in his mind as he was slowly cornered. What the hell do you think, kid? Fight. Hyuga shouted from his subconscious, spurring the fox boy to do the one thing that came naturally in this situation: stand his ground, then charge like mad. What surprised him the most was, the second he took a step forwards, both ninjas backed up, fear glowing in their eyes. He smirked to himself as he charged, causing the ninjas to panic and sent them on their way as they clumsily stumbled out his window. This will be the first and only time I will thank you for your reputation to precede you, you damn fox, Naruto said to Kiba in his mind as he dashed out the window and into the world. There he is, erupted a scream from the mob as they watched the golden fox leap from the second-story window. Get him, came another unanimous shout as roughly 3/4 of the occupants of Konoha chased after the golden fox. Gotta hide. Naruto yelled in his mind as he valiantly kept a good lead in front of the raging mob. Why, kid, you could easily decimate them even before you had my body, Hyuga shouted from the back of his mind, but with his new higher-pitched voice it didn't sound nearly as threatening. I'm not going to hurt them. They may deserve it, but I can't. I need to hide, Naruto screamed back just as he saw his possible salvation in the valley of the next hill. 5 in the morning, 5:0 in the freaking morning. Who the hell gives missions at 5 in the morning? Shouted the enraged ninja as his enormous pet dog walked along beside him. Kiba was the ninja's name, and he walked ahead of his group with his arms crossed. Kiba-kun, came a timid voice from the female of the team, her pale violet eyes fixed to the ground a few paces ahead of her steps. It was a last-minute mission to the Hokage-sama. We had to take it. She stuttered lightly, hoping to get her teammate calmed down. Well, at least as calm as he usually is. Ever hear the expression, let sleeping dogs lie? He groaned as he looked at his other teammate. Shino, what time do you have? He asked as the silent boy replied with a curt, 7. Great. We wasted 2 hours on that dumb mission. I'm out of here. What the hell is that? Kiba was cut short as, in the blink of an eye, a golden flash ran right past them, then out of sight as a massive mob chased after the golden streak. All three blinked confused, but Kiba was the only one to say something. What the hell? Come on, let's go see what's up. Kiba hopped on Akamaru and began to lead the way, followed quickly by Thanesect user Shino, but the female of the group made no indication of moving. Noticing this, Kiba asked, Hinata, what's the matter? We gotta hurry if we want to see what they were after. Hinata merely looked down and blinked a few times before completely registering what she was seeing. Around her ankles was a shaking ball of golden fur, its bright blue eyes watching the mob intently as they left chasing nothing. Kiba then noticed the ball of fuzz with a bit of confusion. Hadn't they just seen this thing run by them a moment ago? Hinata, shake that thing off quick, Kiba said as he dismounted Akamaru and the pair readied to attack. Suddenly the ball of fuzz cried out with short barks and yips, the feeling behind them being pure desperation. Hinata blinked confused and the bug wielder Shino waited, his bugs at the ready just in case the thing dared to attack. Kiba and Akamaru sat wide-eyed as the creature spoke its tail, and when it finished with a few short yips it slowly disengaged itself from Hinata's legs and looked up at her, hope in its azure eyes. Kiba sighed and looked at Akamaru, who looked back to his master, and with a few short barks Kiba nodded. Gather the fox, we have to get to the Hokage. Kiba and Akamaru began walking, followed by Shino. Hinata blinked, then looked down to the fox who, in his quick sprint from the murderous mob, had used up a great deal of energy and was having a hard time walking. She smiled slightly and picked the golden fox up, its size and weight not too much of a problem for her ninja training. I'm not sure what's going on, but let's go Kitsune-kun, she said quietly as she followed her teammates in the direction of the Hokage Tower, avoiding any and all mobs along the way. Hey, we're here to see the Hokage, Kiba said to the intern at the desk of Ninja Relations to the Hokage. Do you have an appointment? Asked the intern, her voice clearly uninterested in whatever was happening with these 3 ninja and 2 canines for them to so urgently need to see the Hokage. Well, no, but Kiba began, but the intern cut in saying, sorry, no appointment, no seeing the Hokage. Kiba twitched a few times in anger. Shino silently glared at the intern, and Hinata looked at the kitsune in her arms with worry because she felt the ball of fur begin to shiver. Kiba was about to begin shouting, but suddenly the kitsune in Hinata's arms decided enough was enough, and he broke free of Hinata's grasp, making a mad dash for the door. The 2 ANBU guards assigned to protect the Hokage went on high alert, and when they saw who or what it was that was on its way to see the Hokage, they went on an even higher level of awareness, preparing for anything. The ANBU began to draw their blades, and the golden fox stopped in its path. It growled loudly and started a charge, but stopped as the doors to the Hokage office were suddenly thrown open, and out stepped the Hokage, her face full of fatigue from many sleepless nights. However, there was a wide smile on her face and she stretched her hands far above her head. Finally, all that damn paperwork done and Tsunade blinked a few times to register the sight before her until she threw her hands down to her sides and closed her eyes. Shit, Tsunade yelled in frustration as she saw the golden three-tailed fox sitting before her, its ears drawn back as its ocean blue eyes were trained on the A and BU outlines indented in the walls. Tsunade looked from the golden fox at her feet to the three ninja and one giant dog rushing to the aid of the small canine. I really need a drink, Tsunade said as she walked into her office, sitting down in her chair and awaiting any and all explanations as to what the hell was going on. Tsunade sat with her head in her hands as the three ninjas and two canines walked in. It had been days since she had a full night's rest and this was the last thing she needed. I need a damn drink. Badly, Hokage-sama, came three voices from the group before her and four of the visitors bowed in respect. The only one not bowing was the golden fox that sat with such a sense of self that it vaguely reminded her of someone. Yeah, Hokage this and that, what's with the fox? We found Kitsune-kun are running from a him mob. The normally shy girl answered. Tsunade raised her eyebrow and was about to comment until Kiba spoke up, drowning out all other voices. Naruto asked us to come. Everyone in the room save for Akamaru and Kiba turned and stared blankly at Kiba, a clear indication they though he had gone insane. But Kiba-kun. We haven't seen Naruto-kun all day, Hinata said with confusion thick in her stuttering voice. Kiba sighed and pointed right at the golden fox. Yes, you have Hinata. He's sitting right there. All of a sudden all the eyes in the room turned to the fox, who looked very sheepish. I didn't believe it at first, but then it asked Akamaru and I to bring it here to plead its case. It said you would understand. Kiba finished as Akamaru barked in agreement. Tsunade looked at the fox stunned. In Naruto. The fox turned to her and nodded a little uneasily. This was the first time he had come close to revealing what he had carried all these years to people his own age. Hinata sat next to Naruto, her face beat red as she thought of the way she carried the fox from where they had found it to the Hokage's office now. Naruto-kun, she thought, what happened to you? Hakken, can you just give me a moment alone with Naruto? Tsunade said, and everyone began to move, but suddenly Naruto began to bark and yip and Kiba nodded, staying back along with Akamaru. When Shino and Hinata had left, Akamaru closed the doors and Kiba relayed the message to Tsunade. He said that he can't talk or transform yet, he needs me to speak for him. Kiba announced as Tsunade nodded before turning to Naruto. Naruto, you know that if this is you, you are going to have to tell them about your tenant. Tsunade said with a deathly serious tone as her eyes closed in sympathy for the young fox boy. Naruto hung his golden head and looked at Kiba and Akamaru from the corner of his eye. He yipped a few things that Kiba translated into, he wants to ask if it can be Akamaru and myself that know what is going on first. To gauge a reaction. Hokage-sama, I don't know what is going on, but I get this feeling like this is very big. Tsunade sighed and nodded to Naruto. He looked at Kiba and Akamaru briefly before yipping a few things. He's asking if you'll tell us what is going on, Hokage-sama, Kiba said as Naruto huddled himself further into his chair as if in fear of what was to come next. Ignoring Kiba's question, Tsunade looked to Naruto and said, No, I can't, Naruto, you have to tell him yourself or not at all. Naruto raised his tear-soaked eyes from his massive golden fur and looked from Tsunade's compassionate face to Kiba's confused gaze and realized that there was no easy way out of this one. Naruto slowly let out a short series of yips that translated to, Kiba, do you know what happened 15 years ago when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha? Kiba nodded and said, They say the fourth Hokage defeated the demon but sacrificed his life to do it. Why? Naruto looked at Akamaru and back to Kiba saying, Well, it was only the half-truth. The truth is, fourth didn't have enough power to kill the demon, so he sealed it. Naruto paused his story until he was brought out of his daze by Kiba with the words, and, what did he seal it into? Naruto sighed and turned his head away back into his thick fur coat, his voice muffled as he yipped, Me. Gods, let this death be quick. Damn it, with Kyuubi's body I might be able to live even if he beats me to near death. Naruto thought as he huddled closer into a ball, hearing footsteps come closer to him. Naruto, he could hear Kiba's voice. Oh gods, is he going to taunt and curse him as he kills him? Why the hell are you trying to shove your head up you own ass? Naruto blinked a few times in his furry ball until he slowly unraveled himself and looked up into Kiba's confused face. You don't hate me? Naruto asked in barks and yips. The only reason I have to hate you is that you beat me in the first Chunin exams with a fart. As far as I care, you and the demon fox are two separate things. You just got stuck with the short end of the stick having it sealed in you, Kiba said as Akamaru voiced his agreement with his barks. Naruto was so relieved he began to cry, causing him to let out loud and almost painful-sounding yelps. This caused Hinata and Shino to come rushing back into the room. What happened? Shino questioned his bugs and himself on high alert. Oh, nothing, Naruto just told us Kiba stopped as something big and fluffy was stuffed into his mouth. He looked at the culprit and found Naruto, his eyes wet and his fox head shaking a definite no. It's nothing, you two just go wait out in the hall until we call you back in, Tsunade said with a slight smile. Shino left easily, but Hinata was a bit more weary at leaving the four alone. She eventually was ushered out of the room and the doors were closed once again. Leg, Kiba said as he yanked Naruto's tail out of his mouth. Naruto, you ever hear of a bath? It won't kill you. Naruto ignored Kiba's griping and began his tail-willed. Kiba took up translating. He went from his odd dreams, to his midnight walk, to his meeting with Kyuubi, right down to when he ran into Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. By the end of the story, Tsunade, Kiba, even Akamaru were all wide-eyed and a bit confused. "So is Kyuubi dead?" Kiba asked in confusion. "Technically, but as long as he's inside me he can be considered living," Naruto responded, which Kiba relayed to the Hokage. "Can Kyuubi ever escape?" Tsunade asked somewhat afraid. "Only if I let him, and even then I have to have molded him a body of chakra which I can take back any second." Naruto yipped, sending the message through Kiba. "What about you? Will you ever be semi-human again, or is this permanent? New powers? Anything cool? Come on, throw us a bone here," Kiba said, tapping his foot on the ground impatiently. Naruto twitched a bit and said with a series of long and slow yips, "I already said, when I get my 5th tail I will be free to move between my human and blended side anytime I want. As far as powers go, Kyuubi said this is a much stronger body than my last one, but it might take some time to get used to. If he wants to live he kind of has to give me lessons on it, so I'll be back to my normal self in no time." Kiba said this message as carefully as Naruto did, but the second Tsunade heard it she flipped. "No, I can't let you take lessons from a demon. What if he tries to kill you?" Naruto stood up and yipped even louder than Tsunade's yells. "Look, he can't take me over. He's only a mind and soul with no power behind him. He can't take over even if he tries, and if he does I can break the seal and poof, he's dead forever." Kiba calmed Tsunade down and explained what Naruto had just said, causing Tsunade to feel a little bit more safe, but it still left her with a heavy heart. Tsunade sighed and said, "Okay, bring the other 2 back in here and send Naruto out." Naruto hopped from his chair and exited, looking at Akamaru on the way out and bowing slightly, causing the big dog to smile a bit. As Naruto exited, Shino entered, followed by Hinata. Shino just walked into the office, but Hinata paused and looked down at Naruto, who at the same time looked up. Their eyes met and Hinata suddenly felt heat rise into her cheeks and her heart begin to speed. Naruto watched her pale eyes dart anywhere but him and her cheeks burn with a deep red blush, and he suddenly found the floor very interesting. He walked quickly to a chair against the wall of the hall. What was that about? Ugh, I guess I shouldn't have had that expired ramen last night, he thought as he took a seat and waited, keeping a sharp eye on the ANBU guards. Okay, this is what it boils down to. Tsunade addressed the 3 ninja and 1 ninja dog in her presence. As far as I can tell, that fox is indeed Naruto for one reason or another. Tsunade glared to Kiba, silently telling him to keep his big mouth shut. Kiba obeyed and Tsunade continued. "However, Naruto won't be able to live like a normal human until we find some way to change him back, so it leaves me at this." At this point, Tsunade looked around the room and said with a sigh, "One of you 3 is taking the fox home." "I'll do it," came a stuttering voice from one of the 3. All eyes turned on the blushing Hinata and she elaborated, I don't mind it, and no one would think to find Naruto Keikun at the Hyuga compound." Tsunade couldn't help but smile to herself. She knew the young heiress had what could easily be the world's biggest crush on what could easily be the world's thickest skulled person. She was a sucker for romantic stories, but when it came down to business there wasn't any room for it. "I'm sorry, Hinata, but we can't. For one, your father would have a fit if he found out what, or rather who, was his daughter's new pet. 2, you can't understand what Naruto is saying or yipping. So I'm left with one option." Tsunade sighed and prepared for the firestorm that was destined to be the response. "The only one here qualified to take care of Naruto Kiba." What? Why me?" came a shout from Hokage Tower so loud that the very faces of the past Hokages trembled on their stone mountain. "Because I said so, damn it," sounded a bellow completely dwarfing the previous scream. Kiba stood in front of the Hokage, his boiling and his eyes glaring death to the respected leader. "Hokage-sama, you honestly can't expect me to take that idiot home with me. My mom and sister would have an even bigger fit than Hinata's father. The whole pack would try to tear him apart." Kiba yelled with rage in his tone. Tsunade glared with such an intensity it caused Kiba's glare to falter slightly, and Tsunade found her opening. "You can understand Naruto, and so can the rest of your family. I doubt your sister and your mother combined could do something the scale of Hiashi. Your pack of nindogs will just have to deal with it. Besides, Akamaru isn't whining now, is he?" Tsunade said with a confident smirk. Kiba looked back to his companion to find that he indeed had no problem with the situation. In fact, he seemed to be smiling. But just give him to Hinata." She even volunteered. Kiba yelled with a twitch in his eye. Hinata blushed deeply, remembering what she had said. "Hell, give the damn fox to Shino. Just not me." Kiba finished taking deep breaths to get oxygen back into his lungs. Tsunade was about to defend her position, but suddenly the door swung open and a golden fox strutted in, growling and yipping up a storm. "See, even he's agreeing. He'd gladly go with Hinata rather than me," Kiba said, translating the yipping into human language. Hinata turned an even darker red and had to begin mentally calming herself down lest she faint like she did when she had seen Naruto again after his 2.5-year leave. Tsunade twitched angrily a few times and was on the edge of using her demonic strength until a large and angry buzzing noise drowned everything out except its own tremendous vibrations. Everyone quieted and turned toward the source, Shino. Shino stood, his bugs out in a swarm and making as much angry noise as possible. In a flash they had receded back into Shino and all was quiet once more. "Stop arguing like little children and get to a resolution," Shino said with such anger in his normally silenced voice that all involved in the argument slightly hung their heads, some more than others. Hokage-sama, it's very well known that you're a gambling person, so let's say that the responsibilities of Naruto fall on a simple game of Jankenpo, Shino offered, and suddenly Naruto produced the best grin a kitsune can. With a few short yips and the rules defined, the game was on. Ready Hokage-sama, cause you're about to lose badly, Kiba said as he readied his hand. I've been at this more than you, boy, let's go, Tsunade said as she readied her hand. Jankenpo was the chorus produced by the two gamblers, one betting to keep one truly annoying house guest away from his home and the other looking for only the best for the annoying house guest. As they returned to their senses, Kiba realized he had confidently thrown down his fist while Tsunade, the legendary sucker, had successfully thrown down her flat palm. 3 lost Shesh 1, Kiba muttered in disbelief as he stared at his fist. Tsunade smirked with a superior air to her and she sat back down in her chair. So it's decided, Naruto lives with Kiba until he either A resumes his human-like form or B talks in normal human language. Tsunade smirked as she watched 3 ninja walk out of her office, leaving Naruto and Kiba. I lost, Kiba whispered to himself. Naruto simply growled and followed the group out, yipping some things that would have earned him a good solid punch had Kiba translated them. Shishi-1, Kiba said, shaking slightly and staring at his hand. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, Kiba, get over it. You have a fox in your house now, wrap your mind around that rather than your loss. Kiba turned and began his way out, his mind still stuck on the fact that he had lost. Suddenly the 4 that had left came rushing back in and hastily slammed the doors closed. Hokage-sama, we have a problem, Shino said as bugs flowed out of him to hold the massive doors closed. Tsunade blinked and stood, walking from her chair to the balcony. She swiftly opened the latch on the glass doors and opened them wide, being greeted by the loud yells of the townsfolk. Kill the fox, kill the fox, kill the fox, was the unanimous earth-shaking chant as the mob swarmed the base of Hokage Tower. Tsunade stared momentarily at the group, then turned back into her office, striding up to her chair and plopping down with her head in her hands. Oh damn it, she muttered as the group before her sat waiting for her commands. By now Kiba has snapped out of his stupor and heard the chants and calls for Naruto's demise. You aren't actually going to give in to them, are you? Kiba asked, resembling a Naruto-level question. Tsunade glanced at Kiba with a raised eyebrow before turning her attention to the whole group. Okay, this is what is going to have to happen. Kill the fox, kill the fox is dead, chanted the furious mob as they began to claw their way into Hokage Tower. That was until the Hokage herself stepped out on the balcony. Look, it's the Hokage, rang a shout from the crowd, and in an instant the people stopped their charging of the Hokage Tower in favor of pleading their case to the Hokage. We can't let him live, was one excuse. He'll trick us and kill us all. You have to kill him, Hokage-sama, was one that nearly made Tsunade snap. With a brief gesture, the ANBU rose from their observational posts and took to crowd control, ordering everyone to be silent so the Hokage could say her piece. Once silence reigned supreme, Tsunade began with mixed emotions. As you well know, when I took office I swore on my life that I would protect Konoha with my life if necessary, and that I would take the life of anything that threatened the people here. At this came a rousing cheer until it was silenced by the ANBU. Once it was quiet, Tsunade continued. Earlier this morning, 3 ninjas, a ninja dog, and a golden fox entered my office pleading protection for the kitsune. This caused many of the crowd to boo in disgust, but they were silenced, and Tsunade continued. I allowed the fox to tell me its story, and I find Tsunade paused, watching as the crowd hung on the edge of their seats in anticipation, most likely for the announcement of the death of the golden kitsune. I find the fox has done nothing that warrants a death, and it is hereby granted protection by the office of Hokage, Tsunade said, ignoring the boos and hisses of the crowd along with the occasional "how could you do this?" I hereby decree that if anyone is found hitting, threatening, or in any way harassing or harming said fox, they will be dealt with by ANBU members. This is my word and it stands as final. Tsunade then turned and headed into her office as the screaming and yelling behind her grew to a fevered pitch with their disappointment of the Hokage. Tsunade sat in her chair, reaching under her table and letting her fingertips graze over the bottle of emergency sake she kept at all times, with the thought that the second the group left it would be drained without so much as a blink. Everyone was tense as they sat in the Hokage's office, all of them on guard just in case the mob attempted to break the ANBU line holding them away from Hokage Tower. Sure, they would stop a few of them, but if everyone attacked in force, they couldn't be accountable for what might happen. Luckily, the mob was slowly dispersed with the help of the ANBU and a few choice jounin. When all was said and done, the group of 5 sat outside of Hokage Tower, all waiting to take their different paths home after such a horrific morning. As they said their parting words, the sun had just barely began its journey across the sky. Kiba sighed and said, I'm going home and crashing for the night or day. Hokage-sama said, we had a few days off just for this morning, right? Yes, I must get home and tend to my insect collection. Good day, Shino said before walking off into the city. I have tea to go to, father. Is G going to be furious? Hinata said quietly as she shuffled her feet a bit. Yeah, I'm just going to love explaining to mom and sis why we have a golden fox for a new pack member, especially since it's Naruto. I swear I'm going to be killed, Kiba said as he turned with a wave and began walking with Akamaru by his side. Later, Hinata. That just left Naruto looking up at Hinata with his ocean blue emotional eyes. Hinata looked down at Naruto, and as she did, a faint blush grew on her cheeks, but she was able to hold it at bay long enough to bow and say, "I'll see you later, Naruto-kun." She then looked at Naruto with her pearl-like eyes and a light smile on her lips. Naruto looked into the girl's pale eyes and her cutely blushing face and suddenly felt as if the fur on his face caught fire. He quickly shook it off and resolved to get a good night's sleep. He smiled the best a fox can and looked at Hinata with a look clearly expressing his gratitude. He swiftly turned and followed Kiba and Akamaru to his new home. Hinata smiled and walked home with a slight skip in her step. She wasn't sure, but she was a little more than certain that behind the look of thankfulness in his eyes, there rested something more. Kiba looked to his side to see Naruto walking beside him, his fox body giving a light bounce every second step he took. He rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "You better be worth the damn trouble. Hinata would kill me if something were to happen to you. Mom, sis, I quote him home." Along with a trailing rat, Kiba muttered the last part as he entered his home, followed by Akamaru and Naruto with a slight scowl on his fox lips. "Kiba, you missed breakfast." Where were at this point Kiba's mom had entered the scene, and upon seeing the golden fox with her son and his dog, she was greatly confused. "What is that?" Kiba brushed his hand through his hair and said, "Who thighs is Naruto, Mom?" Kiba's mom stood in shock for a few minutes until her dog companion Kurama walked in with a yawn. Upon seeing the golden fox and his partner's reaction to it, he said, "What's with the gawking, Tsum? It's just a fox. We in the pack see them all day." This fox is Naruto," Tsum said, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. Kurama suddenly went on guard with adrenaline pumping in his veins and growled menacingly at Naruto. "Leave this home if you wish to live, runt," Kurama growled, but Naruto, having faced much worse, just rolled his eyes. In a series of yips and barks he said, "Oh, how I wish I could, but there are a few things stopping me." At this, Kiba began his explanation at what had happened, how he had found out about Naruto's demon, and, as much as it pained him, how they were expected to keep Naruto in their home. No matter how much she hated it, no matter how much it irked him, both Tsum and Kiba had to accept Naruto in their home. After a brief showing around the grounds, Kiba and Akamaru left to get some rest. Naruto was free for the remainder of the day. Naruto took this time to try and catch up on his own rest, but no matter how hard he tried, the smell of dog and the overwhelming feeling of being watched all the time made him lose his fatigue. "Gods, what is there to do at this time of day?" Naruto questioned no one in particular as he wandered the vast yards of the Inuzuka home. "You could start by leaving and never coming back," came two voices from the darkness of the bushes. Naruto turned just in time to see two large whirlwinds of claws and fangs heading straight for him. Naruto's instincts kicked in and he swiftly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the whirlwinds. The whirlwinds proceeded to die down and stop entirely, revealing two ferocious-looking dogs, both of them having a deep, almost bluish-colored fur. Naruto blinked confused and said, "Who the hell are you?" The two blue dogs stood tall and proud and said, "We are the Oromaru twins, and we will drive you off these lands, you demon fox." Both twins readied themselves, and when they were ready, they called out, "Gatsuga." They began their attack with a sprint, then they leapt up into the air, spinning into two devastating whirlwinds. Naruto this time just barely avoided the attacks. They were so close that his fur closest to them was singed. The whirlwinds that were the Oromaru twins ceased, and they took a moment to find their bearings. They reassembled the landscape after their vicious spin and quickly came to realize the fox had gone. "Where is he?" asked one twin as he looked around and took in the air, hoping to catch on to the fox's scent. "This way," said the other, catching Naruto's scent and rushing towards the felling fox. Naruto hid in the deep brush surrounding the Inuzuka home in hopes of escaping those insane blue dogs. "What did I ever do to them?" he thought loudly. "Kid, now's the time for a brief lesson on kitsunes," came Kyuubi's almost welcomed voice. "Hurry up, you damn fox." Naruto thought as Kyuubi sighed and began his explanation. Kitsunes are revered the world over for their image-making abilities. The Genjutsu kid, Kyuubi spoke with what one could interpret it as a smirk. "Genjutsu, I don't have hands to make seals," Naruto thought loudly. Before Kyuubi could respond, Naruto felt a very foreboding presence, and he leapt clear from the hedges just in time to miss the Oromaru twins' Gatsuga attack. "Can't you just leave me alone?" Naruto asked in desperation as he tried to stall time for Kyuubi to explain this Genjutsu. "We have no mercy for demon foxes," said the twins in harmony as they began another attack. Naruto sighed and stood his ground, expecting everything except what happened. From out of nowhere came another, even bigger whirlwind, met the two whirlwinds head-on and stopped them in their tracks. Naruto watched as the twin whirlwinds faltered and spun out of control from the power of the single larger one. They landed some ways away, both twins having their brains scrambled from spinning too long and losing control. As the single giant whirlwind came to a stop, it revealed a female dog, her fur the same brilliant white with brown splotches as Akamaru's fur. Her brown patches were over her left eye, her front legs, and the back of her tail. The only thing out of place on her was a single spot in the center of her head that was what seemed to be green in shade. She sighed, then smiled at Naruto in a friendly gesture. "Sorry about those two," she said with a sheepish glance to the side. "They've always been trouble." Naruto sighed and plopped down on his stomach while saying, "Thank you, you don't know what you have just done for me." The female dog laughed in a way that only a dog could and approached Naruto. "What saved your life?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, thanks a lot." "It's no problem. My name is Midori," said the female as she walked over and greeted Naruto like every other animal, sniffing. WOAH, Naruto said as he jumped up and backed away, slowly scooting on his tails to cover his rear. Oh sorry, didn't know you were so sensitive, Midori said with a slightly suggestive tone. Naruto stared blankly for a few moments before saying, anyway me name is Naruto. Thank you for saving me. It's really no problem Naruto-kun, Midori said as she sauntered up to Naruto and rubbed against him as she passed him only to circle around and sit eerily close to him. So what are you here for? Midori questioned innocently. Naruto blinked a few times but managed to get out. I just moved in Hokage's orders. I guess we'll be having plenty of encounters, right Naruto-kun? Midori asked as she rubbed her cheek against Naruto's. Oh yeah, sure I have to go now. With that, Naruto sped off faster than he ever thought possible, leaving behind a very confused Midori. True to his word, Kyuubi began to teach Naruto how to work his body and what it could really stand up to. However, Kyuubi found that teaching Naruto during the day was a great risk to the boy's health due to the almost constant challenges from the dogs of the home. Most of the time they were fended off by Midori, much to Naruto's dismay, but sometimes he had to run for his life. Kyuubi had found a way to teach Naruto that would still allow the boy to have a normal sleep schedule. Naruto would spend his days avoiding the dogs and the miscellaneous villagers who were out for his, and at night Kyuubi would teach him through his dreams. Kyuubi first taught Naruto a few things about Kitsune illusions and how to perform them without seals. Naruto picked it up as quickly as he did everything else, and soon he found hiding in an illusion came naturally to him as expected in the body of Kyuubi. He even used the illusion to meld with a tree so well that he nearly gave Kiba a heart attack when he disappeared for a whole day. Moving on, Naruto was also told by Kyuubi to find that lazy smartass and hopefully get something from him in the art of improving the mind, because he could only teach so much to the boy. That is where we join Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru on their way to find that lazy smartass. How hard can it be to find Shikamaru? Look for a shogi board and there he is, Naruto yipped in frustration. They had just spent the last few hours looking for Shikamaru, but the lazy Chunin seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. Kiba sighed and said, Naruto, I hate to break this to ya, but I have a mission today, so I have to get going soon. That leaves you without protection, and for all we know that's what the villagers are waiting for. In reality, the past few days keeping Naruto in his home hadn't been as bad as he thought. Even his sister and mother had been convinced that Naruto was just painted in a bad light by everyone. That doesn't mean that they wanted him to stay, that just meant they could stand him. However, Kiba was a bit concerned. He saw how the villagers' glares at Naruto had grown worse and more open, and how he hated lying to his friends, save for Shino and Hinata, where Naruto was. Tsunade had come up with the excuse that Naruto had left on a long-term mission with Jiraiya and his return time was unknown. Many found it suspicious, but they figured that was Naruto for you. Kiba, however, was convinced that this fox that he had taken home was in some serious trouble if he was left alone. Then again, in the past when Kiba had to leave, Naruto turned and went home without so much as an argument. You go ahead on your mission, I got this covered, Naruto yipped as he sped up his pace, expecting Kiba to just drop off and go on his mission. No, Kiba said as he reached down and grabbed Naruto with the scruff of his neck, you're going home and that's that. We can't risk you getting your little fox head sliced off, no matter how empty it is. Naruto sighed and turned his head to look at Kiba out of the corner of his eye. Sorry Kiba, but I can't have you stopping me. With that and a puff of smoke, Naruto turned into a log, and somewhere a small kitsune disappeared into the village. Oh shit, Kiba said to himself as he went searching for the golden fox. Naruto raced through the town square, eliciting plenty of screams of terror and death threats, but at that point he didn't care. He needed to find Shikamaru ASAP. He paused for a brief moment to check his search route when he heard something very familiar. Excuse me. Hinata, Naruto thought as he headed right for the sound of the stuttering shy girl. He hopped and ran as fast as he could toward her timid voice and welcoming arms. He smiled as he laid eyes on her exiting an herbal medicine shop, and he put himself into high gear just to get to her faster. However, unlucky for him, a hand reached down from the sky and plucked him from the ground by his tails and neck. You bastard fox, growled the burly man as he gripped Naruto's throat tighter to keep him from yipping out an emergency to Hinata or anyone around. You not only come back to kill us all, but you want to start with the Hyuga heiress. I'll put your head on a mount, growled the man as he began to squeeze harder. Naruto's breaths came in short gasps, and they quickly ceased altogether when the man began to crush his windpipe. His vision was getting blurry and he was beginning to feel lightheaded. This was surely the end. Suddenly the man went limp, dropping Naruto and falling backwards in a heap. Naruto landed on the body of the man to cushion his own fall. Shaking the cobwebs from his brain and taking in deep gasps of air, he looked to his savior only to see the man's single visible black eye engrossed in a book with a big red no sign on the back. Naruto, you should learn to be more careful, came the man's smooth voice as his eye crinkled up, the only indication he was smiling under that mask of his. Naruto grinned up at the one and only headache Kakashi. Now I know you can't talk, so I'll say what I have to and be on my way. Got a road of life to get lost on, Kakashi said as he began with what happened after Naruto had disappeared. Apparently Sakura had taken it a bit hard, but like with everything in life she could deal with it. Jiraiya had been confused that his seal was broken, but figured if the kid had the fox demon by the balls, the situation was under control. Kakashi had been worried himself for Naruto's welfare, but dealt with it like he always had, read his Ika Ika Paradise while giggling to himself. Okay, now that you're caught up, the Hyuga girl just got down the street. That was who you were after, right? Kakashi said with a slightly sly tone, only causing Naruto to look away with a slight blush under his fur and grimace on his lips. Well, go improve that mind or whatever. Later, Naruto. With those final words, Kakashi had disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Naruto to chase after Hinata. After some searching and leaping past screaming people, Naruto successfully made it to Hinata, who responded to his presence by blushing and stuttering out a good morning. Naruto responded in his now usual way, looking at her with a foxish smile, thinking why when she smiled at him it made him feel weird, then filing it away with eating something expired. Gee, good morning, and Naruto-kun. What are why you doing in the village tea today? Hinata asked politely as Naruto thought. How to tell her I'm looking for Shikamaru, Naruto thought until he came up with an idea. He used one of his 3 tails and quickly drew the word troublesome in the loose dirt of the ground. Hinata was confused for a few moments until it rung a few bells in her head. Oh, Shikamaru, she asked, and Naruto nodded with a relieved smile. I'll help, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, amazingly getting through one sentence without a stutter. Hinata walked alongside Naruto as they searched the town for Shikamaru, but it didn't help that Hinata had her mind on other things. She kept thinking that she would rather have Naruto. He must hate it in that house. With all the dogs trying to bite his head off, she thought, he'd be treated at least a little better at the Hyuga compound. I even have the perfect collar for him. After some thought on Naruto's half, he led her from the crowded streets of Konoha to the foothills that resided near the training areas of the village. Now where is he? Naruto thought, if he's anywhere he has to be around here. As if on cue, Naruto spotted a dark spot on the horizon walking toward them. This shadowed person walked in the same lazy and bored way that let Naruto pick him out of a crowd of 3 million. Shikamaru, Naruto thought as he headed for the lazy ninja, leaving Hinata to catch up. Shikamaru looked up to see a golden fox and the Hyuga heiress heading his way, and his only thought was, how troublesome. Naruto pranced up to Shikamaru and began yipping his head off, forgetting that no one could understand him. Shikamaru stared at the fox with a completely unreadable look on his face. Naruto, will you please shut up? Shikamaru said, which caused both Naruto and Hinata to freeze. Yeah, I know it's you for 2 reasons. 1, this 200+ IQ isn't for show, and 2, Shikamaru paused as he looked up to the clouds with a bored expression. The Hokage wants me to help you, so here are some scrolls you'll want to get. After getting over the initial shock of having Shikamaru already know, Hinata took down notes of what Shikamaru said. Remember, Naruto, you have to be in tune with your body, mind, and soul to achieve anything. At least that's what the theory is. Now go away. Before your troublesome interruption, I was having a very nice day, Shikamaru said, shooing the 2 away so he could look at his clouds. After getting the necessary items, Hinata walked Naruto to Kiba's house just in time to get Naruto's head thoroughly chewed off by both Kiba and Tsume. After being screamed at to no end, Naruto bid farewell to Hinata and took his scrolls to his and Kiba's room to study. 2 weeks later, after dark, when everyone's asleep, Naruto sat in the darkened hallway of the seal with Kyuubi sitting directly in front of him, their eyes locked on each other and not moving. Kyuubi smirked and raised his 3rd tail, taking a small shogi piece and moving it just right. Your move, kid. Naruto stared at the board with what would seem to others as a blank look, but by now Kyuubi knew it was a look of planning. The boy had improved over the 2 weeks he had been training in his mind. To be truthful, he had never expected the boy to catch on so quick, but then again he should have expected it, since the boy did master the racing in an unholy amount of time. It also helped that the boy had a sort of motivation from a certain person who visited whenever she wasn't on a mission. Naruto had resolved to himself, in what he thought was private, that he would gain 5 tails just so he could walk around with her in public without drawing too much attention. Kyuubi found it admirable in some aspects and dumb in others, but he thought as long as the kid got his tails, that's all that mattered. Kyuubi figured even if this kid only got 5 tails, no one was going to be able to stop him. Just think if he got 9. Naruto slowly raised his tail and made a quick move. When that had happened, Kyuubi knew the game was his. Oh well, the boy tried. Kyuubi made his move, but at the last second saw something he had not expected. Naruto had just lured Kyuubi into a trap. Naruto grinned and began carrying out his plan. Kyuubi smirked. Yeah, this kid's a miracle. Kid, do you remember the last lesson from your scroll of Zen? Kyuubi asked as he made a move to stop the boy's assault. Yes, Kyuubi-sensei, it was the whole moon and the entire sky are reflected in one dewdrop on the grass, Naruto said, moving his piece to run interception. Kyuubi glowed a bit at the thought of him being a teacher, but digressed and moved his piece, spelling the end for the boy. And the meaning was? Kyuubi asked with a confident smirk. Naruto tilted his head to the side and moved his overlooked piece, completely toppling Kyuubi's offense and assuring him the game. Something with such incredible insignificance often holds the greatest value, Naruto said with a smile as Kyuubi stared at the shogi board in disbelief. All because of one piece he had lost the game. Kyuubi took a few moments, but then he softly began to chuckle. This chuckling grew in his throat, and in moments he was letting out a loud, hearty laugh. "Ah, kid, you are on your way," Kyuubi said as he calmed his laughter. "Thank you, Kyuubi-sensei. Can you teach me some jutsu now?" Naruto asked, eager to learn jutsu from the eons-old demon. Kyuubi couldn't help but laugh and say, "Sure, tonight I'm going to teach you something that is absolutely necessary for you to be the king of the Kitsune." Kyuubi paused, watching Naruto sit on the edge of his fox butt. "You're going to learn fire." On the very edge of Konoha stood two figures, their dark cloaks hiding them from prying eyes as they walked along the city walls looking for their way in. They both wore wide-brimmed hats and large black cloaks with red clouds embroidered on them. The taller one of them had strapped to their back a large, mostly flat creation that was held in place by bandages that completely covered the item. The shorter of the two kept his hands deep in his pockets, but if one were to see his hands they would be fidgeting, and they were right to do so. They had heard some odd information coming from this place, they just had to check it out. Itachi, you sure that story's true? I mean, the kid can't just turn into the fox, right? The larger of the two asked in a rough voice, but he received no answer. Soon Nine Tails, Itachi thought as he found the hole in the wall's defenses and used it to its fullest. Soon the Akatsuki will take hold of you. For the next few days after learning the secret to his Kitsune fire abilities, Naruto spent it at the training fields hidden far behind the Inuzuka household, practicing and perfecting his own technique to use. He had still kept up with his scroll studies and his evening lessons with Kiba, but now his mind was more focused on the goal ahead. When they weren't on missions and had a few hours of free time, Kiba and Shikamaru accompanied Naruto to the grounds to help him train his abilities. This also allowed them to teach him a few Inuzuka clan techniques since he was living with them. They had to teach in secret, but they found that, just like with him and his studies with Kiba, Naruto picked up incredibly quickly. When Kiba and Shikamaru had to leave, Naruto would continue his training, but with no one to spar with he had grown increasingly bored. The logs would just fall apart as if they were made of balsa wood rather than heavy oak. The only other thing he could work on was his speed, but with Kyuubi's body that was more than easy. On the 5th day of his self-induced training, Naruto took some time off to rest. He lazily walked along the training fields of Konoha, knowing that going anywhere near the village was an untimely death waiting to happen. Little did he know what he was doing just now might warrant him the exact same fate. Naruto yawned and looked for a place to rest, and that's when he suddenly noticed it. He smiled with a little nostalgia to himself as he wandered into the training fields of his old team, Team 7. He sighed as he looked at the 3 poles, long ago replaced, but the spots in which they stood held more significance than anything before. This was where they had passed the Bell's test. This was where they had first become a team. This is where they met before missions while waiting hours on end for that lazy pervert to show up. This is where he ran to just before the Chunin exams. This was where she found him and gave him the little confidence she had so he could continue on. He smiled to himself and sighed in a fox way as he walked to the poles, running his paw over one of them in remembrance. In Naruto-kun, came a shy and stuttering voice from behind him that he could tell in an instant that it was the girl that he had just been thinking about. He turned his fox head to see the pale-eyed girl looking at him, then to the training poles. Naruto scooted a few inches over and patted the ground next to him with one of his tails as an invitation for Hinata to sit, which she obviously accepted. She walked over and quietly sat next to him as he looked up to her with a questioning gaze. She caught his gaze and began quietly, I was just... She took a side glance at Naruto, who was in rapt attention to her, which caused her to blush, but she gulped down her nervousness and continued with, the clan has been upset with me ever since I lost to my sister. As sometimes I see can't handle their stares so I come here to think. Naruto saw the deep look of sadness in her pale eyes and did what came to his instinct. He wrapped his tails around her in a comforting embrace. Hinata's eyes immediately switched from sadness to pure shock, so much so that she nearly fainted but held her head together, slowly getting used to Naruto's warm tails wrapped around her. She could smell his scent perforating from the furry appendages. It smelled like the deep forest with a hint of ramen. She sighed with a serene look on her face and began to pet Naruto's tails absent-mindedly, sending the fox boy deeper into the state of comfort that he had entered the moment he surrounded Hinata with his tails. Naruto with his enhanced nose could pick up Hinata's scent easily, and to him it smelt wonderful. It was a light scent of lilacs with a small hint of something he couldn't quite place, but nonetheless it led him into an incredibly relaxed state. Ah, how sweet, Fox Demon and his girl sharing a moment. So sorry to break it up, but the fox is coming with us, came a gruff voice that broke both Naruto and Hinata from their dazes. They reluctantly broke apart and stood up in a flash, facing the last 2 people Naruto wanted to see right now. The 2 that faced them now were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame of the Akatsuki. Naruto growled loudly as he locked eyes with infamous Sharingan of Itachi, but at this moment Itachi found it a waste of his energy to use any jutsu, so he motioned for Kisame. Kisame looked down at Itachi, who muttered only one thing, he's all yours. At this, Kisame grinned with demonic intent and drew his blade, Samhata, into the fray. Here, that kid, it's you against me. Kisame paused as he took a few practice swings with his blade. Try to make this interesting, okay? Hinata was in shock at what was happening. Here were 2 S-ranked criminals after her Naruto. She couldn't let this drop. No way in hell. No matter how shy she was, there is a point where she'll get defensive. However, before she could leap into action with her Byakugan and Juken style, Naruto's tail encircled her waist and gently pushed her away, silently telling her to run. She looked down at Naruto, who made a simple head gesture to leave, then sprung into battle, leaving her torn between running and staying to help. Kisame laughed and said, this is going to be fun after all. A golden fuzzball protecting what's his. Kinda brings a tear to your eye, not. Kisame launched at Naruto, his sword raised for a powerful strike. Hinata's eyes widened in fear while her cheeks burned with a blush from what Kisame had said. Kisame brought his blade down on where Naruto should have been only to see the ground beneath his blade but no why Fox. Hey, where is that demon? Kisame wondered out loud as he pulled his sword from the ground, causing the bandages that were attached to the blade to rip, revealing the blade in all its gory glory. Hinata gasped as Kisame's sword was ripped from its bandages and it showed its true nature, but that was nothing compared to what was darting from the forest to Kisame's back. Kisame smirked and raised his sword to block the claw attack Naruto attempted from his back. Nice try, Fox, but I'm stronger, Kisame said as he held his sword against Naruto's claws. Naruto growled angrily and with a powerful blast Kisame's sword was thrown far away, the remaining bandages on it ablaze with dark red flames. Kisame backed up a few paces in surprise, allowing Naruto to find an opening. He darted faster than the wind and shoulder tackled Kisame in the stomach, letting off another blast of his fox flames at just the right moment to send Kisame skidding backwards along the ground. Most of his Akatsuki cloak burned to a crisp. Kisame stumbled back a bit, then turned to the side, narrowly avoiding another tackle explosion by Naruto. Kisame grabbed the scruff of Naruto's neck midair and spun him quickly, sending him flying across the ground. Naruto skidded to a stop, then turned to face the shark man with killing intent in his fox-like cerulean eyes. Kisame held still for a few moments, the shadows of the day casting their darkness over his face. He raised his head to reveal a sick smile on his shark-like face and a murderous glint in his eyes. He let loose a haunting laugh and screamed to the heavens, finally. A challenge. He grabbed the remaining pieces of his cloak and threw his arms out from his sides, revealing the sleeveless flak armor he wore under his cloak. With a sick laugh, he clasped his hands together in preparation. Kisame began a series of quick hand seals and finished as he plunged his hand into the ground with the cry of Suiton-Kyuusui. Suddenly the earth began to tremble and Kisame removed his hand from the hole he had created only to reveal a gushing geyser of clear water. In no time the geyser had filled the training field in a deep level of water, causing all who were in the area to channel chakra into their feet to stay afloat. Crap, this isn't good, Naruto thought as he channeled chakra into his paws. Y'all think, kid, this body is fire-based, so in other words water equals bad. Hyuga screamed in Naruto's mind, completely missing the hand seals Kisame had created. Suryuden no Jutsu. Kisame called as a massive dragon made of water rose from his summoned water supply. Naruto's eyes burst open and he began taking defensive measures to avoid the massive dragon now chasing him. Kisame smirked and made a new set of hand seals, screaming out, Sukyata no Jutsu. This only increased the problems for Naruto, as while he was running from the massive dragon of water, powerful blasts of water began to cut him off. Shit, Naruto thought as he dodged the blasts and the dragon with great effort and difficulty. Itachi noted Naruto's speed and concluded the water blasts and dragon weren't going to be able to catch Naruto, so he devised a plan nothing short of a cliché evil genius. Kisame, Itachi said with an evil glint in his eyes. What is it, Itachi? I'm busy, Kisame said, keeping track of Naruto and timing his water blasts appropriately. Water prison, Itachi said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kisame grinned, forming the necessary hand seals and gathering the water. Hinata hid behind the training logs the best she could so it was possible for her to see the fight and hide at the same time. In a flash her ninja reflexes kicked in and she went for a Juken back-handed Tenketsu shot. However, her hand was caught by the wrist mid-air with a mocking scoff. To think you're the heiress of the great Hyuga clan, said a mocking voice as she turned her head to face Itachi's red gaze. Kisame, shouted a voice as through the air a small body was thrown into the battle zone. Kisame grinned his shark-like grin and raised his water prison to accept the hostage. The girl flowed into the water prison easily, then the prison closed up, leaving the girl a captive of Kisame's powers. Hey Fox, shouted Kisame with a mocking laugh, look what I caught on the fly. Kisame held up his water prison. Captured inside was Hinata, holding her breath to keep from drowning. Naruto looked at Kisame, then back to avoiding the water blasts, but he did a double take which threw off his agility, allowing for several powerful water blasts, and the water dragon to hit him head on, sending him flying into the woods. Heh, kid loses his head over one girl, I'm going to enjoy this, Kisame said with a smirk as one of his water clones took over holding the girl in the prison, allowing him to retrieve Hinata. Naruto lay on the tree branch, his body battered with some bones under the skin fractured. He was also soaked to the bone, but all this didn't matter in the least. The only thing he thought about at this moment was pure and simple, unimaginable revenge against the offender Kisame. Naruto rose from his spot on the tree limb with difficulty and turned to face the approaching shark man and his clone with Hinata in a prison. He will die, thought Naruto as his chakra began to spike and his brain went on pure instinct, mending his bones and injuries as if nothing had happened. Then his mind began molding raw chakra into something spectacular. Come out, wherever you are, Kisame called with a gravelly laugh. Right here came a distorted and animalistic growl from the forest. Kisame turned around just in time to block a burning whirlwind of claws and fangs with Hinata. The whirlwind deflected to the side and slowed to a stop, revealing Naruto, his fur a blazing gold and waving behind him 3 tails of solid fur and 1 of red chakra. Oh no you don't, Kisame called as he ran at Naruto with insane speed, swiping with Hinata. Naruto simply stood there and took the hit, only to blow up in a puff of smoke. Kage Bunshin. Kisame cried as he turned in surprise to one incredibly large and viciously spinning tornado that was heading right for his chest. He rose Hinata to block the offensive strike and succeeded seconds before the whirlwind struck him dead in his chest. Kisame smirked as he watched the whirlwind's chakra begin to be drained by Hinata, but something was amiss. As Kisame held the whirlwind at bay, he felt as if Hinata was still being repeatedly attacked. What the hell is going on? If the kid keeps attacking, his chakra will be gone in seconds, Kisame thought as he held Hinata with an iron grip. The answer to his question came when on his safe side of Hinata appeared the spinning head of Naruto, and in his mouth he held a burning red and incredibly powerful Rasengan. Kisame's eyes shot open in horror as the world seemed to slow down. Hinata splintered like a piece of wood and its shark skin and teeth pieces scattered, leaving Kisame with no defense against the burning Rasengan and drilling Kitsune. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Kisame's chest, and with the added spin from his Gatsuga he quickly burned a path through Kisame's armor, skin, lungs, heart, and out his spinal cord on the other side. As Naruto burst from Kisame's back, his fur was ablaze with fire, and trailing behind his body were 4 burning tails. Raw Rasengan Senkuki. Naruto growled out as he skidded to a stop on the water behind Kisame, the burning Rasengan in his mouth a mere horrific memory. Kisame stood frozen, his eyes open in shock. This had been a big surprise. He turned his head to the side to look at Naruto, who glared at him with blazing blue eyes, the very edges having tints of a deep red to them. Suddenly Kisame coughed and poured from his mouth, staining the water below his feet red. His chest was no longer made of bone, muscle, and it was a hollow shell with a foot-wide tapered radius hole in its center, the edges burned into cauterization. Kisame wavered momentarily, then fell face first into the waters he had brought to the surface, his body sinking beneath them along with the shattered remains of Hinata. In an instant the Kisame clone fell victim to its master's death and turned into a puddle of water, leaving the water prison unguarded, and hence Hinata was free to fall. Fortunately for her, a large muscular and furry object easily caught her on its now much larger back. Hinata lay against the warm fur and the comforting presence while she felt the world around her blur due to the speed of their movement. She realized that she was snuggled tightly into the golden fur of Naruto as he carried her from the battle. Wait, he's carrying me, thought Hinata as she looked at the transformed Naruto. His body had easily doubled, maybe even tripled in size. His fur had gotten a little longer and more wild, and he had gained another tail. However, before she could finish her train of thought, she was grabbed by the collar of her jacket, then taken away from his comforting warmth by this evil chill holding her. Naruto, Itachi called as he held Hinata in midair by the back of her jacket. Naruto stopped in the middle of the white water and turned, his growl resonating deep in his chest. Leather. Go, Naruto growled out in his new animalistic voice. Itachi grinned and said, I see you've ascended to a 4-tail, a very important stage in Kitsune growth. I'm sorry to do this, but after seeing you kill Kisame so ruthlessly, I find I should take the same liberty with this Hyuga. It's only fair. Then I'll take care of you. Naruto was pissed, that's true, but the second he saw the look in Hinata's eyes, he was at a complete loss. Her face held disgust, not for Naruto for missing her being captured, but for herself for allowing this to happen. Today just wasn't her day. Her mind was swallowed in guilt and pain. Then as she heard Itachi's closing words, something happened. Around Hinata's eyes grew grotesquely large veins, and hairy rises became a bit more defined. You won't touch him, Hinata muttered angrily in Itachi's grasp. Before he could taunt her, Hinata began to twist in his grip, calling out the name of her technique, Hakesho Kaiten. In a wild spin, Hinata flung Itachi face first into a tree they happened to be perched on. She came out of her spin with a face clearly showing rage, and, in the speed unknown to her by anyone, she began striking Itachi's back mercilessly. The traditional Juken strikes, pummeling him deeper into the wood despite its name. By the end of her attack, she jumped down from the tree to rest next to Naruto, catching her breath and recovering from the chakra expenditure from her own attacks. Itachi slowly removed himself from his impression left in the great tree trunk's wood. He slowly wavered side to side, not having expected that from the Hyuga weakling. Itachi shook the attack off the best he could, but he found it increasingly hard to stand. Damn it, he muttered to himself before he fell to a knee on the branch. Give you up, Naruto growled with a smirk on his wild fox face as Hinata joined him in his triumphant grin. Not by a long shot, you just caught me off guard. I'll be back and that won't happen again. With those dark parting words, Itachi disappeared in a puff of smoke and the training grounds returned to silence. The training ground suddenly began to shrink and both Naruto and Hinata looked down in confusion. They watched with relief as the water that had been wide by Kisame's death slowly began to recede back into the earth. When all the water had soaked back into the ground, the pair was left with a cord criminal, his broken sword, and each other. Hinata sighed happily as she fell down into Naruto's warm fur, and just before she fell into slumber she heard Naruto's rough but comforting growling voice say, Hinata-Tatwasa-sama. She felt a warm presence surround her and she fell into a peaceful slumber. Naruto sighed with a soft smile on his foxish face and decided he was stuck with cleanup duties. Taking great care not to wake Hinata, he gathered up the body of Hoshigaki Kisame for the Anbu and Obachan. He also discovered the shattered Hinata and took it in his mouth. As he walked through the town of Konoha, many gasped, some just stared, others cursed him, but Naruto ignored them all except those who dared to stray close to try and get the sleeping girl off his back. With a growling and animalistic, "Go away," they would flee like cowards. Naruto, after a long procession through the streets of Konoha, reached the Hokage's office. Completely ignoring the intern, he waltzed into the Hokage's office, dragging the body of Kisame behind him and carrying the sword Hinata in his mouth. Tsunade stared in disbelief as this giant fox creature simply barged in on one of her meetings with the body of Hoshigaki Kisame wrapped in his tails and the great sword Hinata shattered in its teeth. Naruto spit out the sword and dropped the body unceremoniously on the ground, saying in a growling hiss, "Special delivery, Oba-chan." And Naruto, Tsunade said, causing the fox to face a shocked Tsunade, a stone-faced Hyuga Hiashi, and a surprised Shizune. "Did you kill him?" Tsunade asked while she stared wide-eyed at the body on the floor. Naruto nodded and, after seeing Hiashi, he slowly shifted his tails, revealing the body of Hinata under their fur. Hiashi noticed this, and in an instant he was standing and glaring at Naruto. "Let her go, you demon fox," Hiashi said as he took a few steps toward Naruto. Naruto simply glared back and covered Hinata up again with his tails. "Not weak," spoke Naruto as he began backing away from Hiashi. "Give me my daughter back, you damn demon," Hiashi said, slowly losing his almost unbreakable cool. "Itachi," Naruto growled out with a snarl in Hayashi's direction. "Shuon Hiashi, freeze," Tsunade commanded with authority in her voice. Hiashi refused the orders of the Hokage and lunged at Naruto with his open palm. Naruto barely dodged the strike but dodged it nonetheless. "Shuon Itakishuon," Naruto growled out louder, his message just not getting through. Hiashi was just about to make another attack, but his muscles suddenly went lax and he fell to his knees. "Good shot, Shizune," Tsunade said as Shizune lowered her needle launcher filled with paralysis needles. "Now Naruto, slowly, what are you trying to say?" Tsunade asked as Hiashi scowled in anger. "Hinata wick shabit itachi." Naruto growled out with such volumes it rattled the Hokage's windows. Nonetheless, the message had now been passed and everyone in the room except Hinata and Naruto were stunned. "You must be joking," Hiashi said in almost disbelief. Naruto shook his head and said with great difficulty, "Shikaiten then Juken. He ran." "What about you, Naruto?" Tsunade asked with concern. "How did you kill Kisame?" Naruto grinned a bit and said, "Nujutsu R racing in S Senkuki." Naruto turned swiftly, heading for the door to the Hokage's office, but stopping just before he passed Hinata. He bent down and plucked the biggest tooth from the shattered pieces and held it in his mouth as he walked out. "Naruto, where are you going?" Tsunade questioned as he reached the doors of the Hokage's office. "Let go of my daughter," Hiashi roared, the paralysis being slowly ebbed away by his struggles. "Take Hinata home," Naruto grumbled as he disappeared in a golden blur. Tsunade smiled to herself. Maybe those romance stories really do have a place in the field. He had better not try anything, Hiashi growled as he slowly and clumsily got to his feet. "I highly doubt he would. No matter what you think of him, Hiashi, he really is a good boy. Just a little stupid at times," Tsunade said with a smile on her lips. "As long as he comes nowhere near my daughter or my home again, I couldn't care less," Hiashi said, brushing off his clothes and getting ready to chase down a certain fox for his daughter back. I think there might be a problem there, Hiashi," Tsunade said with a smirk, "seeing as he's staying at your mansion from now on." Naruto happily bounded rooftop to rooftop, his body seeming almost weightless even with the addition of Hinata on his back. "This is great," Naruto thought in excitement. "I feel more powerful than ever." "That's cause you are, kid," came the response from Kiba deep in his subconscious. "You've probably noticed the changes already, new tail and bigger body, but the kicker to this body is that it also determines what you'll be in the future. This is your training body for your life, so to speak, kid," Kiba said confidently. "What do you mean training body?" Naruto asked in complete confusion. Kiba sighed and said, "This body is the body on the cusp of your halfway mark. What you do, learn, and accomplish in this body determines what kind of kitsune you turn out to be. In this body I chose the path of destruction, learning about death and destroying opponents left and right. Good times, that's what made me into the Nine Tails kid. Well, or Red Nine Tail to be exact." "Red Nine Tail?" Naruto asked, and Kiba responded with, "Yes, see, there are different colors for every kitsune kid. I was a Red Nine Tails, meaning a being of pure destruction. The white coats are the beings of healing and peace. The silvers are masters of creation and elements. There are a few more, but I wasn't too keen on learning about them, so I left those subjects alone. As far as I know, only red coats can become full Nine Tails, seeing as every silver, white, or any other coat died before they became more than 7 tails." In reality, Kiba knew completely about the other kinds of kitsunes and what they were capable of. There was another path he knew of besides his own that assured at least 7 tails. However, that path was something even he found dark and devastating, the path of a void kitsune. He had a good idea what path Naruto was heading down, and that path was one that many feared to tread. It held the greatest challenges but also the greatest potential. Kiba sighed to himself mentally as he cut communications with Naruto. He's on his way down a really long and painful path. Naruto easily bounded over a crowd of screaming villagers without giving it so much as a flick of his ear. However, when the girl on his back gave the slightest shuffle, he paused briefly to check and make sure she was as comfortable as can be. When he saw her curled up in his tails and fur, he couldn't help but smile, then turn his head away quickly, feeling the fire on his face fur begin again. "Ugh, what the hell?" I haven't eaten anything expired in weeks, what is wrong with me? Naruto questioned himself only to hear snickering in the back of his mind. What the hell are you snickering at, you demon fox? Questioned Naruto to his resident, only getting a curt nothing in response. What did you just say? Hiashi growled out as he slowly turned to face the Hokage, her face holding a smirk rather than the fearful gaze he was used to. I said, Naruto will be staying with you from this point on until he can resume human form, Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair. I only placed Naruto in the Inuzuka household for the simple reason that they can understand his barks and yips. However, now that he has proved that he can talk, the offer your daughter extended the first time they had brought Naruto to me has been graciously accepted, Tsunade finished with a challenging grin directed toward Hiashi. You can't be serious. I will not take that demon into my home, Hiashi said, his glare enough to make a demon wet its pants. I am, you will, end of story, Tsunade said, clearly not fazed by Hayashi's glare. How do you expect me to house that fat thing? Hiashi exploded at Tsunade. Tsunade calmly rose from her chair, her fist clenched tightly with her arms shaking. You and the rest of this damn village, I swear, Tsunade muttered before she calmed her hand and walked around the desk to face Hiashi. That boy is not a thing, he is closest this village has to another fourth Hokage. Tsunade said right in Hayashi's face, I never knew one with the Byakugan could be so blind. He may have the body of a demon, but if you just took the seconds to notice who he truly is and what he really does for people, you would notice that he is a hero. He actually gave your daughter the confidence to fend off Uchihaitachi. Tsunade took a deep breath to calm herself. You and the rest of this village may think him a monster, but you know what the fourth wanted him viewed as. He wanted him to be the hero, to be respected for bearing such a painful burden, but do you people ever get it? No, and that is something I find truly sickening. Tsunade concluded her rant with a quick turn, leaving a gaping Hiashi staring at the back of her head. Hiashi remained silent for a long time until he silently bowed and left the Hokage's office with the words, Goodbye Hokage-sama. The second Hiashi left, Tsunade plopped down in her chair and reached under her desk only to find her emergency sake missing. Oh shit, Tsunade said as she put her head in her hands, Shizune, get me a bottle of sake stat. Naruto neared the end of his journey, it wasn't that much farther. There at Isuoa, did they renovate or something? The place looks bigger, Naruto thought as he approached the front gates of the Hyuga mansion. Naruto slowly edged his way through the front gates, careful to not let the squealing nose wake the sleeping Hinata. He was lucky, for at this very moment the Hyuga branch house was changing guard shifts and he was able to slip under their defenses easily. From that point on, it was simply a test of how well his Genjutsu held up under the gaze of the Byakugan. He passed through the halls, sniffing from room to room searching for Hinata's scent until he finally found it. The room was covered in her scent heavily and it almost caught him in its relaxing clutches, but he held steadfast with his will and resisted the temptations. He entered Hinata's room, his intention to lay the girl on her bed so she could rest after her encounter with the Akatsuki. He walked up to what he presumed to be Hinata's bed and he tried to pry her off his back with his tails. As his tails wrapped around her waist and began to pull, her hands and arms went on autopilot, wrapping around him and holding him tighter so she didn't have to leave the warm fur. Naruto attempted time and time again to pull her off his back, but only succeeded in getting her to partially roll off his back and sit on the floor with her arms around him. Oh, you have to be kidding me, Naruto thought as he kept thinking. He eventually settled on lying down to think, but it turned out to be a bad idea because when he did, Hinata lay on his side and curled up in his fur again, using his tails as her own personal blanket. Naruto blinked as he saw Hinata curl into him and felt her soft body lie against his. It felt rather nice. I could get used to this, no wait. Bad thoughts. Must punish, thought Naruto as he used one of his free tails to hit his head. Okay, think rationally. She's using you as her bed and your tails as her blanket. AGH. It's hard to think rationally with her on me like this. Bad Naruto. Naruto continued to his head as he heard a howling laughter in the back of his mind. What made this situation even worse was the fact that at that moment Hiashi entered Hinata's room. Hiashi simply stared for a few moments, seeing her daughter have a death grip on the fox and the fox hitting its own head with a free tail. Hiashi rolled this over a few times in his head before clearing his throat. The fox suddenly stopped hitting its head and it slowly turned its eyes to the Hyuga leader. Unit me fault, pleaded Naruto in a quiet voice as to not wake Hinata. Hiashi put his hand on his forehead to compose himself with what he saw, and when that was done he said with the calmest tone possible, I understand. It was Naruto's turn to stare at Hiashi in disbelief. What? Questioned Naruto, which made Hiashi groan to himself. I said I understand, besides I am probably going to have to get used to this sight, Hiashi said, muttering the last part to himself, but Naruto caught it with his fox ears. What do I mean? Naruto asked softly. Hiashi sighed and with a bit of a reluctant to admit voice said, Welcome to your new temporary home. Naruto's fox face split in his typical joyous grin and bowed the best he could with only the use of his head. Thank you, Hiashi-sama. Naruto could have sworn he felt the girl lying on him give him a squeeze, but shook it off as his imagination. I agreed under the terms you would do absolutely nothing to my daughter, understood? Hiashi said with a deathly serious voice and glare. Naruto looked into Hayashi's eyes with an equally serious glare and said, nor anything else will hurt her. I swear. Hiashi stared into the red-edged cerulean eyes and sighed with relief. Naruto had that odd squeezing feeling around his side and the odd warmth on his face, but he shook it off like he normally did. I have the understanding that you know how to use the toilet, correct? Hiashi asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto nodded and Hiashi continued with, good, you eat ramen, correct? Naruto nodded with vigor and Hiashi came close to a smirk. Excellent, our food budget won't take a sufficient hit then. Once Hinata awakens she can show you around the grounds, then you are to go to the Inuzuka household to gather your things. With that Hiashi left shaking his head and rubbing his temples. I'm going to go insane. Hinata had been resting quite easily all up until the part where Naruto had attempted to pry her off with his tails. Halfway through the struggle she was slowly jarred awake, but in her days of only being half awake she clutched the warmth to her even tighter when it shifted to lie right next to her. She was about to resume her slumber when she heard a soft rhythmic thumping sound that caused her to stay awake. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her surroundings to find herself in her room, lying on Naruto-kun, while he hit his head with his tail. She finally woke up fully and thought, it's because of me, isn't it? I must not be good for him and he hates contact with me. She was about to wake up and show Naruto the way out of Hyuga Mansion, but suddenly her father entered and in a flash she pretended to sleep. She subconsciously huddled farther into Naruto to hopefully hide from her father's gaze, but knew he would be able to see her anyway. She frantically thought of ways out of this situation and she nearly began to cry, knowing that after this she would be severely punished by her father. Welcome to your new temporary home. Those words passed over Hinata's ears, causing her to have a bit of shock and then relax. She smiled to herself and gently gave the fox she was lying on a squeeze, hoping he didn't notice. It only got better for her when she heard the proclamation of protection Naruto claimed for Hinata from anything or anyone. It made her so happy she gave Naruto another squeeze, this one knowing he felt seeing as his body stiffened a bit but then relaxed quickly. After Hiashi had left, Hinata decided now was as good as time as any to wake up, so she let out a big yawn and stretched. Hinata, awake? Naruto asked, his voice getting less rough and broken, but it still held that animal edge to it. Hinata slowly opened her eyes to meet Naruto's red-edged azure orbs and nodded with a flushed face. Naruto smiled and asked, show 'm around. Hinata looked at Naruto in false confusion and he said with a smile, I'm her Taste. Hinata produced a shy smile and got up from Naruto, but she didn't walk for her door. Instead she approached her dresser and opened the top drawer. Naruto was confused by her actions and did the only thing that came naturally to him, he followed her. After rummaging through the various items she had stored in there, she quickly pulled out a small normal-looking flat box. She turned with a smile on her blushing face and gave the box to Naruto, stuttering out, H here and Naruto-kun. Naruto raised a fox eyebrow and accepted the package with one of his 4 tails. Holding it in place with one tail, he wrapped another tail over the cover and swiftly pulled it off. Lying in the box was a large and somewhat thick leather strap connected on the ends by a thick metal plate. Inscribed on the plate was the symbol for Konohagakure. Naruto looked at the strap in confusion for a few seconds until Hinata took the strap out of the box, wrapped it around Naruto's neck, then clasped the 2 metal pieces together. Naruto blinked a few times and looked around the room for a mirror. Once he found a suitable full-length mirror, he walked up to it and found that Hinata had just put a collar on his neck. He stared for a few moments until he turned his head to look at Hinata. You've been planning this, haven't you? He asked with a few confused blinks. Hinata bowed with a deep blush on her face and said, I'm sorry Naruto-kun, why you don't have to wear it if why you don't want to. I just thought it would look nice. Why you need a V village S symbol, right? Naruto smiled and nodded his head, yeah I do thank you Hinata-chan. After getting over the initial shock of being called Hinata-chan by Naruto, she gave him a brief tour of the grounds. Naruto found that the grounds were very large and open with a few private training fields out in the rear of the home. Seeing as how Neji was on a mission, he didn't get to run into his favorite branch member, but he did have a few run-ins with the branch members. They were in the kitchens and in the guard towers, basically the servants of the house. To his surprise, he found that many of the branch members didn't look at him with the same gaze of hate as had the villagers. Some did, that was true, but still there were those few that gave him a look of fear and pity. They knew what it was like to live with a cursed seal like Naruto had. Most never had their seals active, but Naruto's had been to the fullest extent it could be. Hinata, on the other hand, was getting looks of approval and pride. She was being held up in a favorable light for the Itachi incident. Apparently word spread through the grapevine quickly and many people respected Hinata for what she was able to do. Sister, came a confident younger voice from behind the pair as they walked through the main house. Hinata and Naruto jumped slightly at the sheer volume of the sound, but they both turned around to be greeted by the sight of Hinata's sister Hanabi. What is that thing doing in our house? Hanabi hissed out in anger towards the demon fox boy. Naruto was used to these comments, so simply stood there with the impassive stare on his face. Hinata glared slightly at her sister and said, This is our new house guest, Naruto. You know father will find out and he will kill that thing, Hanabi said with a superior smirk on her face. I don't think so sister, Hinata said with a smirk of her own as her stutter began to dissolve. After all, he did invite this thing as you put it into this home. Hanabi stared wide-eyed at her sister in disbelief. Did she just speak to her with a smirk? Well, I'll go to father. I'll get that thing killed, Hanabi said, losing her cool for being shown up by her weaker sister. Naruto simply smirked and sauntered closer to Hanabi, causing her to back up. She heard the legends, she knew what Kitsune were capable of. Hanabi then realized what she was doing and froze. This wasn't any way for her to act, she was a Hyuga. Hanabi lunged out at Naruto preparing for an instant death Juken strike to the heart. Naruto easily sidestepped it and wrapped Hanabi up in his tails, separating her hands so she couldn't form any hand seals. Hanabi gulped, her mind telling her to scream for help but her Hyuga training telling her to remain poised and calm. Hinata walked over to her sister with a smile that made Hanabi's skin crawl and said, "Oh, Naruto W will be with us for a long tea time, Hanabi, count on it." With that said, Naruto let Hanabi go, her eyes wide with fright at her sister's eerily grinning face. Hinata began to leave with Naruto following. Just as Naruto passed by Hanabi, he turned to look into her pale eyes with his own red-edged sapphire orbs and said, "See you around." Hanabi was struck with an even stronger fear as Naruto rushed past her in a golden blur to follow Hinata on their tour. Naruto walked alongside Hinata, his golden ears in rapt attention as she explained everything she was permitted to. "W, will you be comfortable here and Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked as they neared the front door, her stutter back in force. Naruto gave Hinata his patented foxish smile and nodded his head. Hinata gave Naruto a soft smile and blushed with the words, "You should get your tea things, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded, then leaned to the side, an invitation for Hinata to climb aboard. Hinata blinked and blushed, stuttering out, "Why you want me to see come too?" Naruto nodded, then waved his tails in invitation. Hinata slowly and carefully got onto Naruto's back, and as soon as he was sure she was secure, he took off in breakneck speed, causing several yells from branch member guards of how the demon was stealing the heiress. Naruto made great time making it to the Inuzuka home despite his new size. Hinata rang the doorbell for the home and Kiba was the one who answered the door with a smile. "Hinata, sorry but Naruto's another," Kiba said, slowing to a stop just as Naruto in his new four-tailed form reappeared from his fox illusion in the door. "In Naruto?" Kiba asked, surprised, causing Naruto to smirk and answer, "Yeah, it's me." Kiba shook his head and said, "Mind saying that again? I could have sworn you spoke human." "I did, you idiot, I need me things," growled Naruto as he rushed inside and went to get his things. Kiba blinked a few times, then turned to Hinata. "He's talking, so that means you're taking him, right?" Hinata blushed and nodded with a shy smile. Kiba smirked and nodded. "Thank God, that guy ate more than the whole pack combined." Hinata blinked in confusion and was about to ask about it until Kiba said, "I see you finally got a collar on him." Hinata froze, then turned away with a large blush on her face. Kiba proceeded to laugh. "Ah, never fails. Mention Naruto and you turn into a tomato." Hinata stayed quiet until they finally figured something out. Naruto hadn't come back in a long time. "Oh," Kiba said as he turned and raced off, followed by Hinata. They had both heard the ghastly howl. Naruto stood, his fur on end as he growled at the three dogs facing him. Two of them were very familiar, the Orochimaru twins and one other dog he had come to know as Jinmaru. He stood on complete guard, his body protection for the poor female dog behind him with a green mark in the middle of her head. "Whoever you are, get out of our way," growled Jinmaru while the Orochimaru twins smirked. "Don't you recognize him?" asked on twin. "It's the demon fox," said the other. Suddenly Jinmaru smirked and raised his head back in a summoning howl. From all angles came the whole Inuzuka pack, stretching from Akamaru to Kuramaru. Upon seeing Naruto, all the dogs growled in anger except for Akamaru, who looked confused beyond all reason. "You're dumb enough to come back? Oh, this is sweet," Jinmaru growled. "Now we'll prove how weak the demon truly is and how strong our pack has become." "Prepare to die, demon fox," growled the twins as they took a running leap and attacked with a tandem Gatsuga while Jinmaru simply stood there. Naruto smirked to himself and took a running leap, turning into a massive whirlwind of a Gatsuga, completely overshadowing the twins and sending them into a dizzy heap. "This is what happens when you threaten me, friend," Naruto growled as he came out of his spin. Quickly grasping the world around him, he turned to find Jinmaru had gone. "Where the hell is he?" Naruto asked inside his mind when he suddenly felt a presence behind him. From the sky came Jinmaru, his mouth wide open for a killing bite at Naruto's throat. Naruto quickly rolled to the side and grasped Jinmaru around the stomach with his tails. He smirked and twisted quickly, putting extra power into slamming Jinmaru into the ground. In an instant Jinmaru was knocked out and it was over. Naruto turned around with a growl, causing the semicircle of dogs to back up save for two. "Anyonker Tatri me," Naruto growled as he stood tall and proud with the defeated at his paws. Midori quickly rose from her spot on the ground and ran to Naruto, nuzzling against his side with a serene smile on her face. Naruto ignored this in favor of paying attention to Kuramaru, who was walking right for him. He prepared for a fight, but suddenly Kuramaru grinned the only way a dog can and said, "You proved me wrong. You have my respect from this point on." With that, Kuramaru turned and left, taking the whole pack, except for Akamaru and Midori, with him. Naruto stared at the pack's retreating backs as Akamaru trotted over with a smile. "Good job, Naruto. I think you've gained some respect around here," the big white dog said, then added with a grin, "and maybe a new mate." Naruto blinked in confusion as the Cheshire Akamaru then noticed Midori next to him, nuzzling him quite heavily. Whoa, Naruto said, taking a few steps away. "No offense, but I'm not ready," Naruto said with a pleading look. Midori pouted a bit but backed off with one last heavy nuzzle. "So what was that all for?" Akamaru questioned, indicating the three beaten dogs. "I thought I'd do something since I'm moving out," Naruto said, causing surprised looks from Akamaru and Midori. What? Why? Midori questioned with wide worry-filled eyes. Hinata Mito the Hyugas, Naruto said with a slight smile. Akamaru caught it right away, but that doesn't mean Midori did. Who is this Hinata? She questioned with narrow eyes. Naruto blinked a few times, swearing he had seen something like this from Ino and Sakura when it came to Sasuke. She said, "Friend." Naruto growled out softly, sensing that this was the only smart response. Midori whined and rushed up to Naruto, nuzzling him as much as she could. "I'll miss you," Midori said in a whining cry. Naruto sighed and decided to give her some good memory of him by wrapping his tails around her in a short and chaste hug. Naruto let Midori go and she left reluctantly, leaving only Akamaru to say his goodbyes. "Naruto, how did you get your fourth tail?" Akamaru questioned out of the blue. Naruto blinked a few times before grinning and said, "Long story, take care." With that he turned and left in a golden blur to gather his things, leaving a smirking Akamaru behind. "Naruto," Kiba called as he searched around the Inuzuka grounds. "Where are you, you ramen-loving idiot?" "Naruto-kun," Hinata called, concerned for Naruto's well-being. Kiba sighed and remembered what happened when they had run into the Dizidire twins and the Bashinmaru. They said the demon fox attacked them, but Kiba knew better. They had searched all around the outer areas and all that left was the inside rooms. "Naruto-kun," Hinata asked, her Byakugan active in search for the elusive fox boy. Kiba sighed and forced more chakra into his nose, increasing its sensitivity 100 times over. He followed the scent of Naruto all over the house until it finally ended in his room. In his room it was thick with Naruto's scent, but that was to be expected as that's where Naruto stayed too. Kiba allowed his chakra to return to normal circulation and crossed his arms. "Where the hell is he?" "I can't see him," Hinata said in slight confusion. Everything was supposed to be visible to the Byakugan. "Look up," came Naruto's growling voice as he peeled himself from his fox illusion ceiling, falling and landing right on top of Kiba. "Ooh, sorry," Naruto said as he jumped off Kiba with his scrolls wrapped up in his tails. Kiba got up from the ground, his eye twitching and his voice growling, "You idiot." Hinata giggled at the confrontation as both boys squared up in what could easily become a fight. "Whatever, I got better things to do, fox boy," Kiba said with a smirk as he came out of battle mode. Naruto laughed in his rough way and proceeded to follow Kiba and Hinata back to the front door. After some bowing and goodbyes to Kiba's mother and sister, Hinata and Naruto were on their way back to the Hyuga mansion, completely unaware of the eyes following them. Soon came the dark voice from the shadows. "We're going to have our own little reunion." "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama," cried the Jounin as they rushed into Tsunade's office, only to see her with her head on a stack of scrolls dead asleep. "Hokage-sama?" questioned the Jounin as he walked up to her desk. "Ph," muttered Tsunade as she turned in her sleep. "Hokage-sama, wake up. We need your leadership now," said the Jounin, pushing on her shoulder to wake her up. Tsunade turned away from the offender after grunting in protest to being awoken. "Hokage-sama, this is important. We have reports of Uchiha Sasuke in the area." With this, not only did Tsunade wake up, she sprung to her feet, knocking over her chair and desk in the hurry. She grabbed the Jounin by the collar and screamed in his face, "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Not waiting for an answer, Tsunade marched out of her office to call an emergency meeting of the council. This was big news indeed. After living only 1 week in the Hyuga residence, Naruto found that one could get into an amazing amount of mischief in such a big house, especially if people rarely came down the same hallway within 10 minutes of each other. He found scaring Hanabi to be his second most favorite pastimes, right after Hinata giving his fur a good once-over with a brush. He really enjoyed the home and found that many of the branch members who had glared at him the first time they had met him now seemed either impassive or even smiling at him. He knew that the guards with the Byakugan had seen him once or twice in frightening the younger main house sister, and they found it to be more than enjoyable. He even got a request from one of the cooks for a very special illusion. It turned out the younger Hanabi was terrified of spiders, and even more so, the bug Shino had contracted into symbiosis with himself. It should go without saying that the cook got his wish, and from that point on, whenever Naruto wanted ramen, he got it in force. Meanwhile, Naruto would spend at least a few hours a day with his scrolls and with Hinata, attempting to get his broken and animalistic voice tamed and fluent. He had made great progress, but his voice still had that kind of rough edge to it despite how fluent it was. During this time, he also got to get to know Hinata better. During their talks, she explained the whole situation with the main house and the branch house and how everything was slowly being patched up between the houses. She never really said much about herself, but Naruto always made it a point to force at least one bit of herself out into the open while they talked. After the day had done, Naruto took to training under his Kyuubi sensei, and Kyuubi found that he was soon running out of things to teach his student that didn't involve his fifth tail. One night, Kyuubi decided to tell Naruto the most important thing about being a kitsune. "Naruto," Kyuubi said, eerily soft for his monstrous past. "Yes, Kyuubi-sensei?" asked Naruto as he looked up from the scroll his master had given him. Kyuubi paused for a moment to think. At first he had hated this kid, possibly more than the fourth Hokage himself. Kyuubi truly hated the kid, but after a while he decided the kid wasn't too bad, especially if he had the grapefruits to force him to pay rent. Now that Naruto had his body, he knew it was in his best interest to teach the kid everything he knew. However, now he found that as time passed, him teaching Naruto was becoming less forced and more fluent. It was as if he was slowly but surely wanting to teach the kid. He respected the kid in some parts and found him a total and complete waste of time in others, but overall he had to admit he had grown a liking to the kid. Hyuga sighed and said, "Kid, when you get your 5th tail you know that's when the tough stuff really begins, right?" Naruto blinked and smirked, saying, "I understand, sensei, and I am ready for it." Hyuga nearly laughed but was content with a grin on his muzzle. This kid was damn near born ready, Hyuga thought. "Okay kid, just remember that in the Kitsune world the honor-bound code that ninjas have is not that much different. It all depends on what kind of Kitsune you become, which determines your code," Kyuubi said, watching as Naruto soaked this up. Naruto smirked and said, "No matter what, Kyuubi-sensei, I will keep to my Nindo. I'm sure there's a Kitsune color for that." Kyuubi nodded as Naruto returned to his scroll. "Yeah, there is, kid. I just hope you're ready for it." Naruto woke the next morning, his stomach feeling incredibly empty. He slowly got up from his little padded fox bed next to Hinata's and began his morning routine of taking a walk around the main house, then going to the kitchen for breakfast. He decided to skip the walk around the halls, finding that he was unusually hungry this morning. He padded his way down the halls and into the kitchen where the cook he had done the great service to greeted him happily. "Good morning, Naruto. How did you sleep?" asked the cook as they began making Naruto's morning meal. "Pretty good," Naruto said with a yawn. "Woke up hungry for your ramen though." The cook laughed to himself but felt a bit of pride. The pure connoisseur of ramen had just complimented his work. He served Naruto his bowl and Naruto finished it, readily accepting the next bowl that had been placed by him. Naruto quickly finished several bowls, and when he was full he bid goodbye to the chef and resumed his walk along the halls. As he came to the corridor by the front entrance he heard a sort of hushed speaking. Deciding that he might as well listen, and he disappeared into his fox illusion and crept up on the 2 speakers to find Hyuga Hiashi and an unknown Jounin speaking. "What do you mean?" Hiashi asked the Jounin. "I mean that the Hokage wants Naruto to be protected, so she's ordering his return to Hokage Tower," the Jounin replied. Hiashi sighed and said, "And this is because of Uchiha Sasuke," finished the Jounin. Naruto's eyes sprung open and his Kitsune illusion melted away due to the shock. The Jounin spied Naruto and he said, "Naruto." The Jounin never got to finish because Naruto had disappeared in a golden flash, off to find Sasuke. "Oh damn it," Hiashi said as he put his head in his hand to rub his temples. This was not good. Naruto raced with all due speed, searching Konohagakure for any sign of Sasuke. It could have been the smallest chakra spike, he would be there. He never had a clear whiff of Sasuke's scent, so anything unfamiliar he would investigate. "Damn," Naruto growled, "where is he?" Naruto continued his frantic search, running into several people on the way, but he ignored them all, completely focused on his target. That's when he caught it. "This way," he muttered as he followed a stretch of a scent he had never caught before, but somehow, he knew. He followed the scent deep into the abandoned clan homes of Konohagakure. Some of the homes were left for the homeless, some were byproducts of clan leaders of the past being unsure of where to house their clans. The one Naruto was led to was where a great tragedy happened that caused the entire Uchiha clan to be killed. "Sasuke," Naruto said as he rushed into the building without a second thought. Hyuga had asked Tsunade in an eerily calm voice. "Fair enough. We couldn't stop him, Hokage-sama, I'm sorry," said the Jounin who stood before the Hokage in a bow. "Ran off, you didn't think to check if he was around," screamed Tsunade, who slammed her fist into the desk. "I quote am sorry," screamed the Jounin as they fell to their knees in plea. Tsunade took a few deep breaths and said calmly, "Shizune, get the NA and BU team to the Uchiha clan house." Shizune nodded and was about to leave when suddenly another Jounin by the name of Genma ran in. "Hokage-sama, we have a problem," Sasuke growled Naruto as he walked along the abandoned corridors of the old Uchiha home. "Where the hell are you?" Naruto said as he followed the scent that wound around the halls of rooms. Suddenly Naruto's ears perked up in attention and heard a very familiar sound, the chirping of 1,000 birds. Naruto jumped back just in time to avoid the blackened Chidori that had been driven through the wall by his side. Naruto came the dark voice from the cloud of dust. "It's been a while, friend." Naruto simply stared into the cloud as from the darkness came Sasuke, his curse seal in prime level 2 form. His clothes of pure black and around his head a long banded sound head protector. "So Sasuke, how does the power feel?" Naruto growled angrily as the dark Chidori around Sasuke's hand dissipated. "It feels." Sasuke began lifting his open palm to his eyes. He clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. "Sublime." Sasuke slid into a fighting pose and grinned. "Care to take it where we left off?" Naruto growled out, "I thought you said you wouldn't obtain the Mangekyou sharing in that way." "I hate loose ends," Sasuke said as he took off in a blur. Naruto felt the rush of air behind him and ducked just below the kunai strike to his head. Taking advantage, Naruto wrapped his tails around Sasuke's and pulled his around like a whip, but Sasuke firmly applied chakra to his feet and stayed where he was. He grasped Naruto's tails and pulled him around, spinning him in the air before slamming him into a wall. He pulled Naruto from the rubble and repeated his action with another wall. Sasuke smirked and proceeded to lift a heavy piece of rubble to find Naruto wasn't there. Sasuke sneered and said, "Dobe, where are you?" "Right here," screamed Naruto's voice as he leapt from his illusion in the rubble and slammed his burning paw into Sasuke's stomach. Naruto's paw exploded in an inferno and caused Sasuke to fly backward into one of the few indented walls. Sasuke pulled himself from the wall with a grin on his face. "Not bad, Dobe," Sasuke said as he formed his hand seals. "You bastard," Naruto said just before he opened his mouth wide, and in a flash came a burning red Rasengan. Sasuke bent to one knee and held his hand, the darkness surrounding his palm and sounding like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Sasuke suddenly leapt forward, his hand dragging across the ground leaving a deep gash as it headed straight for Naruto. Naruto shot forth with equal speed, leaping in the air and spinning like a tornado. The pitch-black Chidori and the bright burning Rasengan met mid-air in a massive clash of chakra and wills. Naruto kept spinning like a massive drill while Sasuke kept forcing his hand into the tornado's core. The ground around the two powerful beings cracked and ruptured as if a major earthquake was beginning. The room the boys were standing in was slowly being destroyed with their pure power. Suddenly both boys ceased their attacks, leaping back and panting like animals. "Yeah, we're holding back," Sasuke said with a slight smirk and pant. "You too," Naruto said with a laugh. Both boys smirked wide and began to circle each other, throwing words between them. "Why do you wish power, Sasuke?" Naruto asked with a smirking growl. "I must kill my brother, I am an avenger," Sasuke said, clenching his fist. "What if you were to kill your brother, then what?" asked Naruto, who flared his tails. "I would restart the Uchiha clan," responded Sasuke coolly. "How do you plan to do that if the whole of Konohagakure hates you?" asked Naruto seriously. Both boys stopped in their tracks and Sasuke stared at Naruto. "You may never have known people who don't like you with your fan club and the whole village loving the last Uchiha. But when you joined Orochimaru, you gained many enemies. Soon he will try to take you over, he will try to become you so he can have your eyes," said Naruto with a grave look on his fox face. Sasuke's face turned into a dark stare, but before he could respond they both heard the call, "Naruto. Itachi is attacking the Hyuga mansion." "What?" Both combatants screamed in surprise, then looked at each other. They both nodded gravely and disappeared in blurs of black and gold. Itachi grinned to himself as wave after wave of branch member attempted to strike him down. He nearly laughed as he disappeared and reappeared behind them. Moments later they would spurt fountains of and fall. "This is too easy," laughed Itachi. "This is the most noble clan in Konoha. You will leave my kin alone or you will perish," rang a monotone voice from behind him. Itachi smirked and disappeared in a puff of smoke, reappearing behind the person and slashing with a kunai. As Itachi's blade split the person in two, they disappeared and were replaced by a log of wood. "Perish it is," said the voice as Itachi dodged several Juken strikes. Itachi leapt away, turning in midair to come face to face with the branch house prodigy, Hyuga Neji. Neji attacked with several deadly strikes, but Itachi could easily avoid them, his red Sharingan eyes blazing. Itachi landed and jumped away, leaving Neji to watch him with his Byakugan eyes. Neji landed and paused, his eyes meeting Itachi's. Itachi smirked and blinked. In a flash Neji was trapped by the infamous Mangekyo Sharingan and the powerful Tsukuyomi. Neji blinked and he found his world hand changed, and before him sat the stage of his father's death. Neji watched as it happened, over and over again. Itachi smirked as he broke eye contact with the warped Neji, his body falling to a crumpled heap. "Good try," Itachi said sardonically, "but when you can see everything you can't help but fall to me." Itachi suddenly dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the attacks from Hayashi's Juken offense. Itachi leapt away, but Hayashi kept up with him, attacking with amazing speed. Itachi found that, even though he was faster than Neji, Hayashi had his Byakugan active and decided that this was far too easy. After countering one Juken strike, Itachi caught Hayashi's gaze, forcing the leader to his knees with the powerful Dojutsu. Itachi panted in exhaustion. Using that jutsu twice cost him a lot, but it was going to be worth it. He sped into the mansion, seeking the Hyuga heiress who had cost him his honor and his pride. The girl known as the Hyuga weakling, the girl who had bested him with a surprise attack, Hyuga Hinata. Itachi smirked as he entered her room to find her still dead asleep. Itachi walked over to her bed, seeing her body rise and fall with her slumbering breaths. Soon those two will stop, Itachi thought, when suddenly he felt something was wrong. He leapt back, tossing a kunai at the bed. The kunai sailed into the sheets, but it made no sound. Suddenly the sheets were tossed into the air, and from the covers came the body of a four-tailed golden fox. Itachi smirked and said, "I see, the fox came to save his woman." "Brother," came a darkened voice behind him. Itachi didn't need to turn around, for he recognized the voice in an instant, Sasuke. Seconds later, outside the Hyuga mansion, one could see two bodies being thrown from the second-story window. One was of the Uchiha clan, his wild dark hair and darkened skin showing his past dealings with a devil upon the earth. The other was the body of a golden fox, his four shining golden tails flowing behind him. Both bodies twisted midair and landed upon their feet, watching the window in expectation. When nothing came, both boys looked at each other and readied to jump back into the room. From the ground came two hands, one grabbing onto the feet of the cursed boy and the other grabbing onto the paws of the fox. In an instant both boys were brought down into the earth up to their necks. From the ground in front of them came the body of Itachi, a superior smirk on his face. "Don't bother trying to get out, the ground around you is chakra reinforced," Itachi said, looking directly at Sasuke with a cruel gaze. "So Fox, you recruited my little brother for this ill-prepared and failed stunt?" Itachi said as his hands formed seals. "He didn't recruit me," Sasuke said as he struggled in his hole, feeling foolish for falling for this twice. "He just happened to show up," Naruto said as his body twisted and turned in the hole. "Does it matter you are going to die, Fox? Despite what the Akatsuki wants, I am going to kill you." "Well, you little brother," said Itachi with a smirk again, "get to try again another day." Out of thin air, two Itachi clones formed. One strode over to Naruto while the other disappeared into the ground. Suddenly Sasuke's body was pulled through the earth, moving far from Naruto's trapped form. Sasuke struggled to get free, but the clone holding him down stopped any escape he might have had. Naruto sat in his hole watching as the clone simply sat in front of him with a smirk on its face. "Is this a joke, Itachi? Cause I'm not laughing." Naruto growled. Itachi laughed and said, "Exploding clone." Naruto suddenly caught the severity of the situation and began his struggles anew. Itachi laughed, and when he deemed Sasuke was far enough away, he stared at Naruto. Prepared to die, he readied the clone to explode, but suddenly stopped and dodged a Juken strike. He grabbed the wrist of whoever had attacked him and found the prey he was looking for, the Hyuga girl who had made him a joke. Itachi grinned in a sick way as he let the girl go from his grasp with a kick to her side. His eyes opened slightly in shock as she recovered quickly and rushed at him, attacking furiously like she had when she had surprised him. However, now he was prepared and dodged the strikes like any other. With one solid kick to her side, he broke several of her ribs and sent her flying away. "The Hyuga girl, the one who surprised me," Itachi said as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hinata's eyes jumped open in surprise until she felt the stabbing pain in her hand. She looked to see both her hands had been stabbed through with kunai. She wanted to scream out in pain, but she held her tongue and activated Byakugan through instinct. "No, don't!" Naruto screamed, but it was too late. Itachi had already met eyes with her. Hinata fell to the ground, tears springing from her eyes, curling in a ball and shaking. Her breaths were ragged and in pain as she closed her eyes to fend off the images, but it was no use. The world of Tsukuyomi had taken her mind and punished it to the breaking point. Itachi smirked and walked up to Hinata, planting his foot into her broken ribs and sending her rolling over to Naruto and the exploding clone. "To think, the heiress of such a powerful clan could find that so disturbing she is in physical pain," Itachi commented as tears streamed down Hinata's face. Naruto stared at Hinata, her body beaten, her hands wide, and her eyes closed in pain. Naruto watched as she choked back sobs only to have her body racked with pain. The pain of the illusion and the reality. He had no idea what she had seen, but he was damn sure it wasn't pleasant. Itachi was going to pay. Itachi watched as Naruto struggled with double efforts to release himself from the earth, but all he did was stir the earth around him. "It's no use, Fox. You need someone capable and strong to dig you out," Itachi said in a mocking tone. "Well, someone capable, strong, and willing to," Itachi laughed, then turned to Sasuke. "Ah, little brother, how goes the avenging?" asked Itachi with an unfazed straight face. Sasuke struggled in his ground prison. "Not too well, I suppose." "Oh well, you always have another day," Itachi said with a calm straight face that cracked in a wicked grin. "Aren't you just happy when a plan comes together?" Itachi asked with a cruel laugh. "Now where was I?" "Oh yeah," Itachi said, turning to Naruto and Hinata with the exploding clone. His eyes opened in surprise and confusion as he found the clone had been slain and both his captives were gone. What the Itachi questioned only to get, "Hey Itachi," as a response from behind him. "You said someone capable, strong, and willing, right?" said Naruto as he thrust two of his tails deep into the ground around Sasuke, pulling his straight out of the ground with no problem. Itachi's eyes widened as he looked to Naruto, his fox form looking more wild and even on the brink of unstable. Behind him waved four tails of fur and one of pure red chakra. Sasuke began to form seals and Itachi began to retaliate with his own. "Oh no you don't, little brother." Naruto growled and leapt into the air. He then wrapped his tails around himself from his rear to his snout in a circle formation. His fur caught ablaze and in seconds he was spinning like a wheel of pure fire. "Kitsune by Itoguruma," cried Naruto as he landed on the ground, his body taking off like a rocket toward Itachi. Itachi dodged to the left just seconds before Naruto hit him head-on, but he couldn't completely escape the fox's flames. Itachi's cloak burned into nothingness, leaving his entire upper torso exposed to the world. His right arm burned from Naruto's wheel of flame, but he was able to restart his hand seals, thinking the fox was going at such an amazing speed he wouldn't be able to turn. To his surprise, Naruto turned on a dime and barreled back at Itachi. This continued for several minutes until right before Naruto passed Itachi he broke his wheel. Using all the force he had accumulated in his spin, he hit Itachi in the back with his tail, sending him flying. Itachi felt a painful sting in his back and looked over his shoulder to find the largest tooth from Hinata protruding from his back, swiftly seeping his little remaining chakra away. Meanwhile, Sasuke had been forming hand seals and gathering his chakra at an alarming amount. His entire right arm crackled with dark chakra, and the second he saw his brother fly into the air, he took his shot. He disappeared in a blur, the hand-like wings sprouting from his back aiding his direct flight. Itachi turned mid-air mere seconds before he realized what had just happened. He felt a heavy pressure in his stomach and heard the chirping of 1,000 birds. He turned his fading vision to his little brother, his curse seal in full activation as he glared into his brother's eyes with pure malice, his promise of not being his brother's puppet dashed. Itachi smirked and took one of his last breaths, saying, "Success, brother, you've killed me and fulfilled yourself. I tested your capacity and found it to be better than my own. You are a true Uchiha killer like your brother and father before you." Itachi smirked with white teeth as Sasuke's darkened hand faded and turned into a normal arm, the curse seal's effect worn off. Avenger Uchiha Sasuke that woman would marry a man who had such ruthless hate that he left his village to kill his only brother. Congratulations, brother, for in the end, it wasn't I who killed the Uchiha clan. It was you. With those final words, Itachi's eyes grew dull and glossy, and his Sharingan disappeared from existence, leaving behind the natural eyes of the Uchiha clan, dark as the night sky. Naruto didn't watch the spectacle in the air, his mind was focused elsewhere. He darted along the brush and undergrowth of the forest near the Hyuga home, searching for where he had left Hinata. He knew he couldn't have here near the field, and despite what he wanted to do, he had to leave her as far away from the danger as possible. "Hinata-chan," Naruto asked in a soft whisper. "No, Naruto-kun." He heard several whimpers, then soft sobbing. He rushed toward the source of the noise and found Hinata, her body in a ball and her eyes filled with tears. "Naruto-kun," Hinata whimpered as she saw him. He breathed out a sigh of relief and took a step forward, only to see her flinch in response. He looked at her confused as she huddled into her ball farther and farther from him, fresh tears springing to her eyes. "Hinata-chan," Naruto said softly, hoping to get her calm. "I'm not going to hurt you." Hinata opened her mouth to retort, but nothing came except the sobbing sound that racked her body. She closed her eyes to shut out the world around her. Naruto, seeing her eyes close, took a quick sprint, and in half a second he was at her side, his tails curled around her in their warm embrace. Hinata's eyes shot open in fear, and she began to thrash about in Naruto's tails. Despite what she was doing, Naruto didn't once tighten his grip. He left them in a warm but firm grip. "Hinata-chan," Naruto's smooth voice called. "It's okay, I'm here. Nothing is ever going to hurt you. Never again." As Hinata slowly ceased thrashing, Naruto's tails began rubbing her back in comfort, spreading their golden touch to heal her. Hinata at first felt fear and pain from the fox encircling her with its tails. Slowly but surely she began to feel more and more calm to the presence. With time she felt completely at peace with the warm tails surrounding her in their warm golden embrace. The pain in her hands and stomach had even stopped. She felt as if the tails were her shield to the world and they wouldn't let anything touch her. She shuddered slightly with the comforting warmth and let one last straggling tear fall from her eyes, which was wiped away by a warm hand. Hinata sighed and smiled as she slowly opened her eyes to be met with Naruto's blazing blue. However, before something more could happen, Hinata realized something very important. Naruto was no longer in fox form. He was in the shape of a half-human, and he had 5 golden tails. That, and there was the small fact that he was completely naked except for his leather collar. Thanks to luckily placed tails, Hinata never caught a true glimpse of him, but this was enough to make her blush to the roots of her hair, then fall into a dead faint. Naruto blinked in confusion before looking down at his body. "Hey, I'm human," said Naruto before he noticed the obvious. "Oh God, I quote am naked." From somewhere deep in his mind he could hear the howling laughter of a certain demon fox. "Change back! Change back!" Naruto screamed in his mind as he kept his tails securely wrapped around his waist to protect the possibility of anyone seeing anything. Despite his pleas and cries, Kiba was enjoying this far too much to tell him how to change back, so Naruto, filled to the brim with embarrassment, gathered Hinata up in his arms and took off back to the Hyuga mansion, careful to not let his tails fall from their strategic locations. Just before Naruto entered the Hyuga compound, he formed a hinge around himself, giving him the appearance of him having his normal clothes. He sighed and walked into the Hyuga compound to find ANBU and Medicnin running around at an insane pace, checking all the fallen if they were alive. Naruto saw Hyuga Hiashi and Hyuga Neji both sitting on a couple of chairs, their eyes frozen in blank stares as people asked them questions. They're just gonna have some problems, Naruto thought as he walked towards them with Hinata in his arms. Hiashi broke his stare at the dog-masked ANBU asking him questions and turned to Naruto, a spark of life floating into his eyes at the sight of his daughter, well and alive but fading just as quickly. The dog-masked ANBU followed Hayashi's line of vision and found Naruto, his body human in form, but as the dog-masked ANBU looked on he saw through the hinge and saw the naked half-fox boy beneath. He blinked a few times in complete confusion before saying, "Naruto." Naruto could recognize that voice anywhere. "Kakashi, how are you?" After the formalities were over, Naruto explained everything that had happened. From what he saw, Itachi had attacked to get to Hinata. The Hyugas defended for a while before he got there. He took off without finding what had happened to Itachi to find Hinata, who had been placed under Itachi's illusionary world. He purposely left out Sasuke's return and many other things to protect him. Kakashi sighed and filled in Naruto's blanks. "First, Naruto, it's not nice to lie about such a big detail like Sasuke's return. 2, you were correct on Itachi's plan, but it will never go fulfilled. Itachi was dead when we got here with Sasuke's hand in his stomach." Sasuke was muttering something about bastard and dead brethren. His curse seal was deactivated and we asked questions, but Sasuke just didn't respond to anything we said. "We took him into the Hokage's office for questioning," Kakashi said with a gravely serious tone. Naruto looked downtrodden for a moment until Kakashi asked, "Why are you naked, by the way?" Naruto blushed and muttered, "When I transformed into a fox I didn't have any clothes on, so when I transformed back it wouldn't make sense if I had them, now would it?" Kakashi laughed and pointed to Hinata in Naruto's arms. "I suppose she saw you, that's why she's unconscious." Naruto twitched in anger along with blushed in embarrassment, causing Kakashi to laugh. How is she?" asked a voice just above Kakashi's laughing. Naruto turned to look into the traumatized eyes of Hyuga Hiashi. He lowered his head to look at her and said, "She's just fine. I swore on my Nindo that nothing would harm her." Only Hiashi's eyes expressed his relief, and the spark he had for a moment or two was back in his eyes, but maybe this time, it wouldn't die. Naruto looked down at Hinata and he remembered, her hands had been run through with kunai. He looked at her hands that had crossed on her stomach and found they were perfectly fine, not a scratch to be found. He found this odd but ignored it in favor of saying, "Kakashi, watch her along with Hiashi-sama and Neji. I have a few things to talk to the Hokage about." Kakashi nodded and accepted Hinata as Naruto took off in a blur of golden light, his direction being Hokage Tower. "You damn fox, how do I change back? What about my clothes? Damn it, answer me." Naruto screamed in his head, but all he got back in reply was complete and utter silence. "Don't make me sing that stupid song in my head over and over again to get you to talk," threatened Naruto. Naruto heard what sounded like a sigh in the words, "Kid, welcome to the big leagues." This caused Naruto to stop on the roof he had landed on and talk with the demon in his mind. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked in pure confusion. Naruto heard that sighing sound once again, and he heard Kyubai's voice ring. "5 tails, kid, I told you 5 tails and you got them." Kyubai chuckled a bit and said, "You know, I thought you'd become this. I was kind of hoping, not but apparently I don't get my wish." "What are you rambling about?" Naruto asked, even more confused than before. "Golden Kitsune," was Kyubai's solemn reply. "Golden? I thought you didn't know Kitsune coat colors," Naruto thought to Kyubai. "Well, I lied, kid. I know all about them, and this is the story. The Golden Kitsune is one of the highest ranked, right below the Celestial and Void Kitsune. Not many have made it to the road of the Golden Kitsune because they were selfish, and those who have, mostly died or were stripped of their tails for going against their own code. A Golden Kitsune is a Kitsune of protection. They protect with everything, even if it means their life," Kyubai said. "You took your first step in the 4-tailed stage when you promised to protect that girl. Then you decided to protect your old friend by not going full out with that drill attack. You attacked Itachi with full force when he harmed that girl. Then you protected that traitor friend by digging him out and taking on Itachi." Kyubai paused and took a deep breath. "What solidified your 5th tail was the healing of the girl's injuries both physically and mentally, and re-promising her nothing would harm her. That proved you were worthy of the golden coat. Congratulations, kid." Kyubai finished, leaving Naruto in stunned silence. "If you want to change back, it's as simple as a fox reality illusion. Just cast it on yourself into your fox form. This works both ways. On the clothes issue, just buy some and don't worry about it. They should shift with your form. I'll save the rest for tonight's training." With that said, Kyubai severed the link with Naruto and sat back to enjoy the show. Maybe I should have mentioned the human form Kitsune Senna. Naruto, after shaking off the shock of what Kyubai had just told him, decided that it would be best to find some clothes first. Oba-chan would see right through the henge. He rushed to his apartment and grabbed one of his orange and black suits, but not matter what he tried, they didn't fit worth a damn. "Oh damn it," he said to himself as he threw the last of his ripped black-orange jackets and pants into the pile. "I hate shopping," said Naruto as he produced the henge once again and exited his apartment. He decided to walk through the streets and let the villagers have a good scare. As he walked the streets, he heard many gasps and had many stares, but what made today odd was the glares of hate came only from the men. From every woman or girl he passed, they stared at him with the look of a predator. This made him more uncomfortable than the glare, so he hurried to the only ninja equipment and clothing store that allowed him to shop. When he entered, the girl at the counter immediately jumped up to help him. This had definitely never happened before, but he accepted the help and picked out a sleeveless black and orange shirt with black ninja pants and black sandals. He also grabbed a pair of special ninja fighting bandages and even a pair of red boxers. He sighed as he took the items and entered the changing room to try on his clothes. "What is up with all the girls today? It's like Sasuke all over again," Naruto muttered as he looked at the door before turning to the full-length mirror to take a look at himself. His eyes opened in surprise. This was definitely him. Looking back from the mirror above looked different. His muscles looked more toned, and overall he looked more cut. His hair also looked longer and more wild. The marks on his cheeks were wider and darker, but it gave him more of an exotic look than anything else. His eyes were a bright blue with slit pupils, but around the edges they were a brilliant golden shine. He had golden fox ears that were in place of his normal ears, and they added to his looks, along with the small size increase with his canines that were only noticeable when he spoke or smiled. Around his neck hung the collar Hinata had given him, and on the very tips of his fingers lay sharp-looking claws. He blinked a few times, confused at the older and better-looking version of himself. He raised his eyebrow and put his thumb under one of his tails, pulling it away from his hip and looking down. He had a smug smirk on his face as he let the tail wrap around his waist again. "Okay, Kyuubi-sensei, what is this?" "Not that I'm complaining, mind you, just what happened?" asked Naruto in his thoughts. Kyuubi chuckled and said, "The beauty of Kitsune seduction, kid. A demon has to look and be at his best for a potential mate." "Seduction?" asked Naruto nervously. "Oh crap." Naruto quickly threw on his new clothes and went to pay for them at the counter. He paid quickly, getting the same predatory look from the cashier girl. Then he took off in a swift sprint for the Hokage's office, not stopping for anything. Tsunade sat at her desk with one Uchiha Sasuke sitting before her, his hand wide and his eyes staring off into nothingness. "Sasuke," Tsunade said with a stern and to a point uncaring voice, "you are charged with several crimes against Konoha. Chief among them is defecting to the sound and attacking one of our own. Sasuke continued to stare at his hands right up until a fist landed a blow on the side of his head. "Earth to the last Uchiha," yelled Tsunade as she leaned back into her seat. "I'm sorry," Sasuke said with his head facing the ground. Tsunade looked at Sasuke skeptically and said, "A little late for that. I'm surprised Naruto trusted you enough to let you help him." "Why yes, oh my," Sasuke said as he looked to the side in shame. "You do realize that you are being held as a prisoner from the sound," Tsunade said as she put her chin in her hands. "Not if I already abandoned the sound," Sasuke said softly with a bit of hope in his voice. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow and Sasuke continued, "Orochimaru hit the 3-year mark. He called me into his office to have a meeting with me. When I arrived, his assistant Kabuto trapped me in a jutsu and held me still for Orochimaru's body transfer jutsu. I escaped Kabuto's jutsu with my curse seal's power and fled the sound. I think Orochimaru expected me back soon because of his curse seal, but during the years I have perfected a way to trump his mind control at the 2nd level stage. I have nothing to offer except my full services and my knowledge of the Sound Village." Sasuke finished with a bow in his seat. Tsunade blinked a few times in response to this and slightly smirked behind her hands. "2 villages and you betrayed them both. What makes you think we'd accept you so readily? Especially since we were one of those villages?" Tsunade asked with a serious tone. "Because I'm telling you to," sounded a voice from the walls. In an instant Naruto had leapt from his fox illusion in the wall and stood before both Tsunade and Sasuke in his half-formed glory. Sasuke blinked a few times at this new Naruto. He seemed so much different over time. Tsunade, on the other hand, was having a hard time keeping her eyes trained on Naruto's face and not his other features. Tsunade shook her head and closed her eyes. She heard that kitsunes lured you to them with their eyes or the swishing of their tails. It was their seduction at work. Tsunade took a deep breath and remembered that this was Naruto, the boy who reminded her so much of her younger brother. She smiled on the inside and looked at Naruto, his seduction powers useless to her will. "Oh, what right do you have to tell the Hokage anything, Naruto?" asked Tsunade with raised eyebrow. "'Cause I know Sasuke. I know he's telling the truth," Naruto said, coming to Sasuke's defense. "At the Valley of the End I swore that no matter what I would bring him back. Well, he's here now and nothing is going to make him leave." Tsunade looked from Naruto to Sasuke then back. She sighed and said, "Sasuke, you are now on probation until further notice with ANBU observation at all times. You will be ranked as a genin but only after completing community service by telling our chief strategist everything you know about the Sound Village. Afterwards you will be placed in a genin team and sent on missions until you pass the Chunin exam. Is that clear?" Naruto smiled broadly while Sasuke produced a small smile. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." With that he smiled to Naruto, who grinned back, happy to have his surrogate brother back. Tsunade cleared her throat and said, "Sasuke, if you don't mind, I have to have a word with Naruto. I believe my student Sakura is coming back from her mission today." Sasuke looked to the ground embarrassed but nodded and left quietly, closing the door behind him. Tsunade sighed and said, "Okay Naruto, what is this about?" Naruto gulped and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, but despite this he said it straight out, "I want to be moved into the Hyuga household permanently." In the dark cavern of the King of Hell, the remaining 6 members of a dark underground group stand and discuss the most important matter at hand. "Yeah, thighs is looking worse than when we started. I'm even missing one arm," said one member, his long bangs covering one of his eyes. "Yeah," angrily shouted a man with a large plant surrounding his head in a rough voice. "Naruto has easily defeated Kisame and together with Uchiha Sasuke they killed Itachi," said the same plant man with a softer and calm voice. "Silence," said one member, their bright red eyes staring down everyone into silence. "Our objection has changed with Uzumaki Naruto. He is no longer the Jinkajuri, he is the Biju. We must first strengthen our numbers, then obtain the fox by any means necessary." "Can Tobai be a member now?" asked the spiral-masked boy behind the plant man. "Quiet, Tobai," growled the plant man, but he then smiled and said with a much softer voice, "I don't see why not. We need the men." Tsunade raised both her eyebrows. "Wow, it's like that story I read just a few weeks ago." Tsunade shook her head and said, "Why would you want to move into that home, Naruto?" Naruto stared into Tsunade's eyes and said with confidence, "I never had a mom or dad when I was growing up. It was always just me and anything in my imagination. In the Hyuga house I feel like I have a family, one that looks completely different from me, yes, but it's still a family. It's my family and it's my duty to protect my family." Naruto blushed a bit as he continued with, "I also promised to Hiashi-sama and any gods that were listening that I would protect Hinata-chan. I do not intend on going back on my word." Tsunade smiled, "Just like the story. I'm not one to place you in a home at will, Naruto, especially after you have returned to human form. If you want to live there you have to ask Hiashi," Tsunade said as Naruto nodded. "Now about your transformation." Hinata lay in the world of dreams replaying what had happened over the last few moments. Her mind traveled back to what Itachi had shown her. It was a true nightmare in itself. Even though it only happened for a few minutes in her mind, it was hell to encounter. It had been a fine fall day with the sakura trees out in full bloom. The petals surround her as she watched a figure walk closer and closer to her. She smiled, recognizing the figure as Naruto. "Naruto-kun," she called, but it looked as if Naruto had just shrugged her off. She ran up to Naruto and looked into his face, seeing not her normal Naruto. This Naruto was dark, his eyes a deep red and his teeth so sharp and wild they were sticking out of his mouth. "And Naruto-kun?" asked Hinata as she backed up a few paces in fear of this evil-looking Naruto. Naruto smirked and said with a dark and demented voice, "What? Come to tell me that you love me? I couldn't care less about you. Die." With that said, Naruto raised up his clawed hand and brought it into a swift slash across Hinata's stomach. This was where the illusion ended, but Hinata found it so real, it was just too painful to bear. Hinata remembered the fear she felt when she had seen the fox Naruto approach her with a confused look in its face. She couldn't stop remembering the dark Naruto and she curled into a ball in fear. What if that wasn't an illusion? What if that was Naruto? She closed her eyes, too afraid to find out for sure. That's when she felt Naruto's warmth surround her and she panicked. She thrashed and scurried to get free from him, hoping he wasn't going to kill her. As she found there was no escape from his warm grasp, she realized he had no intention of harming her. He had not once constricted his tails to hold her in place. All he had done was try to calm her down with soft strokes on her back. As he once again promised her that no harm would come to her, she felt relaxed in his fur, the gold color and soft warmth giving her the feeling of security in his tails. She felt the pain in her hands slowly ebb away into nothingness and the broken ribs mend back into place without so much as a twinge of pain. She felt the pain and fear from her horrible illusion dissipate in this warm power that now held her. She opened her eyes to meet Naruto's, then almost got the worst nosebleed in the history of mankind due to Naruto's state of dress. Hiashi looked at his daughter lying in the bed by his side with a faint smile on his lips. She didn't run away. She faced Itachi and got caught in his horrible illusion world just as he and Neji had. He didn't know what she saw, but he knew what he saw was something he never wanted to repeat. The entire Hyuga house fell and it was his entire fault. The world of illusion showed him the internal bleeding of the Hyuga clan had been his fault, and it had killed the clan. A civil war erupted and Hiashi was the only one left. Hinata and Hanabi had died and now Neji faced him down. Hiashi found it hard to do, but he formed the seal of the curse and killed the last of the branch family. He was alone and the world seemed so cold. Hiashi shook his head to rid himself of the illusion. It was just an illusion, but it felt so real. Like memories playing in fast forward. Hiashi sighed and looked down at Hinata, began to trail from her nose down her upper lip, and as odd as he thought it was, he decided to get her a tissue to stop the bleeding. Neji sat staring into nothingness, remembering his illusion. Unlike the other two, his illusion had actually happened, and it had been much longer. His memories haunted him of that faithful day, and his hands trembled in rage as he thought of his seal activation. He sighed, remembering the words of Naruto when he pulled him from the darkness. His speech about there being no such thing as true fate, and his proving it with his victory. Neji sighed and decided to join Hiashi, maybe to get a few words between them to reduce the quiet tension. Tsunade blinked at the end of Naruto's explanation and sighed. "I just knew today was going to be a long day, I just knew it." "Well, it is on the noon," Naruto said as he looked at the clock on the wall. Tsunade groaned as a Chunin entered with news. "Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama to see you." Tsunade hit her head on the desk. "Perfect, just perfect." "Tsunade, how are Naruto? Is that you?" Jiraiya said with a large smile and good attitude as he entered Tsunade's office. "What are you so happy about, Oro-sanin?" asked Naruto, who got a bop on the head as a response. "What did I tell you about calling me that? Anyway, how are you? Looking good, I see. Must be driving the ladies wild," Jiraiya said with a perverted smirk, causing Naruto and Tsunade to scowl in response. "Jiraiya, what the hell are you here for?" Tsunade growled before Jiraiya continued with something that might get him pummeled. "Oh yeah," Jiraiya continued with as he quickly shifted to a gravely serious face. "Good news, bad news time. I got a tip that the Akatsuki are now completely focused on Naruto here. That's the bad news. So what the hell is the good news?" Tsunade asked angrily. Jiraiya smiled and said, "I also got a tip saying that due to Naruto killing Kisame and Itachi, they need to recruit members, which could take a long time, years even." Tsunade let out the breath she was holding and said with a monotone, "Great, we have a few years' time until the Akatsuki tries to massacre us for Naruto." Jiraiya's face went from a smile to a serious glare and he said, "Don't you understand? This gives us time. Now that Naruto has the body of Kiba, he'll have close to limitless power. With our army behind him, we can destroy the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. Naruto simply needs to gain all his tails, then we're golden. Hey, you know what I mean." Tsunade turned this over a few times before producing a wide grin and rising from her desk looking at Naruto. "What do you think, Naruto? You up for the challenge?" asked Tsunade. Naruto stood still for a moment. He had to gain all of his 9 tails in an unmeasurable amount of time to save his village from destruction. Oh, this was going to be sweet. "I quote, I'll do it," Naruto shouted in his patented way that made all worries and fears melt from the eyes of the unbelievers. Jiraiya smirked. Here was his student just as headstrong and damn near more powerful than his last. This was going to be fun. "Good to hear it, Naruto. Now on another note, any research material you have to share?" Jiraiya asked as he whipped out a pen and pad of paper. Minutes later, many people crowded around the streets where a charred and beaten legend lay after being thrown down hundreds of levels from the Hokage's office. After a quick and evasive goodbye, Oba-chan, Naruto ran to avoid the oncoming punch from Tsunade's legendary fist. He smiled to himself as he easily glided above many homes and business buildings. This was truly a new level of power. He had never felt so freely before. He was going to enjoy this as it lasted. Sitting in a tent on the outer grounds of the Hyuga mansion was one of the main house and one of the branch house, awaiting for the awakening of one main house girls. Maybe it was a good thing Hanabi was still at the academy. Hiashi looked to his side and saw Neji sit by him, his eyes trained on nothingness even as he looked down at Hinata. Kakashi says she'll be fine, she just needs her rest, Hiashi offered, but Neji just muttered an understanding and there was silence once again. I apologize, came Neji's voice beside him. During the first Chunin exams I came to hate the main family so much that I tried to kill Hinata. I learned the Kaiton and the other clan techniques without your consent. I trained under you, something the council looked down upon greatly. I blamed the main house for my father's death when it was his choice. I apologize. Hiashi nodded in understanding and said, you are forgiven, but it is I who should ask your forgiveness. Neji snapped out of his stupor. It was I who allowed the usage of the curse seal on the branch members. It was I who caused your deep hate for the main house. It was I who, despite my pleas, allowed my brother to go in my stead as a corpse. For that I apologize and vow that from this point on I will strive to correct my mistakes, more so than I have in the past, Hiashi finished with a deep sigh. It was true, Neji had noticed how Hiashi had always come from the meetings with the council with tired eyes and shaking his head. He had been trying to pass the banishment of the curse seal technique among other things, but the council ignored him. Over time he had given up and decided to rule as a father rather than a clan head. Neji noticed the subtle changes from him being the cold ruler of the clan to a father to Hinata and Hanabi and an uncle to himself. He no longer hated the main house, but he felt as if he still carried the sins of his hate on him. In a few simple words they were destroyed. You are forgiven, Neji said in a surprised tone as he gave a very slight smile to Hiashi. Hiashi returned his smile with a slight one of his own, that in itself thanks enough. Hey, I miss anything? Came a voice from outside the three Hyugas. Hiashi and Neji turned to see the same foxish smile they knew all too well as Uzumaki Naruto. This Naruto, however, was human with more noticeable foxish features to his body. His eyes, ears, teeth, claws, and tails were a dead giveaway from the start. His 5 golden tails swayed behind him as he held his messy golden-haired head with one hand while he smiled to the two Hyuga. Naruto, Neji and Hiashi asked in unison with confused looks, you look different. Naruto raised up his bandage-covered forearms and said, it's the bandages, isn't it? I knew it, I never wear bandages and they look so unnatural on me. But they were on sale and there was something special about them, I forgot what it was though. Hiashi and Neji looked to each other, the same thought in their heads, idiot. Naruto laughed and said, I'm kidding, yeah I know I look different. It's some kind of side effect from the Kitsune body. It's Kitsune. See, Naruto slowed to a stop, noticing who he was talking to, and quick thinking. It's Kitsune shape shifting. If a Kitsune is discovered by its tails while hiding them, they transform back and run away. I don't need to hide, so the rule doesn't apply to me. Neji and Hiashi were both skeptical but accepted nonetheless. Naruto shuffled a bit in his spot and said, hey, I've been meaning to ask a question. Hiashi looked at Naruto, who seemed nervous all of a sudden. Well, I don't really have any place to go now, and since I'm in human form, Tsunade wants me to go back to my apartment, but I never like it there, it's too cold and cramped. I wanted to know if maybe you have a spare spot for me in the branch house quarters. That is, if you'd let me move in. Hiashi translated Naruto's entire speech into one simple phrase, can I move in? Hiashi decided to debate this in his mind a bit before responding with a yes or no. He had heard from his youngest about her frequent run-ins with the demon fox boy and the illusions he used on her. That was a strike on his side. Naruto had been getting a bit too close to his older daughter as of late, that was strike 2. She had been happier than ever lately, ball 1. The branch members seemed to enjoy having the boy around, but that's most likely from Hanabi's illusion, hell, foul 1. Hinata has always been aching for a pet since she joined Team 8 because they all had animal counterparts, no comment on this one. Neji and Hinata, possibly even himself, had someone to spar with, ball 2. Hiashi mentally sighed, then decided to weight it with Naruto's more current actions. Naruto protected Hinata and to an extent all of the Hyuga like he would a family. The ball had now been pitched. He had gained his 5th tail, which allowed him even more power that would help guard the mansion from attack. The ball comes like a straight arrow. Then again, if Kiba were to attempt to take over, the mansion was doomed. Oh, the ball curves to the right and down. Naruto watched in confusion as Hiashi sat thinking intently while Neji sat next to his uncle, watching along with Naruto. Naruto then noticed a small disturbance in the girl behind both Hyuga clan members, and in an instant he was at the other side of the small cot looking down at the slowly seemingly awakening girl. Hiashi observed with some thoughts of Naruto does seem to protect her a lot. In fact, he acts like her own personal shield. Oh, too late, the bat has swung. Hinata-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked softly with fear on his face. Hinata shuffled, revealing all she was doing was moving in her sleep. Naruto sighed and he lay his tails on the cot, covering Hinata in their golden warm embrace. This simple action caused a content smile and sigh from the girl. Hiashi watched this, his thoughts along the line of Naruto as maybe overprotective. The ball and bat meet. Naruto slowly turned his head to face Hiashi, a serious look on his face. I told you I'd protect her from anything, even myself if necessary. I promise that protection over this entire home, on my word as a golden guardian Kitsune, I swear it. The ball has been struck and it is going, oh ladies and gentlemen, it is gone. Hiashi slightly smiled and said, Naruto, I believe we have an open bed for you anytime you wish. Naruto smiled at Hiashi, but this was different. Instead of his insanely happy smile, this was a soft, relieved-looking smile. Thank you, Hiashi-sama, Naruto said with a bow of his head. Sorry to interrupt this, but everything is clear. The home is open, and I suspect that since it's getting dark, you all go in for the night. It's been a long day, said the ANBU masked Kakashi as he poked his head in the tent. Hiashi nodded and stood quickly with Neji. Hiashi walked over to Hinata and picked her up from Naruto's tails. Even if he did swear to protect her, Hiashi still had the instincts of a father. Together they re-entered the Hyuga home, finding it relatively undamaged except for Hinata's room, of course. Hiashi thought a bit and decided that the extra room down the hall would be Hinata's until further notice. Naruto would just have to stay in the branch house on the grounds. Naruto agreed and with reluctance allowed Hinata to rest as he followed Neji to the branch house dorms. Naruto found that the rooms were meant to hold a number of the branch house members. Since in the attack a few branch house members had unfortunately been killed, Neji had an open bed in his room. Neji helped Naruto move his extensive collection of scrolls from his apartment to the storage closet in the large room. Neji would occasionally ask Naruto about the scrolls, but other than that they didn't say much between them. Why is it you wish to stay here? Asked Neji as Naruto placed the final scroll on his stack. Asked Naruto, you're asking why a five-tailed kitsune, after vowing to protect this place and all who inhabit it, is asking to stay here. Apparently all that teaching from Kiba was rubbing off on Naruto. Neji glared at Naruto with his pupil-less white eyes and said, no, I want to know why the boy who once painted the faces of the Hokage wants us to house him. Naruto smirked dissolved and said, do you know what it's like to have no family whatsoever? To grow up never knowing why kids look up at their parents with such joy. Naruto laughed a bit to himself as he sat on the bed designated as his. I suppose since it wouldn't affect the matter in the least, Naruto, you know the history of the Kyuubi. Neji then proceeded to rattle off what he knew about the Kyuubi attack. Yeah, just like everyone else. Let me fill in some missing pieces for you. The fourth couldn't kill the Kyuubi, only seal it, so he sealed the demon into a newborn baby. Its umbilical cord would have to have just been cut so its chakra circulatory system wouldn't be developed yet, Naruto said as Neji listened in rapt attention. He sealed the Kyuubi in the child and died in the process. The Hokage forced everyone to take a vow of secrecy about the children so no one, not even the boy, would know about it. The child carried the demon around for several years, not knowing for a long time until someone broke the taboo and told the boy. From then on he never told a soul until the demon attempted to escape. He had to tell someone. Naruto sighed and noticed the look of understanding in Neji's eyes. I take it you get where I'm going with this? Naruto said dejectedly. Neji nodded and said, in the Chunin exams, when we fought, I looked into your chakra system and saw something. I'd be willing to guess it was the demon fox. Naruto nodded. At that point the fox would sometimes give me chakra to fight with. Now I have its body and along with it all its powers. Naruto said this so freely because he knew at least Hinata would accept him into this home. This was nowhere near as painful the second time around. In fact, it felt somewhat natural now. Maybe it was because Neji had probably already seen the demon, or maybe it was because he didn't really care. I warn you, if you attempt to turn on this family I will kill you, Neji said with dead seriousness. Naruto calmly looked to the Hyuga prodigy and said, I already vowed to protect this clan with my life. Neji stared stone-faced at Naruto and said, if I was listening correctly, you said you would protect Hinata and this home. Naruto blinked a bit, then his cheeks turned red. Whatever, he said as he grabbed his covers and turned over to fall asleep. Night, roommate. Neji rolled his eyes and went to his own bed to sleep. Maybe a good night of rolling this over in his head and resting would make him accept the situation more. Naruto fell into the realm of dreams and with it came his lesson with Kyuubi. Kyuubi-sensei, I'm here, called Naruto as he strode into his mind, his body the form of a half-human. His senses jumped and suddenly he ducked, barely missing an attack from the smaller five-tailed kitsune. Kyuubi skidded to a stop behind him and laughed. Good night, kid, ready for your lesson? Kyuubi asked as he walked over to the completely alert Naruto. You almost decapitated me, yelled Naruto in his mind. You'll need to be at your best for this training, kid. It'll take stamina, a good mind, and some time, but I'm sure you'll get it, Kyuubi said as he took a deep breath and began to wave his tails back and forth. What is it? Asked Naruto as he watched Kyuubi's movements. First is your eyes, kid. You have a kitsune's eyes now and a guardian's to boot. You'll need to get used to and train them, but in the meantime, Kyuubi thrust one of his tails forward and from it shot a bolt of lightning. Naruto's eyes snapped open and on pure instinct the golden edges of his blue eyes began to glow and the world around Naruto slowed. He saw the bolt coming and he dodged to the side just in time to miss it. Naruto landed on his back as the bolt hit the ground and dispersed into nothingness. Welcome to the next level, kid, Kyuubi said as he began to rub his tails together once again. The morning after Naruto had told Neji about what he had carried for so long and what he was now, Neji took to it pretty well. He didn't hold the hate for Naruto as had many others, but he was a bit more weary around him more than normal. Naruto accepted this, saying it was better than hate. Naruto, after his breakfast of ramen, rushed down the halls of the complex in his human form. He felt a tad bit uncomfortable with the branch house females looking him over and even worse swearing he saw one that had the Byakugan active and blushing like mad. He pushed it to the back of his mind and went directly to Hinata's room. Naruto sighed to himself and sat down on a chair next to her bed watching her sleep peacefully, wishing he could wake her and tell her how good of a job she did. Naruto watched and waited, his mind strolling over random things. The ramen was good this morning. I think the cook did something special to it. Hinata-chan looks happy. She's kinda cute when she's sleeping. Wait. No. Bad Naruto. Naruto thought as he began to smack his forehead with his fist. Naruto-kun, asked a quiet voice beside him. He stopped hitting his head and looked down at the girl on the bed, a smile on her face as she looked at him. He smiled back and said, Hinata-chan, you're awake. Hinata nodded as she sat up in her bed, finally getting an unblurry picture of Naruto into her mind. Hinata blinked a few times before a deep blush spread on her face and she turned away, attempting to keep it hidden. Hinata-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked as he carefully held his hand to her head. You don't feel sick? Hinata blushed even deeper at the contact. His hand, it's so warm, and his body. Hinata's thoughts began to lead into deeper things, one involving Naruto, and the Byakugan causing her to blush even darker. I am fine, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a soft voice and a slight smile. Naruto was cautious but smiled back and nodded his head. This is the perfect opportunity, thought Hinata as she looked into Naruto's smiling face. Naruto-kun, asked Hinata. Naruto looked at her with a questioning gaze and she continued with, Aya wanted to know if her stutter began to get worse, and she looked down at her hands, fidgeting with her fingers. And Hinata looked to her hands that were fidgeting quickly, but suddenly she saw the hand placed over her own. She looked up at Naruto, who simply smiled at her in response. Hinata looked at Naruto, then his hand on hers, and shook out of her stupor, quickly rushing out the words, would you like to go on a picnic with? Naruto blinked a few times and retracted his hand, much to Hinata's dismay. Here it comes, Hinata thought sadly. Could you say that a little slower? Asked Naruto as he scratched the back of his wild hair. Hinata gulped and said, I asked if you wanted to go with me on a pea picnic. Naruto blinked, then smiled wide, saying, yeah. Just remember to make some of those rice balls like the last time. They were awesome. Hinata smiled and nodded. Sure, Naruto-kun. Sweet. When are we going? Naruto asked with a scratch to the back of his head. Tea this afternoon, offered Hinata, to which Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, that sounds good. Well, you'll want to get a shower and dressed and stuff, so I'll see you later, Hinata-chan. Noon at the front door, okay? Bye, said Naruto as he reluctantly stood and exited the room. Hinata had to force herself to look away from him lest she use the Byakugan for inappropriate means. Sasuke wandered the streets of Konoha trying to remember everything he could, but this was all such a blur. For the past several years of training under Orochimaru, he had slowly forgotten what Konoha looked like, what it felt like, how it smelled. He remembered how back in the Sound the days were almost always cloudy and it was always cold. Here it felt warm and the sky was sunny save for the few clouds hanging overhead. He sighed as he felt the presence of his doppelganger, the ANBU that had tailed him almost every hour of the day. Yesterday had been quite an interesting day since it had been his fifth day back. He had been rushing through the streets of Konoha, being the victim of many people's glares and even some who called out for NBU to get the traitor. He ignored these and focused on his target, the front gate where all ninja who recently completed an out-of-village mission gathered. He landed at the gate just in time to run into Sakura and her new team. It seemed like a 16-minute staring contest, but in the end he got something that greatly resembled Guy and Lee. Sakura walked up to him, slapped him quite hard, then hugged him and cried into his uniform. He was never one that was good with comforting, and with his brains rattled from the slap, all he could do was awkwardly wrap his arms around her in a confused hug. After a bit of crying, she demanded to know what had happened and how he got back. He explained everything with Naruto, Itachi, the Hyuga mansion attack. He told her everything. He smiled to himself as she, like she did when they were first assembled as Team 7, asked him out on a date. He rolled his eyes, but just for sport he accepted. He had to admit it was fun hearing what had happened while he was away, but he didn't have many funny stories. Of course there was the Kabuto to Pants incident, but that was completely irrelevant. They parted ways and he went to his apartment to rest for the night. He woke up in the morning and decided to take a walk around the village to remember what he had forgotten. He reached out once again to Fell. He had two ANBU tailing him, and in an instant both of them were gone. This was his chance. He disappeared at top speed, his goal being the northern wall. Once he was where no one could see him, he quickly pulled out a summoning scroll, and in an instant he had a small flashing beacon and a carefully written scroll. He tied the beacon to the scroll, and with a running start he launched the scroll over the far north wall, far from the prying eyes of the ANBU, tower guards, and even the Hokage. He watched as the scroll sailed in the air and at the last second was caught mid-air by a large bird who swiftly turned north, flying off at the speed of sound. Hinata looked at herself in the full-length mirror of her temporary room, mentally judging herself as she looked in the mirror. Did she look good enough for him? She knew he had to be the best-looking guy in Konoha. Her mind drooled at the thought of him, but she kept herself poised and sighed. This was the best it was going to get. She quickly ran her longer hair once through with her brush, grabbed the picnic basket, then headed to the front door. Naruto sighed happily as he lay on his bed. He had just come from a good shower. It felt so good to be cooling off after a hot water experience. He felt his hair and found it was already dry, and that same went for his tails. Maybe the natural kitsune fire element did have its advantages. He stretched, then got dressed in a clean version of his new outfit, quickly hand-brushing his hair before leaving for the front door of the main house. Hinata stood by the door looking down the halls for Naruto to make his usual sudden appearance. She sighed after a few minutes of waiting. He didn't come. Maybe he changed his mind, she thought sadly, when suddenly a knock on the door shocked her from her thoughts. I don't think father has any appointments to see anyone today, thought Hinata as she slowly opened the door to find Naruto standing there with a foxy smile on his face. Hey Hinata-chan, ready to go? He asked. All Hinata could muster past her blush and stutter was a nod. Naruto smiled and said, great. I'm thinking of a place for us to go, unless you have anything in mind. Hinata shook her head and said with a shy smile, I'm sure it'll be wonderful, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and stepped away from the door, bowing while saying, ladies first. He held the door open as he let Hinata leave first, and as he left he could almost swear that he felt a pair of eyes on him. He turned and just barely caught a glimpse of dark hair disappear around the corner. He shook it out of his head and left, leaving the branch house woman who had seen him with Hinata to go spread rumors. Naruto walked down the street with Hinata next to him like he did every other day. Same glares of hate from the men, same hungry stares from the women. He was feeling really uncomfortable with this. He could even swear something big was going to happen in the next few minutes. He kept it together though, just so Hinata wouldn't need to worry. Hinata was walking shyly alongside Naruto, her hands clutching the handle of the picnic basket in front of her while her eyes were transfixed on the ground a few steps ahead of her. With time she was looking up and at the people around her and Naruto. She would see the men's dark glares at Naruto and she felt a twinge of pain. Why did they look at Naruto like that? It was a question she could never figure out. Her eyes once or twice caught a glimpse of the women staring at Naruto. All those predatory looks filled her with an uncharacteristic anger. It made her eye twitch and a threatening growl build up in her throat. It was her day with Naruto, damn it. All those harpies could find their own guy, Naruto was hers. Then something happened that Naruto and Hinata would never forget. They felt the earth tremble, they heard the people scream, they felt the impending doom breathing down their necks. Naruto and Hinata turned to see a large group of girls, 3 of them carrying a sign that read, Foxy Fan Club. Oh holy crap, Naruto said as he watched the mob of girls running toward him. Naruto quickly made the cross-shaped hand seal and in an instant a dozen Narutos appeared in a massive puff of smoke, then disappeared in random directions, leaving the Foxy Fan Club to scatter to find the true Naruto. Hinata blinked and watched this all happen, leaving her head to drop in disappointment. Naruto-kun just took off like that without saying goodbye. Hinata sighed and started the lonely walk home until she saw something completely out of place. Leaning on the wall of a building was a healthy and luscious green leaf. Hinata blinked a few times in confusion. The leaves didn't fall off the trees for a few weeks and this one looked perfectly healthy. In a large puff the leaf disappeared and in its place stood Naruto, a relieved smile on his face. Phew, got those girls off my tails for a while. Let's get going, Hinata-chan, before they figure out all my clones were just clones, Naruto said as he grabbed Hinata's hand and led her to the spot he picked in a hurry. Hinata smiled at Naruto's quick thinking and blushed as Naruto grabbed her hand. She tried her best to keep up with his swifter pace without spilling their lunch. All the way there they were holding hands. Hinata slowly got over her blushing until it felt more than natural to have Naruto's hand holding hers, cradling it in its warm embrace. Now Naruto may be an idiot at times, but he does have his moments. This just happened to be one of those moments. Hinata-chan hasn't pulled her hand back yet. Maybe she know we're friends, just friends. Besides, she probably hasn't noticed. Not that I want her to or anything, it's just to, oh god, this mental conversation is over. Naruto dismissed his thoughts and concentrated on the path to the picnic area. Hyuga snickered to himself in his more than comfortable cage. Since he had been stripped of his body, the open cage seemed much larger than before. It also seemed since the kid, as he referred to Naruto as, had his body, the place seemed to be more clean. Less like a holding cell and more like a permanent hotel room. No mints on his pillows, but hell, it was better than the dank and smelly cage he was used to. The kid is clueless, as usual, Kyuubi laughed to himself as he watched the world through Naruto's eyes. Makes me wonder, Kyuubi mused as he lay in the back of his room, what would happen if a guardian's eyes and the Byakugan were to mix in the gene pool. Kyuubi chuckled to himself and resumed looking through Naruto's eyes. We need a name for it, by the way. Naruto slowed his pace to walking when they reached the field-like outskirts of the village, and Naruto smiled. He loved this place. It was the only place he could train in peace, and at any time of the day it was beautiful. He led Hinata by the hand to the ridge of a small hill and turned to face her with a smile. Here we are, he said as Hinata looked around. This place is beautiful, thought Hinata, and she was right. The hill was on the upper slope of the village, and because of that it caught a lot of the sun's rays, making it a beautiful place to sun nap. It looked over a large amount of the village, creating a small picturesque scene of the village and the Hokage monuments. She looked up to the sky, and the few clouds in the sky occasionally cast shadows on the village but were quickly vanquished by the powerful sun. Let's get eating, Naruto said as he let go of Hinata's hand, much to both their reluctance. Hinata set up the small picnic as Naruto laid down on the grass and pulled a Shikamaru. He watched the clouds pass by. When Hinata finished the setup, she called Naruto over and he jumped up, ready for some of Hinata's wonderful cooking. They ate and talked, both enjoying the other's company. It was just like when he was stuck in fox form, they would just sit and talk. By the end of their conversations, Hinata's stutter dissolved and she talked as normal as possible, albeit softly, but still it was without a stutter. However, these little talks never really stuck, and the next day her nervous stutter was back again. Today her stutter seemed to be gone quite quickly and they just talked and laughed. Hinata telling stories about what happened when Naruto was away and Naruto telling more stories of when he was with Jiraiya. So the pervert runs into the bathroom and yells, "Naruto, you little ass. Why did you paint all over my face? Oh man, the idiot didn't even check to see if there was a genjutsu on the restroom signs." Naruto said as Hinata giggled softly. "Naruto-kun, you shouldn't pull pranks on your teacher like that." Hinata laughed out softly. "Hey, Ro-sanin deserves it," was Naruto's smiling reply. Hinata giggled and reached for one of the rice balls that sat on the small handkerchief. At that same moment, Naruto reached for another rice ball, causing their hands to meet in the middle. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other, then quickly retracted their hands, both blushing and turning away in some way or another. "How," Naruto said while brushing back his wild hair with his hand, trying to think of something to say. "When did you learn Kaiten?" he asked in curiosity. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now he was interested. He never did figure out how she learned it, and he never thought to ask until now. "When you left, I trained more," she offered as a simple answer, but she saw Naruto wasn't buying the short explanation. "I asked father to teach me, but he refused. Then Neji offered his help and taught me. He made me swear not to tell father because it was sacrilege for a main house member to learn from a branch house member," Hinata said. Naruto smiled and said, "Well, I think that little problem will be taken care of really soon." Hinata raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" Naruto laughed. "I just have a feeling, Hinata-chan." Naruto took a large bite from a freshly acquired rice ball as Hinata just looked at him confused until she dismissed it. "Was it worth questioning when you're with Naruto-kun?" Naruto and Hinata finished off the rest of the picnic and headed for home. Neither had noticed that they had spent the whole day on their picnic. Naruto was on high alert due to the Foxy fan club, but it seemed that those clones really did their job well. Naruto and Hinata walked next to each other, closer than before but with no hands connecting the space between them. Soon they were both standing in front of the massive Hyuga main house mansion. Hinata and Naruto stopped, but it was Naruto who said something first. "Hey, Hinata-chan," he asked in a softer voice than his normal boisterous voice. Hinata looked to Naruto with her pale violet orbs in question, and Naruto continued. "I've had something on my mind all day, and well, why did you ask me on the picnic today?" Naruto asked with his eyes rarely meeting Hinata's. "I really like spending tea time with you, Naruto-kun," Hinata said, showing impressive control over her stuttering voice. Naruto blushed, but she wasn't finished. "You are also an inspiration. You were changed into a fox and gained enough strength to change back, well, almost." Hinata blushed heavily at those words and had to look away so not to use the Byakugan. It was getting harder and harder to resist. "See, can I ask you something, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked as she continued to look away from Naruto, though her blush had subsided well. "Yeah, no problem, Hinata-chan," Naruto said in his new softer voice. Hinata thought for a second, then turned to look Naruto in the eye, her own pale violet meeting his golden-edged cerulean. "Why did you say yes?" Naruto was stunned for a second but then smiled softly. "I like spending time with you too, Hinata-chan. You listen even if I tell some stupid stories. You're the nicest person I know." Naruto smiled wider as he watched Hinata blush and turn her face away, but still periodically looked at Naruto from the side of her eyes. "Besides, if I didn't have someone like you in my corner, how else would—" His voice broke off for a second until he finished with, "How else could I have gotten stronger?" Naruto wrapped his arms around Hinata in a soft and warming hug. "You're awesome, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as he hugged her. Naruto hugged her with a smile on his face as he lay his head in her dark hair, slowly feeling her return the hug. "When did this happen, God? When am I ever given a clue on things? When did I start to like Hinata-chan?" he thought with a mental sigh. Hinata reveled in Naruto's warm embrace as she returned the hug with one of her own. This was pretty damn close to what her version of heaven was, and she was going to enjoy this as much as possible. "Naruto-kun, please never let this end," thought Hinata, but as usual she didn't get her wish. Naruto slowly and reluctantly separated himself from Hinata, leaving the both of them feeling cold. "You should be getting inside, Hinata-chan. Your father's probably wondering where you are," Naruto said with a sad smile. Hinata nodded sadly and slowly opened the door to walk inside. "Good night, Naruto-kun," Hinata said with a shy smile. "Good night, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as he returned the smile and left to go to the branch house dormitories. Naruto smiled and was in his own private paradise as he walked into the branch home. It didn't matter if everyone was looking at him oddly. Nothing mattered at all. He had just had a great day. Nothing was going to break it. Naruto came a soothing voice from behind him. He blinked and turned just in time to catch a glimpse of a fist flying at his face. "Hokage-sama, I brought the captain," said the ANBU member as he disappeared in a blur, leaving behind the captain of the ANBU and the Hokage. "Kakashi, how goes the Sasuke observation period?" asked Tsunade with a gravely serious look on her face. Kakashi's visible eye twitched for a second until he calmed his silent anger. "He has been acting strange," Kakashi confessed with a solemn look in his eyes. "He spends a good portion of his time writing in a scroll, but he's incredibly careful. He always closes it when I attempt to see what he has written. He's keeping tabs on me like I am on him." Tsunade sighed and said, "Bring him in, I have a few questions for him." Uchiha Sasuke. Many people knew the name and many people know what befell his clan. However, not many knew how it affected him. Not many knew how deeply he was pushed that fateful night and how far he would go to kill the one responsible. Uchiha Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha literally now. Not many knew why, not many knew how, but almost all knew he was back. Now he was sitting in his old teammate's favorite food stop, a sign hanging outside calling for a going out of business sale. Sasuke smirked to himself as he read the sign. Naruto was the only way this guy stayed in business. Well, maybe he'll help the old man and young girl along. I'll have a bowl, pork. The old man nodded thankfully and began to make the bowl with Godspeed. Sasuke crossed his hands in front of his face in his patented thought look. He had recently killed his brother, rejoined Naruto and Sakura separately, rejoined Konoha and threw them to the snake. Good riddance. If they weren't dumb enough to trust him, maybe they would have seen this coming. Maybe he was spending too much time with that snake Sannin. Ramen's ready, sir, said the old man as he slid the bowl to Sasuke. Yeah, Sasuke said, tossing his money on the counter, then proceeded to eat his bowl. More thoughts plagued him as he ate. Why did he feel this sudden feeling? Why did he feel this stomach-clenching feeling? Hey Sasuke-kun, came a voice from the entrance of the ramen shop. Sasuke turned his gaze and found that it was the pink-haired girl from his old team. Sakura, Sasuke said in acknowledgement. I never thought I'd find you here, she said as she sat down next to him. Then why are you here? Asked Sasuke, purposely not looking at her. I was hungry besides with Naruto AWOL, this place could use all the help it could get, Sakura said before she placed her order of vegetable ramen. From there the two began talking like old friends again. Sakura laughing and Sasuke smirking and chuckling. Sasuke, why did you leave? Asked Sakura from nowhere. Sasuke stared into his bowl of ramen, running over the reasons, his mind screaming at him to tell her everything. I needed more power, Sasuke said simply and coldly as he finished his bowl. Sasuke, Sakura said in a pleading voice, but Sasuke had already stood up and stormed out of the shop, leaving Sakura to stare at his back sadly. Why did I go? Sasuke questioned himself as he walked to his apartment. I needed to get stronger. I killed my brother, but at what cost? I need to stop thinking like this, Sasuke thought, but he was reminded of his mission, his orders incident. Sasuke, said the darkness radiating snake Sannin. Yes, Orochimaru, asked Sasuke, obviously still holding no respect in his teacher. I have a mission for you. You will be going to Konoha, you are to gain their trust, then you are to map out all of Konoha and send it back through Bird. When that is accomplished, you are to stay in Konoha awaiting further instruction. Is that clear? Said Orochimaru as Sasuke bowed. I understand, Orochimaru, Sasuke said as he stood and turned. Good, go see Kabuto about your equipment, Orochimaru said as he walked away from the young Uchiha. Yes sir, Sasuke said with a quiet growling tone. He hated Kabuto, always had, always will. Sasuke walked down the halls of the Hokage Tower until he reached the equipment room. Inside he saw the white flash of hair and shine of a pair of glasses and knew who it was. Kabuto, Sasuke said angrily as he entered the room. Oh Sasuke, how nice to see you, Kabuto said with a slightly twitching eye. Sasuke grabbed everything he needed and was ready to leave until he heard Kabuto say, so how does it feel, Sasuke? You get to betray the same village twice. You betrayed them just as Orochimaru did, was Sasuke's cool rebuttal. I was not a native of Konoha, although I was raised there, said Kabuto with a smirk. That made no sense, Sasuke said with a skeptical look. All right, Vessel, said Kabuto, be sure to say hi to Naruto. I'm sure you and him have plenty of catching up to do after you almost killed him. Sasuke twitched and formed several hand seals in a flash. Okay, helmet head, you asked for it. Sasuke jumped rooftop to rooftop with a satisfied smirk on his somewhat beaten-looking face. Oh, this was sweet, far sweeter than he hoped it to be. Far behind him, hanging from the lowest corner of Hokage Tower, was Kabuto. His shirt has been pulled over his head and his hands and arms had been tied with it. Around his ankles were his pants, showing the bright pink boxers he wore underneath. On Kabuto's stomach was a bullseye made up of shuriken. Orochimaru just happened to be leaving Hokage Tower, and he just happened to look up as he did, just to check the weather, of course. What Orochimaru said as he saw a depanced Kabuto hanging from Hokage Tower by his shirt. Sasuke reached his apartment and it was near sundown. He knew that this was the end of a day rare to be in the coming weeks. A day of complete peace. Orochimaru would invade, he would conquer, and Sasuke would be his key. Sasuke came a voice behind him just as he reached the door to his apartment. Sasuke turned his head to look at the ANBU standing behind him. The Hokage wants to speak with you. Sasuke nodded and turned. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed and he said, I am not you, sensei, nor am I your friend. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Sasuke to go to Hokage Tower immediately. Naruto's golden-edged irises began to glow and the fist slowed to where Naruto could dodge it. As Naruto turned away, he could see the arm was faintly glowing, then with a bright spark the glowing ceased and the arm returned to the fighter's side. Naruto's eyes returned to their normal dormant state and he realized who had attacked him. Neji, what the hell was that for? Naruto asked in confusion rather than anger. Neji slid into the traditional Juken stance and answered with a volley of precise and even deadly strikes. Naruto blinked and just like before his eyes glowed, slowing the world around him and allowing him to easily dodge the attacks. They even gave a clearer outline of the chakra Neji was putting into the strikes. I really need a name for this, Naruto said as he watched Neji's palm go by his face in almost slow motion. With one last dodge, Naruto grabbed Neji's wrist and twisted it until it was behind his back. Using his tails he wrapped Neji's other arm and his legs so he was completely immobile. "Okay Neji, what is this all about?" Naruto asked as he held Neji's arm behind his back. Neji growled out, befouling Hinata and breaking the trust Hiashi-sama placed in you. Naruto's entire face turned a ghastly white and Neji took this opportunity using a quick chitin to throw Naruto off himself. Naruto slammed into a wall but was cushioned on reflex by his 5 tails. Neji took a deep breath and slid into a very familiar attack stance. "You're in range of my divination field." Hinata was almost dancing on air as she walked to her room in the Hyuga mansion. She just had the most wonderful day with Naruto-kun and no one had dared to disturb them. He said that he liked spending time with her. She had an experience with what could only be described as heaven. "Today was a great day. Hinata-san, Hiashi-sama requests your presence in his office," said a branch house member that had just bowed to her. Hinata froze. Okay, her day just had a severe turn downhill. Hinata slowly trod the hall down to her father's study. This was not good. He never requested her in his office unless it was to scold her for something she had done wrong that shamed the clan. She quietly slid the door open to find Hiashi sitting calmly at his study, his tired eyes scanning a scroll set before him. He rubbed his tired eyes then turned his head up to look at his daughter in the door. "Ah Hinata, come in," he said as he swiftly rolled the scroll up and placed it on the ground next to where he was seated. Hinata nodded nervously and entered, taking a seat before her father. "Hinata, I've been hearing a few rumors from the branch house members. Care to explain them?" Hiashi said as he picked up his cup of tea and took a sip. What rumors, father?" Hinata asked in fearful confusion. "The most common is of you and Naruto betting together," Hiashi said, causing Hinata's face to burn red to the roots of her hair. What?" Hinata asked with wide eyes. "Oh yes, amusing story. Care to explain?" Hiashi asked with a serious stare. "I never be betted with Naruto-kun," Hinata said, her blush and a slight nervous stutter still present but much more diluted and a serious glare on her face. "Naruto-kun and I just went on a picnic today. And nothing happened," Hinata said, knowing she just said something she probably shouldn't have. Hiashi stared for a few moments until his lips turned upwards in a small smile. "That's good to hear, Hinata. Getting out of your shell, I see. Well, I suppose I should talk to Hideko about those rumors she's been spreading." "You're free to go, and if you see Hideko, send her in, please. Thank you." Hinata blinked in confusion. "That's all, father." Hiashi nodded and picked up the scroll he had put on the floor before and laid it on the short table set before him. "I don't see anything wrong with it. Besides, a young girl like you should be getting on more dates," Hiashi said as his eyes dropped to the scroll he had. Hinata blushed as Hiashi continued. "You know your mother and I, we didn't have an arranged marriage. Oh, the council hated the fact I married someone from outside the clan, but all the intermarriage just didn't seem right to me." Hinata blinked in confusion. She didn't have that many solid memories of her mother, but she could remember that was a very kind person, always having a treat for her and a bottle for the baby Hanabi. She always wondered why her and Hanabi's eyes were a little darker and different shade than the rest of the Hyuga clan. "Your mother was a very beautiful and kind person, Hinata. You remind me of her. Now you should be going. I have to revise this scroll as soon as possible," Hiashi said as he read the scroll with an ink brush at the ready. "Yes, father," Hinata said as she left in a hurry. Hiashi smiled and with a few quick strokes of his ink brush the scroll was revised. He closed the scroll with a sense of accomplishment as he read the title on the edge, "The Cursed Seal." Naruto's eyes slowed the world and the strikes Neji threw still came like flashes of lightning. Naruto barely had time to dodge and a few times he did get a good hit or two. When Neji's attack stopped and Naruto returned to the world of normal moving objects, Neji was exhausted and Naruto's right arm and left abdomen felt numb and useless. "I'm telling you," Naruto huffed. "Apparently the slowing of the world really ate up chakra. I didn't do anything with Hinata-chan." Neji scowled and despite his chakra drainage he prepared for another powerful attack. "Fine, you don't believe me," Naruto said as he began to wave his tails back and forth, taking great care to rub them together. Neji watched the spectacle in confusion and the next thing he knew he was on his back, his head throbbed, and he tasted copper. "Damn it," he said as he sat up. He slowly opened his eyes and took a look around, finding he was in his and Naruto's room. Oddly enough, the world had a blue tint to it. He put a hand on his head and rubbed his temples, attempting to quell the headache that threatened to split his head in two. "You're awake," came a voice from across the room from him. He turned his now light-sensitive eyes to the voice, finding Naruto sitting on his own bed. "However, to some point you deserve this, you know," Naruto said with a smug smirk. "You asked," Neji grumbled but decided against the impending fight in favor of lying back on his bed and closing his eyes. "I told you I didn't do anything to Hinata-chan. I don't know what made you think that, but it's a lie. I wouldn't do anything with her without marriage. I have at least some honor," Naruto said as he lay on his own bed. "What the hell did you hit me with?" Neji groaned out in pain, accepting whatever Naruto had just said. Naruto snickered and said, "Kitsune Reiku, the effects should wear off in a little while." "Reiku, since when did you learn electricity?" Neji asked while he continued to massage his temples. "Since the other day when I gained my 5th tail. Didn't you notice how fast I was moving earlier?" Naruto said plainly. Neji had noticed and hell he had been pissed. It looked like the idiot easily dodged him too, like he was moving faster than the world. "How did you dodge my attacks?" asked Neji, holding his head and looking out with a squinted eye at Naruto. It's my." Naruto paused, his face contorted in thought until he opened his eyes and grinned. "It's my Kitsunegen." How long did it take you to think that up? Neji said with a one-eyed glare. 2 seconds. Why? Naruto asked, causing Neji's returning thought to surface again. Idiot. Try and think of something better, Neji groaned. Yeah, seriously kid. Tsunade. What is that? Screamed Kiba in Naruto's mind. Whatever, Night Neji, Naruto said as his tail reached over and flicked off the light. Night Fox, just keep it down, Neji said as he turned over and fell asleep face down in his bed. Naruto lay on his back staring at the ceiling and thinking until he slowly fell into the world of dreams and the training from Kyuubi. Naruto landed on the ground on his hands and feet after freshly dodging a drilling electrical attack from his sensei. Very good, Naruto, Kyuubi complimented quickly before he drove his tails into the ground of the tunnel. Naruto's eyes shot open and in an instant he was on the ground doubled over in pain. But electricity can travel through the ground, Naruto. We're not all here right now, are you kid? Kyuubi asked, trotting over to the slowly recovering boy. I'm fine, Kyuubi-sensei, let's keep going, Naruto said as he jumped up and slowly forced chakra into his eyes, making the world slow down little by little. Kyuubi jumped back but not quickly enough to miss being singed by a burst of fire, mixed with electricity that Naruto had just thrown. Shaking it off, Kyuubi raised his tails and predictably Naruto jumped, leaving him in the open air for Kyuubi to send a large wave of electricity and fire at him. Naruto was hit with the full brunt force of the attack and was sent careening into the far wall of the cage. Kyuubi sighed and tapped his tails on the ground. Kid, you're not concentrating, Kyuubi said as Naruto limped his way out of the darkness of Kyuubi's cage. Could it have anything to do with that Hyuga girl? Naruto glared at Kyuubi and growled, shut up you dumbass fox. Kyuubi's eyes opened in shock. This boy really does get defensive, I should warn him. Kyuubi cleared his throat and said, I suggest you don't do things like that, kid. A kitsune gains its tails by either proving its worth or bringing honor and fortune to its family. Right now you're gaining tails in record time and that's good. But insulting your master, not honorable, and you could get a tail revoked. Naruto sighed and bowed. I apologize, Kyuubi-sensei. Can we get off the subject now? Yeah, let's get working, kid, Kyuubi said with very slight worry for the kid. He had never seen the kid so distracted, but he could understand it. The kid had never known love. He had never known any greatly deep feeling other than hate. Sure, he had good friendships and crushes like with that Sakura girl, but he hadn't known what he was feeling now. He had a hard time dealing with it and he had an awkward time having it returned. Kyuubi smiled to himself. He knew what to get the kid going. I have new jutsu for you, Kyuubi said, and in a snap Naruto had taken the bait. New jutsu, Naruto said with his insane grin once again. Kyuubi almost laughed. Good to have the kid back in high spirits. He was such a sucker for new jutsu. Sasuke looked up as he approached the great Hokage Tower of Konoha and unconsciously compared it to the odd Hokage Tower of the Sound. Odd Hokage Tower is taller but Hokage Tower is wider, he thought as he dropped his head to look directly in front of him. Sasuke coolly walked past the intern who didn't even bother to raise her voice to the powerful Uchiha. Sasuke opened the doors of the Hokage office and sat down in the chair across the desk from the exhausted leader. Tsunade glared at the boy as he sat down in the chair across from her, her hands crossed on the desk in front of her. Sasuke, Tsunade began, I've been hearing word that you've been performing some things that have raised some suspicions from your ANBU detail. Care to explain? Sasuke said nothing and brought from his pocket a rolled-up scroll which he tossed at Tsunade. Tsunade unrolled the entire scroll, seeing an unfinished map of what looked like Otagakure. You told me I couldn't become a genin again until I produced something of value to your chief strategist, correct? Asked Sasuke coolly. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at Tsunade's wide eyes. He had planned this a while ago. If he were ever to go to Konoha again, he decided to give his home village at least a little advantage. Too bad he had already given Otagakure all it needed. Sasuke winced to himself. What the hell is this feeling? He discreetly put a hand on his stomach and gave off a shock of light healing chakra to himself, something he learned from Orochimaru. However, the wave of chakra did nothing and the feeling remained. It was as if his stomach had been forcefully ripped out, turned upside down, and put back in with a rusty knife. This is very good, Sasuke. Do you remember enough to finish it? Questioned Tsunade, who rolled up the scroll and threw it back to Sasuke. Sasuke caught the scroll, stood and pocketed it. I'll have it on your desk by tomorrow. Can I go now? He asked. Not waiting for an answer, he went to the door and left quickly without so much as a farewell. Well, Kakashi? Asked Tsunade as she tapped her finger on the desk. Kakashi in full ANBU uniform appeared from the shadows, a glare in his one visible eye. He was lying, was Kakashi's three-word answer. About what? Having it tomorrow or him making the map? Asked Tsunade, to which Kakashi replied, about being our ally. With that, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the Hokage to reach for her freshly acquired emergency bottle of sake. Days passed. Sasuke followed up on his word and gave the completed map to Tsunade the next day. He was soon placed into a genin team under a jounin instructor, but still on high probation. Naruto lived peacefully in the Hyuga household, having brief encounters with a certain branch member who seemed to keep a close eye on him, someone he had come to know as Hideko. Neji had given Naruto the benefit of the doubt but still kept a weary eye on him due to the Kyuubi and Naruto's natural jester-like attitude. Naruto constantly trained under Kyuubi's instruction and grew from it. His illusions didn't need much improvement, so Kyuubi had focused on Naruto's lightning, fire, and his doujutsu, newly dubbed the Sekingen after many other failed names. He went on many other outings with Hinata, more than once stopping at the Ikaraku ramen much to Tsuchi's joy. From that day on, the sign displaying going out of business was taken down. A week after the Itachi incident, Tsunade dubbed Hinata and Neji well enough to go on missions, so they were gone more often than not. With the home empty and nothing to do, Naruto would frequently get bored and seek entertainment in the village, but with the Foxy fan club on the prowl, Naruto had to take careful steps. Naruto found that in this several-week-long time of relative peace he was swiftly growing bored. He needed action, he wanted a damn mission. Naruto smirked as he stormed past the intern who had just plain given up on stopping anyone. "Oba-chan, I need a mission, I need action, I need something to get my brain unnumbed," Naruto yelled, waking the napping Hokage from her dreams. "Hey Naruto, do you know what time of day it is?" "Yeah, 3 in the afternoon, Naruto said as he crossed his arms indigently. Tsunade blinked then glared at Naruto. Fine. Tsunade sat up and ruffled through some papers, bringing a few to the surface. "It seems that there is a Chunin exam coming up in a few weeks, and you are still a genin technically. This could get you relief of your boredom and you could move up a rank," Tsunade said with a smile as Naruto's eyes lit up and he grinned an insane smile. "Yes," Naruto said as he pumped his fist in the air, 2 birds with 1 stone. "One problem," Tsunade said with a sigh. Naruto blinked as Tsunade said, "You need a team to enter. 2 people to be exact." Naruto groaned, "Oh come on Oba-chan. I don't need a team. I know you can pull some strings, just get me in. Come on," Naruto said with a foxy smirk. Tsunade's eye twitched, Naruto's kitsune seduction no match for her anger. Oh, she could have vaulted him out of the building, but no, that would be too easy on him. This one is going to be thoroughly punished. "Oh, I can Naruto, quite easily. But for that Oba-chan crack you're stuck rounding up a team. There are the few genin who have either had a team member quit or the team member was lost in some other way. You only have a few days to find a team, so you better hurry up Naruto baka." Tsunade smirked as she tossed a small pile of 6 scrolls at Naruto, 3 piles each with 2 scrolls per pile. Naruto's eye twitched in anger, but he held back and said, "Whatever Oba-chan." With that he sped off before receiving a massive punch from the Sannin's legendary fist. Tsunade seethed in her seat but let out a breath and sat down in her chair. "God, I feel sorry for those poor genin," Tsunade muttered before she lay her head down to take a quick nap. Naruto looked through the papers as he walked from the Hokage Tower back to the Hyuga mansion. "Ugh, none of these guys are cool enough for my taste, but I have to choose one of them. It's either that or no Chunin exams for me or them. Here's a couple that took it a few times over. 1 year behind me too," Naruto mused as he looked at the particular paper. Naruto decided to shuffle it in the back of his mind as he walked the grounds of Hyuga mansion. He was getting more bored by the second until of course he spotted the younger Hyuga main house girl walking the garden to the training ground, every second or so checking her surroundings. She's gotten more careful, like that's gonna help her, Naruto thought as he slipped into one of his kitsune illusions. Hanabi treaded the path to the training grounds very carefully. Ever since she had fallen into a pit due to an illusion, she always watched her step. She had her senses on high alert and even had the Byakugan active just to catch a glimpse of Naruto's golden tails. When she entered the clearing of the training grounds, she deactivated the doujutsu her clan was famous for and went about her usual routine of practicing with a training dummy. Suddenly she felt as if she wasn't alone and she stopped her Juken strikes upon the poor defenseless puppet. She activated the Byakugan and looked around but saw nothing. No flash of golden fur and shine of blue and golden eyes. She sighed. All these tricks from the fox were messing with her mind. She returned to her sparring with the inanimate object, still feeling the stare of eyes upon her back. Suddenly, as if saving her from a fate worse than death, her father appeared from the path. "Hanabi, that's enough training for the day. Go inside and rest," Hiashi said with a tone of voice that said do not argue. Hanabi bowed and left, leaving Hiashi alone in the training grounds. "Naruto, I think we should have a talk," Hiashi said just as Naruto peeled himself from the kitsune illusion he had created. Naruto scratched the back of his head and smiled nervously. Yes Hiashi-sama." "Naruto, you have to stop the illusions on Hanabi, or at least make them less frequent," Hiashi said. Naruto laughed nervously but nodded and said, "Sure thing Hiashi-sama." "Another thing Naruto, what are your interests in Hinata?" Hiashi asked with a serious glare on his face. Naruto looked at Hiashi and said, "I already said I would protect her no matter what. Those rumors were just rumors." Hiashi nodded and said, "But what are your intentions?" Naruto's eyes narrowed and he said, "I said those rumors were just rumors." Hiashi matched Naruto's glare and said, "Rumors are rumors, but I want to know, are you courting my daughter or not?" Naruto opened his eyes in surprise. What had he just asked him? What? Naruto asked in confusion. "Are you courting my daughter?" Hiashi said, punctuating each word. Naruto stared confused. Was he? He had been spending a lot of time with Hinata, wanting to know more about her. The main reason he wanted to live here was so he could be around her. "You don't know," Naruto said in an unsure tone. "What do you mean you don't know? Do you care enough for my daughter to want to marry her or do you not? Do you want to always be there for her or do you not? Are you courting her or are you not?" Hiashi asked harshly. "I vowed to protect her. I want to be with her. I'd use my life to protect her. Yes, I am," Naruto finished as he crossed his arms in a defiant stance. Hiashi and Naruto met gazes for an instant, Naruto seeing the eyes of a leader and a father in Hayashi's pupilless gaze and Hiashi seeing an unbreakable will in Naruto's cerulean and golden orbs. One side of Hayashi's mouth turned up in a semi-smile and he said, I expect nothing but the best for my daughter Uzumaki. Only a man of Hokage skill is someone I see worthy for her to marry. Naruto blinked then smirked wide. I intend on being that man then Hayashi-sama. If you want proof then let's have a little match. Hiashi gave a mild scoffing laugh and said, this will be interesting. How about a little bet? Such as? Naruto asked as Hiashi pulled a stack of scrolls from his robes. I see that you intend on participating in the Chunin exams. If you win I will help in your training and possibly teach you some techniques that do not require the Byakugan, Hiashi said as he waved the stack of scrolls. And if I lose? Naruto asked. You don't enter the Chunin exams and you cease courting my daughter? Hiashi said calmly. Naruto turned the thought over in his head and smirked. All right, I accept the terms. Hiashi smiled and tossed the scrolls to the side and slid into the Juken fighting pose. Naruto took a deep breath then began waving his tails back and forth slowly gathering the energy he needed for his attack. Hiashi gave Naruto no time to gain the upper hand and he attacked with blinding speed attacks. Naruto's eyes widened and his Sekigen activated slowing the world to a snail pace. Hiashi stuck viciously with his attacks and like Neji, he found it hard to land a hit on the fox boy. He suddenly disappeared causing Naruto to disengage his Sekigen and look around in normal world time. Suddenly he felt the wind whipping behind him and then the powerful hit from Hayashi's perfected Kaiden. Hiashi came out of his spin and before Naruto could react Hiashi had performed the closing of his tenketsus completely blocking his chakra. Well, it seems that I am the victor, Hiashi said in a disappointed tone. Naruto smirked and said, you would think that wouldn't you? Suddenly Hiashi doubled over in pain as the electricity struck him through his feet. Naruto smirked and with the help of two of his tails, rose into a semi-standing position. I think you forgot the tenketsu in my tails, or do they not have any? Naruto asked as his remaining 3 tails began to wave again. Hiashi rose as quickly as he could and took off at Naruto ready to disable his tails in a flash. Just as Hiashi laid his open palm on one tail it reacted much like a static shock and Hiashi had to back away lest he get more than a slight shock. Clever Naruto, Hiashi said as he looked at the slight burn mark on his palm. Well, I can't beat you like this and you can't attack me, Naruto said as he continued to wave his tails as 2 of them supported his body. I believe that means a draw, Hiashi said as he let his arms fall to his sides. Then who wins? Asked Naruto as his tenketsu slowly began to return to normal thanks to his body's swift healing abilities. Logically no one does but since you were able to draw me to a stalemate, I'll train you, Hiashi said with a small smirk. Naruto didn't smile, he only glared and said, and Hinata. Hiashi laughed lightly and said, until you can show me you are worthy of being the Hokage. Naruto smirked and flexed his fingers slowly getting feeling back into them. I'll see you early tomorrow morning for training, and before I go. You know that branch girl by the name of Hideko. She was the one who spread the rumors about you and Hinata, said Hiashi as he left Naruto to heal and revel in this new information. Oh, this is going to be sweet, thought Naruto as he forced more chakra to his affected tenketsu, intent on getting his well-needed revenge. Naruto sat in the realm of dreams, his sensei sitting before him as a game board sat between them. Hey, Kyuubi said harshly snapping Naruto from his daze. I said your move, Kyuubi said with half-closed eyes showing his aggravation. Oh yeah, Naruto said looking at the board with his thoughtful gaze. He quickly moved a piece then went back into his vacant stare. Kid, your mind isn't here right now, Kyuubi said as he called Naruto's attention back into the living for what seemed to be the 16th time tonight. Oh sorry but I'm a bit distracted. I have training tomorrow and Naruto trailed off but Kyuubi knew where this was going. Courting the Hyuga girl, Kyuubi finished to which Naruto turned his head away with a blush. Hey, it's no big deal kid. With your kitsune seduction on even partially she can't help but love you. Besides if not her, then you could have any number of females at your beck and call for anything you could want, Kyuubi chuckled. Naruto groaned at his teacher, this fox was worse than Iro-sanin sometimes. It's not that well it is but I'm lost here. It's not like well I do like her but courting her. I don't know how but maybe I do but how too confusing, he said as he grabbed his wild golden hair. Kid, you've said it yourself. You would do anything to protect her. You would give your life for her. I'm no expert in human emotion but I'd say that damn well counts as something, Kyuubi said with a serious expression. Naruto sighed and looked away, his mind still a jumble from this experience. Try kissing her, Kyuubi offered to which Naruto nearly choked. Hey, kiss her, Naruto asked in surprise. Yeah, that's what I think you humans call it, Kyuubi said looking down in concentration. If you don't remember my first kiss wasn't the most ideal thing in the world, Naruto said with a sickened expression on his face. Kid, what would you have done had it happened now and had it been that Hyuga girl? Kyuubi asked as he looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Naruto thought then his face turned dark red in embarrassment. Kyuubi laughed at Naruto's position but calmed himself quickly and said, all I'm saying is how are you going to know? I know you're really confused right now, I'm in your head so it's all I hear all day. You just gotta go with instinct on this one, I know you can at least do that well. Naruto sighed and nodded. This could either be the biggest mistake of his life or this could make his entire existence. Right now he was happy to have her by his side, but he was hoping when he attempted a kiss she wouldn't pull away. He was hoping that he could live up to his promises. Alright Kyuubi-sensei, even though it's probably not the best advice, I'll take it, Naruto said, causing the demon fox to smirk. Damn straight. Now get up, kid. I think it's time for your little lesson from the Hyuga guy, Kyuubi said as Naruto felt himself slowly drift from the world of dreams. Naruto woke up, got dressed in his fighting attire, and left quickly for the training grounds. Naruto arrived just in time to see Hiashi sitting on the ground, his legs crossed and his eyes closed in a type of meditation. "Ah, Naruto, you finally woke up," Hiashi said as he opened his eyes and stood up. Naruto yawned and nodded. "Yeah, I'm awake, Hiashi-sama. Sorry, but I had a few things to work out with you anyway. What am I learning today?" Hiashi shook his head at Naruto's attempt to escape mentioning Kyuubi, but he let it slide. For all of the attacks the Hyuga clan uses, one needs perfect chakra control with all of their tenketsu. They must know how to bend their chakra to their will under any circumstances. Hiashi walked up to a tree and pulled a rope, releasing 4 planks of wood from the high branches. The planks were arranged so a person could fit in between all of them comfortably. "You have to hit these planks of wood hard enough to break them into pieces," Hiashi said with a solemn expression. Naruto smirked. "That's it. Easy without your hands, feet, or tails," Hiashi finished, causing Naruto to blanch. "What?" Naruto asked in confusion. "To gain a perfect sense of chakra control you must be able to release chakra from all of your tenketsu points in sync. You have to break these boards that surround your body without the use of your physical form. You only have your chakra to use, and no lightning or fire," Hiashi said, noticing Naruto getting an idea. Naruto groaned. "Fine, Hiashi-sama. After I break the boards, what will I have to do?" Hiashi smirked as Naruto got into the center of the boards. "You'll find that out when you break the boards. Now get to work." Naruto sighed and concentrated. He felt the chakra building up and collecting at all of the tenketsu points along his body. In an instant he released it, sending a wave of chakra from his body. The wave made contact with the wooden planks to his front and his right, but they were only blown back slightly. Damn, Naruto thought as he began to gather his chakra once again. This time he gathered more chakra and began focusing it on his back and more to his left. He let the chakra go in a large wave, but as before, all that happened were the planks at his back and left moved, and even then only slightly. "Oh damn it," Naruto muttered. He continued this, experimenting with the amount and direction of his chakra waves, but he never got all the planks to move with the same force at the same time. "Naruto, try focusing the chakra at your center, then slowly release it in a small wave," Hiashi offered as he watched his student inside the plank prison. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath and concentrated his chakra in his center. He slowly released the chakra, feeling how it moved through his entire body, then out all of his tenketsu points to cause all of the planks to move as if they were touched by the wind. Naruto smirked as he memorized the feel of the chakra flowing through his system. Eventually he began to add more and more chakra to the waves. Slowly the planks began moving more and more. They went from blowing in a soft wind to blowing in a harsh gale, but not matter what, Naruto couldn't break them. Naruto shut his chakra circulation and the planks returned to lying at his sides. Now that you have how the chakra circulates memorized, try to send it out in short bursts rather than a constant flow. Like a violent explosion rather than soft rolling waves, Hiashi counseled. Naruto was feeling a bit weary at the amount of chakra this training was taking, but in Naruto-esque fashion he threw caution to the wind. He swiftly gathered a large amount of chakra to his center, and in a quick burst he sent it out, causing the planks to fly and a deep dent to appear in all of them. Naruto looked around and thought, so close. Naruto took a deep breath and concentrated his chakra into his center once again. He continued to gather his chakra until he was sure he had enough to at least crack the boards. He released it in a great burst, and with that the planks not only broke but they splintered out of existence. Naruto smirked in accomplishment and would have cheered his success if he hadn't already been a bit lightheaded from all his chakra usage. "Very good, Naruto. I'd say that is enough for today," Hiashi said as he turned briskly and headed for the main house. "What about tomorrow, Hiashi-sama?" Naruto questioned as he watched the Hyuga leader depart. "Same time, same place, Naruto," Hiashi said as he disappeared down the path for the main house. Naruto yawned and looked to the sky. It only looked like it was late afternoon. That was good because he still needed to round up a team for the Chunin exams. He thought of recruiting Sasuke, but he found that Sasuke had already found a team where one of their members had just up and quit being a ninja. Naruto was kind of angry but shook it off. Here he was looking at 6 scrolls, determining which would be the best on his team. "Okay, where were those guys that I saw the other day?" Naruto muttered as he sat looking at the scrolls in front of him. "Ah, here we go. Good potential and power for a long-term genin. Ha, I see. Only takes the exams that are held in the village," Naruto mused as he looked at the scroll to his left. "In this one, he's a fire jutsu specialist. Wonderful. We have a human pyro and a kitsune," Naruto said with a smirk. "Their lucky day." Kyuubi laughed inside Naruto's head, causing the fox boy to laugh to himself. "Hey, isn't today the day that Hyuga girl coming back from her mission?" mentioned Kyuubi. "Yeah, but they shouldn't get back until crap," Naruto thought, which caused him to quickly roll his scrolls up and look to the quickly darkening sky. He raced off to the front gates of the village. "They should be getting back any second." Kiba let out an exhausted breath as the village gates came into view. Thank fricking God. Why did we take this mission? It was boring as hell. Kiba ranted just like he always does. Why are you complaining? You didn't have to walk, came Shino's solemn reply. It was true, Kiba barely had to walk a step since he relied on Akamaru. Whatever, Kiba said as he dismounted Akamaru and began walking, just to prove a point. Kiba stretched and in the process got a look over his shoulder to see the quiet girl of the team as quiet as ever. However, she wasn't looking at the ground as usual, and if he didn't know better he could have sworn she looked excited. Kiba smirked and shook his head as he turned his eyes back to the road. Hinata seemed really happy ever since Naruto moved into her home. A few days after the attack, Shino, Akamaru, and himself visited the Hyuga mansion to make sure their friend and teammate was okay. When Naruto answered the door in his new half-human form, they were pretty much thrown for a loop. Hell, Kiba and Akamaru damn near attacked him until they recognized his scent. Naruto explained everything that happened and left them at the door to get Hinata. Holy shit, Kiba said, that's Naruto. It would appear so, Shino said with a raised eyebrow, the only thing showing his confusion. Hinata must have a hell of a time around him now, Kiba muttered as the door to the mansion suddenly clicked and opened, revealing Hinata and Naruto side by side. Kiba-kun, Shino-kun, Akamaru-kun, hello, Hinata said, a stutter absent from her voice. Kiba blinked a few times and said, wait a minute, this can't be Hinata. Both Hinata and Naruto stared at Kiba. Every time Hinata is within 10 feet of Naruto she stutters, Kiba said with a suspicious look. Hinata blushed and softly said, I guess Naruto-kun is rubbing off on me. Kiba smiled to himself as he remembered the teasing he gave Hinata and the flare in Naruto's temper that almost left him with his pants on fire. Now where was he? Oh yeah, they were at the entrance to the village. Finally we're home, time for a cheese hamburger, how about you Akamaru? Ready for some of my dog food? Kiba asked, that caused Akamaru to bark in excitement. I must be going, goodbye, Shino said and turned towards his home. Only Shino could get away with something so seemingly rude, but Kiba and Hinata accepted it. With anyone else he wouldn't even say goodbye. Kiba looked around expecting to see that insane grin of Naruto's, but he didn't see anyone except an anxious-looking Hinata. Kiba stretched and said, well, I'm going home. See y'all later Hinata, and don't worry, the idiot'll be around sometime. With those words said, Kiba and Akamaru left to grab something to eat, leaving Hinata to wait by the front gate of the village. Hinata looked around but didn't see a flash of golden fur that signaled the entrance of the #1 unpredictable ninja of Konoha. Hinata activated her Byakugan and scouted the village for the elusive streak of gold but saw nothing. She did notice the Foxy fan club but shoved that in the back of her mind, not wanting to look angry should Naruto appear out of nowhere like he sometimes did. Hinata deactivated the Doujutsu and began the walk home until her eyes were covered by two hands. Guess who? Came a voice she knew at once. Hello Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a smile. How was the mission? Naruto asked as he removed his hands and began walking with Hinata home. It was interesting, Hinata said with a small smile. Nowhere near as interesting as you Naruto-kun, Hinata thought with a small blush on her cheeks. Naruto laughed, in other words it was boring huh? I heard Kiba all the way at the Hyuga mansion. Kiba-kun yelled it loud. Hinata asked. She was never too sure how loud Kiba was sometimes. She had been on his team with Shino so long she just didn't notice anymore. Naruto smirked and grabbed the lobes of his ears in his wild golden hair. With these things I could hear a pin drop in the middle of Konoha, he said with a light laugh. Naruto walked Hinata home to the main house, neither a word said between them, both of them just enjoying the silence and the knowledge that the other was there. While they accented the steps of the main house to the front door, Naruto stopped a few steps from the top and grabbed Hinata's hand before she reached the top step. Hey, Hinata-chan, Naruto said softly with a smile. Hinata was stunned but turned to him, looking directly into his blue and golden eyes, almost falling into the Kitsune's seduction spell. I'm entering the coming Chunin exams, Naruto said bluntly. This took Hinata a while to register, and when she did she responded with mixed joy and worry. Naruto-kun, you know you can get killed, Hinata said, which caused Naruto to blink a few times in confusion. Naruto's eyes then turned serious but in some sense caring too. Hinata-chan, I said that I'd protect you, I swore on my and Kitsune honor that I would, Naruto said in a soft and comforting voice. I won't die and leave you unguarded. I swear it, Naruto said, trailing off at the end. Come on kiddo, it Kyuubi whispered in Naruto's mind. You know you have to do it, kiss her. Kyuubi continued to whisper, hoping to get this drama to an end. Naruto's heart sped, his mind was swimming, he had no idea what to do. Hinata was standing there, looking at him with a hopeful look in her eyes, and he was lost. Instinct suddenly failed him and he couldn't follow his eons old teacher's advice. Naruto sighed and let Hinata's hand slide from his own as he slowly turned. Good night, Hinata-chan. Good night, Naruto-kun, Hinata said sadly as she watched Naruto leave for the branch house grounds. She knew what opportunity had just arisen, and it had been horribly wasted. She gave a deep sigh into the darkness of the night and entered the mansion, unable to feel the twin streaks of tears that streamed from her eyes. As she walked the halls to her room, she heard the rain begin to fall and the thunder roar. Naruto lay on his bed, listening to the faint sounds of rolling thunder along the night sky, hearing the soft pitter-patter of the rain as it landed upon the roof. He missed it, he had just completely missed it. Kid, you are an idiot, came a scowling call from deep inside his subconscious. Shut up, Naruto said, sending the demon's voice deep into the unreachable recesses of his mind. I blew it, he muttered to himself as he turned in his bed, knowing full well that he wasn't going to get any sleep tonight. When the morning had finally come, Naruto was about as close to sleep as he had been when he fell onto the bed several hours ago. His blue and gold eyes stared up at the ceiling, a familiar splashing sound alerting him that it was indeed still raining. He sighed and sat up from his bed, knowing it had to be about 4 or 5 in the morning at the latest. I blew it, he muttered to himself, quiet enough to avoid waking his slumbering roommate. His stomach roared and he began the long and probably soaking wet path to the kitchen. Even if the cook wasn't awake at those hours of the morning, he knew how to cook ramen. He sighed as he opened the front door of the branch house. Even if he used the branch house entrance, it could take him a good 5 minutes of running in the rain to make it. Better get going now. Hinata lay awake on her bed, her eyes were shot from her own crying. She almost had him, then she let him slip away. Her eyes would have started their watering routine all over again, but they were dry. She had no more tears to cry. Hinata lay curled up in her bed until she felt her mouth had gone dry and she was in desperate need of a drink of water. She sat up on her bed, trying to get her bearings in the dark room. To see better, she quietly activated her line limit, but she saw something that made her eyes cry the dry tears once again. She looked through the walls of the main house to the grounds below her window and she saw what had to be Naruto, standing and looking at her window. He stood there for a few moments before hanging his head, then disappearing in a golden blur. Hinata retracted the telescopic vision of her Byakugan and rose from her bed. She had seen where the blur was headed. It was going right for the main house kitchen. Naruto was running as fast as he could on the slippery grass of the early morning. His clothes were near soaking wet and his bare feet were quickly losing traction on the wet ground. It didn't help that there was rain pouring into his eyes every second, but he could get past that with his Sekigan. Naruto looked up at the main house mansion and found he was just below a very familiar window. His running step stopped and his Sekigan faded, leaving him standing in the rain, looking up at the window of Hinata's room. He stood there, his mind asking all sorts of questions. Should I go up there? Is she asleep? Is she awake like me? What should I do? Naruto thought before hanging his head. He knew she was asleep, he knew he had messed up, he knew he had to leave. His Sekigan activated and like that he disappeared into the early morning rain, sprinting for the main house kitchen. Naruto quickly and quietly opened the door to the kitchen, slipping inside before any of the branch house guards saw him and suspect the worst. Naruto looked about the large kitchen and resolved that he was going to make himself something to get this growling from his stomach. He began to look all over the kitchen, but no matter where he looked he didn't find a speck of food. Where the hell is all the food? All I found is cookware, Naruto grumbled mentally. In Naruto-kun, whispered a voice outside his little mental circle, and from the volume and the slight stutter he knew who it was. Hinata-chan, he asked as he turned to have his fox eyes land upon the form of a girl. She was standing in the doorway that led from the kitchen into the hallway. His sharpened eyes looked through the darkness and saw that she had deep circles under her eyes and her pale violet pearls had been tinted with a reddish tone. She had been crying, and it was his fault. You might want to use the pantry, Naruto-kun, Hinata said softly and sadly. Naruto looked down for a moment in shame. He had made her cry and it tore his heart to pieces. He looked back up into Hinata's shot eyes, feeling unworthy under their gaze, and replied, Sure, where is it? Hinata led Naruto to the pantry, which luckily was right next door to the kitchen. Here it is, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, opening the door to the variable mountain of food stored inside. Naruto, on the other hand, was thinking, she still calls me Naruto-kun. Thank you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said before Hinata interrupted him. Why are you up so early, Naruto-kun? She asked, causing Naruto to think quick. He woke up hungry, Naruto said softly. Hinata had been around Naruto enough to know when he was lying, and right now her mind felt something was wrong. Her mind thought of the best way to help this situation less tense. She knew Naruto was as uncomfortable as she was at this moment. Naruto-kun, what would you like for breakfast? She asked as Naruto looked into the pantry. I was just thinking about ramen, but all this food kinda makes me more hungry, Naruto said honestly. Hinata couldn't help but smile at the obvious Naruto answer. But what did you want, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked again. Well, ramen obviously, Naruto said with a slight smile. Of all the foods he knew, ramen had to be at the top. Aka ramen it is, Hinata said as she grabbed the ingredients for ramen plus a few other things and walked from the pantry to the kitchen. Naruto followed, curious as to what she was doing, until he saw her begin to cook the items. Wait, Hinata-chan, you don't have to, Naruto began, but Hinata interrupted with a soft, it's in no problem, Naruto-kun. Besides, I'm hungry too. As Hinata began to cook, Naruto couldn't help but remember what he had said so long ago. Hinata, this is awesome. You know you'd make a good wife someday. Naruto remembered saying that, and hell, he had meant it. Those rice balls were excellent, even if they did look kind of weird. All the food Hinata made tasted especially excellent to him. He never understood why, but as he watched her cook the ramen and at the same time prepare a few rice balls, he began to understand. She put her heart into her work. It wasn't a job, it wasn't a chore, it was something she wanted to do. Naruto smiled faintly as she quickly finished her work and set out 2 bowls of ramen and a couple of rice balls between them. She swiftly cleaned the small mess she had made, then took a seat at the counter on the opposite side of Naruto. Enjoy, Hinata said softly as she began to eat her meager portion of ramen. Hinata-chan, Naruto asked, causing Hinata to look up at him with questioning eyes. Why did you do this? He asked in confusion. Hinata's lips turned up in a soft smile and said, "Because I wanted to, Naruto-kun." Naruto produced his own smile and said, "Thank you." Like the many times before, they ate in silence, the feeling of tension gone in their minds as they just enjoyed each other's presence. The whole morning it had rained and thunderstormed, but that didn't mean Hiashi allowed Naruto to take a day off. He had spent the day training by using his chakra in a mix of short bursts and even waves to keep the water from his body. When the rain had ended, Hiashi deemed the training for the day through. By the end of it all, Naruto was pretty spent, but he was damned if he was going to waste another day without finding his team. He bid Hinata a farewell and rushed into the cloudy weather to find his new team. Naruto had read both of their profiles and decided that this was his best bet at a functional and powerful team. In his mind, he was still going to be the top dog, or fox of the group, but he wanted the best team available. He ran for the training fields, knowing that since the rains had stopped, their sensei would have them training. "Hey Zayaku," said a girl, her clothes and figure giving any perverted male able to see a good wide nose and bad thoughts. She wore deep red and white pants with one leg cropped short and white sandals on her feet with fishnet leggings covering the open space between her pants and sandals. On her pant loop was a scroll, but if a skilled ninja looked carefully, one could see it was just a very well done hinge. She wore a white short sleeve jacket with a dark red tank top shirt beneath. Her hands danced over the scroll on her pant loop like she was just itching to reveal its true purpose. Her eyes were a bright green that complemented her orangish red hair perfectly. On her forehead she wore the symbol of Konohagakure, and despite the fact that her hair was not as long as most Kunoichi of her age, it still covered a good deal of the headband. "You hear about that guy that's supposed to join our team for the Chunin exams?" she asked as she turned to her partner. He was leaning against a tree, and on his back was a large object wrapped in black bandages. He wore a high-collared black shirt with silver clasps and baggy dark gray pants. Around his waist was an old and partially shredded black warrior's skirt. On the front flap was symbols for Shichai embroidered in silver. On his arms and legs were bandages covering every inch of open skin except his hands, which were a pair of black leather steel plate gloves. He wore black sandals on his feet, and around his neck, just below his high collar, was a scarf of dark silver coloration and the Konohagakure engraved plate. His long hair was silver at its base, but toward the end it grew dark and blackened. It was all pulled back into a fine tail except for a few clumps that shadowed his eyes. If one were to look past the shadows, they would be able to see his oddly colored eyes, both of them a spotless sea of gold. "Yeah, I did," the genin named Zayaku replied with a smirk. "Anything's better than the last one, Itami." Itami nodded in agreement with Zayaku, then placed the scroll she had at her waist to her lips and looked like she took a drink. "I am not lugging you home again," Zayaku said, which earned a scowl from Itami. "I'm fine, you idiot," she growled as she turned and was met with the sight of a golden fox boy standing before her. Maybe I am a little tipsy," she said, shaking her head and blinking her eyes. Zayaku's eyes went a little wider. "I think those fumes of yours are getting to me." "Hey, are you guys the team I'm supposed to join?" Naruto asked as he approached the team, but apparently they didn't hear them. Hell, they were still quite a ways away. As he walked towards them, he sized them up in his mind. "Well, the girl looks like something a Rosanin would like, but I can smell something really bad from here, and I can tell it's coming from her. If I didn't know better, I could swear it was Sake." Naruto thought as he shivered. He hated the stuff. It always messed with his mind. "The other guy, he looks kind dark. He reminds me a lot of like a cross between Shino and Sasuke. That thing on his back brings back memories," Naruto thought as he smirked and remembered the Cage of the Sand, Gaara, and he scowled thinking of Kisame of the Mist. Just as he entered speaking distance, the girl turned to face him, then muttered something he didn't get in the least. "Are you the team that's missing one person for the Chunin exams?" Naruto asked again. He hated doing that, but they looked like statues. "Yeah, we are," Zayaku said as he pushed himself off the tree, shaking off the initial shock from Naruto's appearance. After all, many would say that his eyes were unnatural, but that was what clan inheritance is. "What's your name?" asked the girl this time. Naruto knew it. The smell was coming from her, and it was Sake. That's why she was having such an easy time with this. She was probably half drunk. Before he could comment, there was a puff of smoke, and out of the smoke stepped a Jounin. He wore the Jounin flak jacket with traditional black ninja pants on his legs with bandages around the exposed part of his legs. However, under his vest it looked like he wore nothing, and from the looks of it he paid. His arms and his legs were scarred to hell. There were burn marks, slicing scars, friction scars, everything. On his feet he wore blue sandals, and on his waist he wore a leather wineskin. His longer dark hair was slicked back under his cap-like headband, and his face looked almost friendly. He had a large scar going from the bottom of his right eye stretching over his face to his chin. His deep brown eyes were scrunched up in a smile, and he said, "Hey, I see you guys Methai's replacement." Zayaku and Itami nodded while Naruto just stared. He hadn't seen this Jounin in the village ever. Well, he never saw Zayaku or Itami, but still, he would have noticed this guy. He looked pretty memorable. "Sorry, I never got your name," the Jounin said with a smile. Apparently this guy didn't mind that Naruto looked like a fox. "Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto replied, to which the Jounin continued to smile. "Nice to have you aboard, Naruto. Since we have a new member, how about we introduce ourselves?" the Jounin said with an excited attitude. "I'll begin. My name is Teishu. I like the rush and excitement you get from a mission, especially being in a class. I don't like the downtime from mission to mission." Yeah, that's me. Let's have Zayaku next, Taishu said with a smile and a snap of his fingers. Zayaku rolled his eyes. Fine. My name is Onigiri Zayaku. I like money among other things. I don't like wasting money, among other things, and drunks. At that comment, Zayaku smirked while Itami sneered at him. I'm done, Zayaku said with a bored tone. Coin love me, name is Izumo Itami. I like things, Itami said as her eyes shifted left and right. Zayaku and Taishu both rolled their eyes, but Naruto was clueless to this happening. I don't like things in the aftermath of other things and idiots who can't keep their smart-ass comments to theirself, Itami finished with a glare to Zayaku. Naruto smirked and said loud and proud, my name is Uzumaki Naruto and I like ramen, pranks, and I don't like the 3-minute wait for ramen. People who judge other people unfairly, people who beat themselves up over nothing, and people who spread rumors of other people. Naruto skipped a certain person in the speech of what he liked. He'd rather keep his love interest to himself. Well, it seems that you are all ready for the exam, but first, Taishu said as he held up his hand and snapped his fingers with such a crack that Naruto flinched. He had never heard such a loud snap from someone, hell, he had never heard something like it anywhere. Let's have our own little test right here and now, Taishu said with a hearty laugh. Oh great, Itami said with a roll of her eyes. Oh come on, it can't be that bad, Naruto said, remembering the Bell's test with Kakashi. Oh but it can, Naruto, Taishu said with a great smile. Oh, I had to deal with Kakashi-sensei's stupid Bell test. I can beat this no problem, Naruto said confidently. Naruto, Taishi-sensei isn't from Konoha. He defected, Zayaku said as he put his hands in his pockets. So that's why I've never seen you before. Where are you from? Naruto asked, not the least bit scared of the grinning Jounin. Taishi laughed his hearty laugh again, then grinned and said, I'm from the Sound. Naruto would have damn near killed the Jounin if he had been able to get his hand on him, but as it was, the Jounin had just a small upper hand on Naruto. Before any of them had even seen Taishu, he had made several shadow clones, that way if Naruto attacked him he wouldn't harm the real Taishu. Naruto, you have to calm down, Zayaku said to the nearly rabid fox boy. How can I? He's from the Sound, growled Naruto like a feral dog. He used to be from the Sound, Itami corrected. It's true, Naruto, came Taishu's voice from behind Naruto. Naruto swung, but Taishu just barely dodged backward. Technically I am from Mist, but I defected to the Sound, Taishu said with a serious face as he barely avoided yet another attack. A double traitor, Naruto yelled, the edges of his golden eyes glowing, signaling the ignition of his Sekhigen. Taishu had heard about this from the Hokage when she warned him about Naruto. It was something he didn't want to mess with. He quickly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing a large crack of sound. Naruto was confused as he watched the fingers in slow motion as to what this could accomplish. When he watched carefully, he saw that it was a cover, a mere distraction by making his ears hurt by the violent vibrations. Naruto quickly blocked off his own ears with his hands and the great cracking sound passed him, but this left a window open long enough for Taishu to form hand seals and open his wineskin. After he completed his seals, he put his hand over the mouth of the wineskin, and from deep within the pouch came a stream of water that formed a ball in his hand. Taishu smirked and tossed the ball towards Naruto, who dodged it easily. This is a Sound Mist Jounin. A joke, Naruto thought as he resumed his attack. He completely missed the ball of water, slowing then hovering midair, its circular spinning form floating as if waiting for something. Oh crap, Itami said as she started to run. I got it covered, Zayaku said as his hands formed several seals in quick procession. Besides, I wouldn't want to miss this little show for the world. In an instant his chakra flared and his jutsu began. Taishu merely laughed his loud hearty laugh and formed another hand seal. Suddenly the entire area was covered in a mist, leaving everything clouded in the thick fog. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, but it wasn't what he couldn't see what made him surprised. It was what he could see. The thick fog seemed to be nothing to his Sekhigen, but in his amazement he had lost Taishu. Suddenly he heard a loud snap of fingers followed by a loud explosion. Naruto turned to see a massive wave of blade-like water flying towards him. That ball of water wasn't a distraction, it was an attack. Naruto slowed the world down with his Sekhigen and just slid below the blade of water, feeling it pass over him with a great gust of wind. Naruto sprung up and returned the world to normal, deactivating the Sekhigen. Very good, Naruto, came Taishu's voice from all angles. I see you'll have no problem passing the Chunin exams. Naruto turned in circles, probably something that traitor learned in Sound. Come out and fight, you traitor, growled Naruto as the mist slowly dispersed. When the land was clear, Naruto turned and saw Taishu standing with a wide smile on his face and his hands in the formation of a seal. Traitor, Naruto growled as he took a step forward, forgetting to take caution from the presented hand seal. Taishu lifted his head to the sky, and in an instant the entire clearing was rocked with a massive sound, like a water drum had been played into 500 consecutive megaphones. The ground shook and split from the deep and loud sound that carved a swath of destruction with incredibly loud bass sounds. Naruto had to hold his ears and avoid the fissures at the same time, but slowly the training he had earlier in the day and not sleeping all night caught up with him and he stumbled. Using his hands for balance, his ears caught the full force of the deep bass sound and it made him dizzy to listen to. It felt like his entire head was being tossed inside of a spinning barrel that was going off a waterfall. Naruto was forced to his knee and suddenly the sound stopped. Naruto looked up at Taishu, who was smiling same as ever, and he said, "You passed the test, Naruto." "What the hell do you mean?" Naruto asked, having a hard time standing. Taishu laughed and said, "You see, each genin team is assigned a sort of speciality. There are trackers, there are planners, there are general teams." Naruto thought back to his days with Team 7. Definitely a general team. And of course you have the teams like ours. Taishu smiled as he gestured to the far side of the field. Naruto turned his head to look, and what he saw completely surprised him. As far as he could tell, it was a massive orb shield, and it looked like it was made of metal. Naruto watched as the orb came closer, and just when it was about 2 yards from Naruto, it broke into thousands and thousands of coins. The coins looked to be from all ages of time, some from the ancient days of the Fire Country, some brand new and off the mold. As the shield dispersed, he watched Itami and Zayaku appear from inside the orb. The coins flew straight for Zayaku, but instead of harming him, they simply slid into the bandages in his arms and legs and all over the rest of his body and disappeared. Zayaku smirked at Naruto's open mouth, gawking. It felt good to have that kind of shock and awe from someone as powerful as him. "I said I liked money," Zayaku said as Itami smirked and added, "Don't you mean love to the point of marriage?" Zayaku glared at Itami from the corner of his eye but said nothing. "We're a shield team," Taishu finally finished. Naruto blinked in confusion. With names like theirs, he suspected they were the offense. "We head up the first wave of any attack and take out the enemy scouts and anyone else we run into," Taishu said with a smile. "Gives you the shivers of excitement, doesn't it?" "Whatever, sensei, as long as you don't say that one thing," Itami grumbled. "Oh, you mean?" Taishu began as he held up his hand in a snapping formation. "Oh crap, not again," Itami thought with a scowl. No, oh hell no," Zayaku thought with his same stoic look on his face. Naruto was confused beyond all reason. What the hell was going on? "Snaptastic," Taishu said with a snap of his fingers, then a thumbs up with a hearty laugh. Everyone, even Naruto, had a sweat drop on their heads. That was just too lame of a line. It sounded like something Guy and Lee would say. "Never say that again," Itami said with her head in her hands. "That's embarrassing," Zayaku said with a shake of his head. "I think that line is too lame even for Guy and Lee," Naruto muttered. Taishu shook off the negative comments and said, "Well, that's it for the day's training. You are free to do anything you want." "You're only saying that 'cause it's getting dark," Itami said with a scowl. Taishu smiled and said, "Think what you want." He snapped his fingers, and like that he vanished in a puff of smoke. "Well, that was entertaining," Naruto said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "Apparently, you haven't gotten up yet," Itami said with a smirk as she took another drink from her scroll. "I've been meaning to ask you about that," Naruto said with a glare. "About what?" Itami asked innocently as she put the scroll back onto her belt. "You're not 21. You shouldn't drink sake. It's sick. It messes you up for life. Why drink it?" Naruto screamed. Zayaku then showed the most expression he had all day. His eyes snapped open in surprise, and he slowly inched his way away from a shaking Itami. "You want to know?" Itami growled with such fury that Naruto began to feel sorry for asking the question. "I drink 'cause I freaking have to. Why can't you get it, you low-down, bastard golden boy? You think you're so high and mighty, but hell, this is the only thing keeping me from not killing each and every one of you idiots." Itami screamed at the top of her lungs, causing Naruto to watch wide-eyed and severely afraid. "If you ever bitch to me again about this, I'll make sure you don't have kids." With that, Itami stormed off, taking another deep swig from her scroll. Zayaku walked over to the obviously freaked out and frozen Naruto still on his knee. He crouched down to Naruto's level and said, "That's why I never ask anymore." Zayaku stood and left, most likely after the nuclear-tempered Itami. It took Naruto a good 15 minutes to get back into movement. "God, I'm just not having much luck with females. Speaking of which," Naruto thought as he began walking toward the Hyuga clan grounds. The storm clouds began to gather once again, and he didn't want to be stuck in the rain. Despite his fatigue, he made it to the main house mansion just before the clouds broke and it began to pour. He supposed he could go see how Hinata was doing before he rushed home to the branch house. Suddenly he heard a soft and sultry "Kitsune-kun" sound from behind him. He turned to find that it was a branch house girl, someone he had never seen before. She wore the normal servant uniform that all the branch house women wore, but it seemed far more open in the chest area the most. Naruto blinked a few times, having this register in his mind before shaking his head back into reality. "Hello?" Naruto asked as the branch house girl walked up to him, a seductive sway in her step. "I've been watching you, Kitsune-kun," the woman said with a slight seductive tone that left Naruto just a little bit uncomfortable. The woman walked around Naruto, brushing against him every so often in places he felt violated in. Had he not been so exhausted, he would have called her for violation, but as of now he just backed away the best he could, slowly backing himself into a wall. The woman closed in on him, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck and forcefully drawing him to her. His eyes dropped and closed, his body too exhausted from the day of rigorous training and fights to keep them open. Hinata knew something was amiss. She could feel it. Maybe it was because that she broke her comb this morning while brushing her hair. Maybe it was finding her rice bowl for lunch had the chopsticks in it standing straight up. Or maybe it was because she didn't get enough sleep the night before. Whatever the case was, she felt something was off and she deemed it her duty to find out what it was. She was lucky to not have a mission today, or it would be pure murder on her in her sleep-deprived state. First she checked the house grounds. Finding nothing, she decided to meditate upon the problem in her room. As she passed the front door, she saw something truly terrible. There was that branch girl, Hideko, her arms and legs like an octopus on her Naruto-kun. Then she saw something that made it 1,000 times worse. The branch house girl actually pulled Naruto to her and planted a kiss right on his lips. At that, Hinata's heart sank. She watched as Hideko passionately kissed her Naruto-kun. Hinata looked to Naruto's eyes, finding them closed and seemingly off in a different world. Hinata's temper raged, but then her eyes began to tear and she walked back into the hallway from where she came. She knew the seals knew how to make that girl pay. She couldn't do it, she couldn't rush in there. It was painful enough to rush in thinking Naruto was in peril. It was something different if she found out Naruto was enjoying it. Hinata pulled her knees up to her chest, and she cried into her knees to muffle the sound. She didn't want to disturb the kissing couple. Hideko smirked as she released Naruto's lips from her own. Her plan had worked. She saw it all with the Byakugan. She knew Naruto and Hinata had this little infatuation with each other which caused him to live in the branch home, but she never liked the fox boy. To be honest, she hated him ever since the attack on Konoha so many years ago. Now that he was the fox, it was only a matter of time for him to return to the ways of the Kyuubi. He was a bad omen and a curse upon the house. All she needed to do was plant the right traps and choose the right moments and the fox would be gone. Later, "You dirty fox," she muttered as she propped him up on a chair and turned to leave, purposely walking right past Hinata with a smug smirk on her face. Oh yes, the fox was as good as gone. Naruto lay on his bed, his mind hazed and confused beyond all reason. What had just happened left him beyond anyone's mental span. Hell, even Shikamaru wouldn't have a clue as to how to fix this. Naruto awoke with a start to find himself sitting in a chair by the front entrance of the Hyuga mansion. Thank God, all that about the branch girl kissing him must have been some really weird and creepy nightmare. He was about to go, but then his ears picked up a soft sound. It made his heart wrench the second he recognized the soft voice emitting it. Hinata-chan, Naruto thought as he used all of his remaining kitsune speed to find the Hyuga heiress. He didn't have to look far because she was relatively close. All he had to do was follow the sounds of sobbing and the smell of salty tears. Hinata sat in the hallway, fairly certain that her heart was completely demolished, crying, knowing nothing else to do in this situation that pained her so. "Hinata-chan," she heard outside her little orb of sadness and pain. It could only be one person in the home that called her Chan with such a tone of voice. Her voice failed her and all she could say were heaving sobs. Hinata clutched herself tighter into a ball and resigned that she wouldn't come out and ruin Naruto's little moment with Hideko. "Hinata-chan, what's wrong?" Naruto asked, still bothering her, even taking the initiative to embrace her in his tales for comfort. She couldn't find comfort in them. They are meant for another, not her. She came out of her ball in a burst and took off in a run down the hall, leaving Naruto in her dust. Naruto now lay on his bed, running over what the hell had just happened to mess with his mind so much. First he asked Hinata-chan what was wrong, then he tries to comfort her, then she pushes him away and runs. It's an average situation for him, but never thought Hinata-chan would do that unless. Naruto's mind almost snapped in realization. This was probably the worst thing that could have happened to him. Hinata must have found out about Kyuubi and hated him just like all the others. Naruto felt like curling up in a ball and crying, but he wouldn't allow himself to. All he did was turn over in his bed, cover himself with his sheets, and silently shed his painful tears. Hinata had to run. She couldn't face Naruto like that, especially after he found her. Hinata carefully dodged all of the branch house servants and rushed to her room, closing the door in a haste and locking it. Her heart was in shambles and there was no one to help her pick up the pieces. As the darkness flooded the village, she fell asleep in her own tear-soaked pillow. Naruto awoke in his world of dreams inside the corridor of the seal. Naruto called out Kyuubi's name, but as he approached the cage he found a small card hanging on the bars. "Urgent meditation business, be back later." Naruto blinked. Since when did the fox call a day off from nightly training? Naruto shrugged and his form faded from the seal world. His back turned to the red eyes that watched him carefully. "You have to experience this, kid. Only way it'll get fixed." The morning came without last night's rain and both Naruto and Hinata were tired. They both had fairly fitful nights of sleep, each with their own torrent of nightmares and mental anguish. As they went for breakfast, they both hoped the other was not there so they wouldn't cross paths. Neither of them arrived at the same time, but to them it was a mixed feeling. They were happy the other wasn't there, but sad at the same time. Hinata had an early morning mission and Naruto was busy with training from Hiashi-sama, so they didn't see each other in the early morning. Hinata had a simple tracking mission with her old team so she wouldn't be gone for a very long time, most likely just for the day. She left the home with a pang of pain just as she saw Hideko watching her, a smug smirk on her features that made Hinata's hand twitch in anticipation for use of the caged bird seal. She gathered together her composure and left the home without so much as a word to the smug-looking branch female. Hiashi had decided to step up Naruto's training and made him focus his chakra into 3 kana that were balanced on the tip of his nose. He had to have the exact amount of chakra or it would slice off his nose or stab his eye. Naruto concluded his training and set off to meet his new team for even more training. He still had a long day ahead of him. "Naruto, no offense, but you look like hell. And this is coming from me," Itami said as she saw the fox boy enter the training grounds. "I had a long day," Naruto said as he began to stretch. Naruto spotted Zayaku with his back to a tree and his golden eyes staring out into nothingness. Apparently he was in a thinking mood and that meant a large sign saying "Do not disturb" hung from his neck. Naruto completed his stretching just in time to see the snapping arrival of their Jounin sensei. "Hey, how's everyone? Holy crap, Naruto, you look like hell," Taishu said as he examined the fox boy. "That's what I said," Itami said as Zayaku approached the group, his thought process apparently broken by the snap of Taishu. "I'm fine, let's just get on with it," Naruto growled, causing them to get off his case. "Anyway," Taishu said with his usual smile, "I was going to suggest a few things, then we'll take it from there. First is basics." There was a groan from the group. Then there would be chakra control. Naruto was the one who groaned the loudest out of the three this time. "Or we could skip that and have a good old-fashioned spar and training for the upcoming Chunin exams," Taishu said with a wide smile, to which all three agreed. "We don't need more training, we need more real fighting," Naruto said with crossed arms. "Seriously, sensei, we're not going to get any better doing more studying," Itami said with a smirk. "I would like to face Naruto," Zayaku spoke from the back of the group. In a split second everyone looked at him in confusion. Taishu nearly burst out laughing. He expected Zayaku and Itami to spar with each other as they always had, and he would help train probably the strongest of the three. He always knew the winner of the Zayaku-Itami fights. As long as Itami didn't get extremely drunk before or during, then it was always an even draw, but he suspected Zayaku didn't want to severely injure his teammate. Now he requested a match with the powerful Kitsune. This was going to be fun. "Okay, I'll grant that request, but for now Itami and I will be watching," Taishu said with a great smile as he and Itami hurried to the edge of the soon-to-be battlefield. Naruto looked at Zayaku and shrugged. "Your funeral." Zayaku smirked and his golden eyes flashed in the sunlight. "Good luck, Naruto." "Okay, I will call the winner when I see one," Taishu shouted from the side. Naruto and Zayaku bowed to each other, then Naruto took a fighting stance while Zayaku stood like he was open to any attack at any angle. "And go," Taishu shouted, and in an instant Naruto vanished in a blur. Zayaku took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he formed a hin seal. "Haketeki Kanjiki Shikaku," he said as he opened his transformed eyes to the world. His eyes now were completely gold, no white to be shown. In the center of this golden sea was a single cross-shaped black mark that served as the eye's pupil. Zayaku's eyes shot open and he ducked his head right below a powerful punch from Naruto. Twisting quickly, Zayaku swung the back of his fist directly at Naruto's abdomen. Naruto smirked, knowing that a simple punch wouldn't hurt him, so in a moment of arrogance he let it hit him. Now, the heavier and the more solid something is, the more force it accumulates in movement. Take into the equation what Zayaku had under his bandages and other clothes: heavy solid coins. Naruto felt like he was hit by a solid steel hammer. It was like something just below Lee's massive strength. Naruto flew back but landed on his feet and nursed his injured abdomen while Zayaku looked at Naruto, his golden cross-pupil eyes showing mirth in this game. "My funeral, Naruto?" asked Zayaku with his hands in his pockets. Naruto stood with a smile. "I am surprised, I'll give you that." Then Naruto began to wave his tails back and forth. "Sorry, but you are going down," Naruto said as he slammed his tails to the ground, sending a powerful electrical attack to Zayaku. Zayaku jumped, then fell to his knees, holding his abdomen in pain. "Very clever, Naruto," Zayaku said as he slowly stood holding his stomach. "How are you okay after that?" Naruto asked in pure confusion. Zayaku declined to answer and merely began to form hand seals. His hands ceased their movement and his eyes met Naruto's. Shichai Zayaku no Jutsu, Teishoku. From his body flew all his coins, and in a flash they formed a beast that looked like it came from neither heaven nor hell. It had a long row of darkened pits across its head, all having a slight faint red glow in them. The beast's mouth, though made of coins, was large, and its huge jagged teeth were looking as sharp as razors. The beast's jaw was so large that it had small insect-like legs to carry it, and along the beast's slowly narrowing body was a row of scorpion-like legs. On its tail was another massive mouth, and hanging from both mouths were three snake-like tongues, spiked and ready to hook into its prey. It was a disgusting beast and would have been very threatening had it been bigger than 1 foot tall. Itami and Taishu sat on the sidelines watching this, then burst into a maniacal fit of laughter. "Oh God, to Rich!" Itami screamed in the middle of her howling laughter. My sides!" Taishu yelled through his hearty laughter. Naruto was no better. He was laughing possibly harder than the other two as he rolled on the ground. Zayaku in the meantime twitched in annoyance. Lifting his hand towards Naruto rolling on the ground, the creature swiftly skittered to Naruto's arm and clamped down with its large mouths. Naruto howled in pain. The beast was actually trying to attack him. This only made Itami and Taishu laugh harder as Naruto tried to shake the small monster off. With a short burst of Kitsune fire breath, the creature dispersed and the coins vanished into Zayaku's person. "I hate you all," Zayaku said with a twitching eye, seeing his beast be so easily dealt with and seeing the small damage it had done to Naruto quickly heal. Not as much as this, Naruto thought as he held his hands together in a hand seal. Naruto activated Sekigen, and in a flash he was behind Zayaku, his fingers at the ready. Kano Hagakure Haiden, Teijutsu no Ogi, Senin Goroshi. Naruto cried as he thrust his chakra-enhanced fingers into the rectum of Zayaku. For a moment the entire field was silent. Not a bird chirped, not a leaf fell, not even the wind blew. Zayaku turned his head slowly, his golden eyes filled with rage and a deep growling rising from his throat. "You are dead." Naruto smiled sheepishly and laughed nervously. Apparently with all those coins made Zayaku a lot heavier than Naruto had thought. Zayaku turned with a swift kick to Naruto's head, but he missed by just a hair. Naruto took off in a golden blur, but hell, if Zayaku was going to be left with that indignation. Zayaku's hands flew into seals, and when he finished he cried, Shinchai Zayaku no Jutsu, Koumansa. Suddenly Zayaku's eyes grew dark and the light around him seemed to bend to the darkness. His chakra flared to levels previously unknown from him. His skin turned dark, his muscles bulged, and the black of his hair took over his previously silver locks, leaving him with an even darker aura of dark chakra. Naruto. He roared as he took off at a speed that could have even rivaled Naruto in his prime Sekigin stage. Oh crap, Itami said as she rushed off to find the two idiots. Taishu laughed and said, I knew this was going to be fun. He followed Itami as she rushed after the furious Zayaku and the fleeing Naruto. Naruto smiled to himself as he ran, mostly under Sekigin influence. Nothing could touch him in this state. At least until his chakra ran out, but for him that wasn't much of a concern. Suddenly he felt a very powerful darkness creep up his spine and he turned his head, only to be greeted by the sight of Zayaku in full transformation. Hot on his tails. Naruto kicked his fleeing into high gear, even sending Sekigin into its highest level of activation that he could reach, but it wasn't enough. Zayaku caught up to Naruto and in an instant Naruto felt like he had been clocked with a hammer on his back. He stumbled and in a black flash Zayaku was beside him, kneeing him in the gut to send him flying. As Naruto flew he saw a black blur pass him, then hit him with what felt like an anvil. Naruto fell again but felt Zayaku's knee deep in his gut, sending him into the air again. I quote, I'll finish you, Zayaku said as he became a blur at Naruto's side. Naruto turned and watched as the dark Zayaku reached back for his black bandaged object only to stop. His eyes that shone brightly with gold and black faded into his original dull gold irises. His skin faded into his normal skin tone, his hair turned its same shade of silver with black on the tips, however the black tips seemed to be larger than before. His muscles shrunk under his bandages which constricted with the muscles and he turned back into his normal form. Zayaku's eyes became half closed then shut as he fell to the ground in a heap. When Zayaku landed he created a crater similar to what happened when Lee removed his weights from his legs. Naruto was just lucky enough to fall on his feet, but that was short-lived and he rolled back on his heels, falling onto his butt when he lost his balance. Naruto blinked a few times then fell on his back in exhaustion, thank God. Whatever Zayaku had just done, it really just put his ass on the line. You have to be the luckiest person I have ever met, you know that, asked Taishu as he stood next to Naruto with a smirk. How so? Naruto grumbled, his body too exhausted and in pain to keep his eyes open. You forced Zayaku to use Kumansa, lasted long enough for his time limit to expire, and you avoided it, Taishu said with a laugh. What the hell is it? And what the hell was that jutsu? Naruto asked in confusion as he just lay there, his body not responding to any move commands. It is something you don't want to get acquainted with. The jutsu he used was called Kumansa and the other taijutsu he used to beat the hell out of you was called Akari, Taishu said with a serious voice but still a smiling face. Kumansa takes an offering of Zayaku's life to increase his abilities and chakra by how much Zayaku puts up as an offer. You're lucky he held this one back then again, so is he, Taishu said, his smile faltering as he looked to the crater and Itami pulling the unconscious ninja from its center. It looks like he only sacrificed a year of his lifespan, Taishu said, he'll be out for a good while. You're one lucky fox, even if you are a five-tailed kitsune. That jutsu is like opening several of the celestial gates. Naruto shook his head side to side slowly to avoid too much pain. Why the hell did he do that? A full year of his life gone for that one jutsu I did to him. Taishu sighed and said, Zayaku is different. He holds his efficiency in high regard to everything he does. If it appears that he has lost his edge, he has to make up for it one way or another. That jutsu was really embarrassing to fall to, so he had to attack full force to save face. But an entire year of his life, Naruto said with a guilty voice. Had he known, he wouldn't have put Zayaku up to that jutsu. He doesn't think much of his life. He considers it an expendable part of himself. All he worries about is his money, his efficiency, and his team, Taishu said with a slight chuckle. You feeling better? Itami asked as she approached the small group with Zayaku hanging on her shoulder. I have probably 3 broken ribs, a cracked spine, tons of bruising. Yeah, I'm spectacular, Naruto said with a grin. Truth be told, his body was quickly mending itself already. He would be ready to move in a matter of minutes. Whether he could move due to exhaustion, however, was a whole different matter. Smart ass, Itami said with a glare when suddenly she felt the weight of Zayaku lift from her shoulder. I'll take him home for him to get some rest. Itami, you stay here and make sure Naruto gets up eventually, Taishu said with a laugh as he snapped into a puff of smoke. Wonderful. Stuck with the fox, Itami said sourly as she stared at Naruto on the ground. Itami, what was that thing with his eyes? Naruto asked, deciding he might as well get as much info he can. His line, it's a lot different than most though, Itami said as she took a swig from her scroll. Well, I have no idea what it does. Zai-kun has never told me, Itami said, completely missing what she had called Zayaku. Zai-kun, Naruto asked, noticing the affectionate name. Hey, I'm drunk, give me a break, Itami said with a slight blush on her face. Anyway, what was that he called out before his jutsu? I've never heard attacks like it, Naruto said as Itami cleared her throat. A while ago on a mission outside the village we ran into this traveler. He started spouting off things about this religion in a faraway land. Mainly these things called the 7 deadly sins. Zai-kun persuaded the traveler to explain everything to him, and from then on he came up with those weird jutsu, Itami explained with a shrug. Naruto nodded the best he could, then he began to think. The more Naruto thought of it, this team was really similar to his old team. The dark brooder filled in by Zayaku, the playful jester filled in by himself, the sensei filled in with Teishu, and what the hell was Itami? What's your story, Itami? Naruto asked, curious since the question had filled his mind. Story? What do you mean? Itami asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, now don't get mad at me, but your sake addiction? Naruto said, bracing for a yelling fit. Itami sighed and sat down next to Naruto. You've heard of Suiken, right? Yeah, you get drunk and suddenly you're an excellent fighter, Naruto said. That was about all he knew. It's a taijutsu style of fighting that once you're drunk your movements become powerful and completely unpredictable. You have to be born with it and you can't learn it, Itami said as she stared out into nothingness. My mother and father were both excellent Suiken users, and since I was their daughter they expected me to know how to use it too. When I was a baby my mother would sometimes feed me sake instead of milk just to enhance my Suiken, Itami said with a glare on her face. Oh, they were pissed when I couldn't use it. My father called me a disgrace and cursed my very existence. My mother just didn't say anything to me and acted as if I was invisible. It was too late at that point and I was already addicted. Now if I don't have it, the shock from withdrawal could kill me, Itami finished as she held up her scroll and doing the genjutsu on it and turning it into a small takiri with a seal painted on it. This holds as much sake as 8 barrels thanks to the seal, Itami said as she spun the takiri in the light. She redid the heavy genjutsu and put it back onto her belt without a word. That sucks, Naruto said, the only words that could form in his mind. It reminded him of something similar to someone close to him. Then his eyes drooped and he felt his heart fell. Hinata-chan, he whispered to himself, but unfortunately Itami caught it. Hinata, the Hyuga heiress. You know her? Itami questioned, to which Naruto turned his head to the side in shame. Yeah, I know her. I live at the Hyuga compound, Naruto said, to which Itami raised an eyebrow. You live there? She asked, then Naruto nodded. So, why did you look so bad when you first came to training this morning? Itami asked, curiosity tinting her tone. Most anyone living there under main house privileges were treated like kings. I just had a long day yesterday, Naruto growled, but being half drunk Itami didn't acknowledge it. Bullshit. If I can tell when Zai-kun is lying I can sure as hell tell when you are, half drunk or not, Itami said as Naruto turned his head quickly to her with a snarl. Shut up, he growled, but suddenly was floored by a shooting pain all over his body. It was horrible, and suddenly he heard a very familiar voice. Kid, just tell her it's not like she'll remember. What harm could it do? Itami was probably messed up out of her head at the moment, might as well tell her. She was a girl and might be able to help. Hinata-chan found out something, Naruto cracked with a saddened tone. Oh, found out what? You sleep around on her or something? Itami laughed while Naruto glared. No, Shadow doesn't think of me that way anyway, Naruto said, fading at the end. Whatever, if it's so horrible of a thing that she found out, confront her about it. It could be what you think or it could be something entirely different, Itami said just before she took a drink from her scroll. That would have been so wise if she hadn't just done that, Naruto thought as he slowly sat up, his strength finally back to working levels. Thanks, Itami, Naruto said as he stretched a bit, trying to get feeling back into his body. What the hell for? Itami asked, apparently getting more drunk every time she took a drink of her scroll. For the advice, for the history of you guys. I'd ask about Teishu-sensei, but I have to get going, things to do. See you later, Itami, Naruto said, and with that he left with a wave and a grin. Itami looked around the training grounds and found she was the only one around. Well, this is boring, Itami said with half-lidded eyes and a red blush over her cheeks. As she hiccuped, her mind didn't register the fading light of day and the clearing clouds in the sky. I think I'll go bother Zai-kun, she said with a drunken smirk as she disappeared in a blur. Naruto sighed. Today had been a hell of a day. First his early morning training, then his duel with Zayaku. Here he was lying on his bed, tear stains on his whiskered cheeks and a smile plastered on his face as he grinned like there was no tomorrow. Itami's advice was good. Hell, even if she was drunk to next Sunday she was fricking Buddha incarnate. Naruto swiftly and silently entered the Hyuga compound, using his ninja stealth and his kitsune illusions to sneak undetected around the home. After an hour or so of sneaking through the main house he came to the realization Hinata wasn't home. Oh Sonova, he swore mentally as he rushed out of the home through his kitsune reality illusions. Naruto exited the front door like he was tearing his own body from the foot-thick wooden barrier. He slid from the kitsune illusion and then raised his head to the wind, his nose on high alert for the slightest scent of the lavender-eyed beauty. His nose twitched and he caught a very familiar scent, and putting whatever spare chakra he had into it he rushed toward the scent. Hinata as usual walked in the back of the group, her Byakugan active to catch sight of any spies to the team. Her powerful line saw nothing in the dense woodland and she was grateful for it. The mission had been easy as always, but her mind wasn't exactly on the mission. The entire time Kiba had commented non-stop on how she looked sick. He constantly questioned her well-being. Shino even offered his concern. Hinata, however, just shrugged them off and told them that she had just had a long day yesterday and didn't get much sleep. It was the truth, even if it was the bare-bones truth. Shino accepted cautiously along with Kiba, but that didn't mean they turned a blind eye to her condition. Kiba and Akamaru could practically smell the sadness radiating from her, and Shino's insects kept a regular update on Hinata's condition, seeing as they were able to watch the girl when Shino couldn't. As the mission came to a close, Hinata's facade began to crack and she looked sad and to a point angry. Okay, that's it, Kiba said as he tuned just inside the village gates. What the hell is going on? Kiba asked firmly but not loudly so as to not to get on the girl's bad side. It's nothing, Kiba-kun, Hinata said softly with eyes that told of her lies. Hinata, it is not good to lie to your friends. Shino spoke his same calm and monotone voice. Chu didn't get sleep and Hinata tried but it was obvious none of the boys bought it. It's nothing, she said softly as she dropped her head and fell to the same habit of shyness she had when she was younger. Kiba twitched. If this had anything to do with a certain fox he would make sure each and every one of his family's dogs got a piece of him. Before he could say anything however Hinata turned and began he walk home to the Hyuga compound. Goodbye Kiba-kun, Akamaru-kun, Shino-kun. Have a good night's rest, she said softly without looking at the boys. Kiba could have sworn he smelt salt water in the air but they were nowhere near an ocean. Kiba was about to go after Hinata but Shino placed a hand on his shoulder stopping him in his tracks. Kiba, we have no business butting ourselves into her affairs. I have a feeling Naruto has something to do with this too but I trust Hinata and to an extent Naruto to do what's right. With it the bug wielder turned and set a path for his own home, his hands thrust into his pockets and his hood up covering his head from the prying world. Kiba stood there for a moment before clenching his fist then turning for his own home. You better make her happy you idiot fox or Akamaru's gonna have some special kitsune dog food next time we meet. Akamaru barked in agreement and the ninja and his dog headed for home. Hinata carried along to the Hyuga home, her eyes to the ground as they leaked silent tears. No one bothered to ask the Hyuga heiress what bothered her so. No one bothered to even look at her, to them she was damn near invisible. Hinata continued on her way home, completely engrossed in her world of cold loneliness and pain. It was only necessary that she see the cause of her pain slide into her view when she looked up briefly, his nose turned to the air and sniffing. No, wasn't the cause, he was something else but he was nowhere near the cause. He was her cure but he was on a shelf just a little too high for her to reach. She knew what he was looking for and with that she hung her head even lower in an attempt to remain completely invisible. She took a swift right into a darkened alley and using her ninja skills and natural grace she leapt up and then from rooftop to rooftop hoping to escape the fox boy. Naruto followed the scent of Hinata through the crowds, his nose working double overtime for this effort. He closed in onto a small alley and that was where he lost the scent. He sneered to himself and jumped, his nose catching a whiff of the elusive girl's scent. That way, he thought as he used the meager strength he had and pushed it to its limits. He darted from rooftop to rooftop following no longer the scent but a small figure in the distance. He knew by the way it moved, stepped, jumped. They were all too graceful for a normal ninja, it had to be her. Hinata ran top speed searching for an escape but she could feel Naruto following her, even over the tops of the roofs. She wanted to stop and cry, have him hold her until it was all right. She wanted to feel the safe embrace of his tails and arms, she wanted to tell him she loved him. She didn't know when it happened but she knew it was almost always there. She viewed his endless confidence, his power to rise above everything that put him down, and she idolized him. For a few minutes, then she crushed on him like a paper cup under his feet. She didn't know when the crush had grown into love but it had, and now it hurt more than anything in the entire world. She just wanted to go to him but she knew she couldn't. He didn't see her as his love, he saw her as his friend. A person he could like as a friend. Hinata slowed to a stop and found she had somehow wandered herself to the far gardens of the Hyuga mansion. This was one of the places that few people knew about let alone visited, but she knew of its existence. When she was younger and things had been rough, she would wander the grounds looking for places to hide herself from the scorn of the world. She found this place when she was 7 and from then on it became her own personal hiding spot. It was quiet, far enough from the house so no one would find her. It was also close enough that she wouldn't get lost getting out here or going back. With an estate this big it was quite easy to get lost. Hinata sighed and sat in the middle of the small forgotten garden, flowers surrounding her in their soft smells and beautiful colors. Even though these flowers were beautiful, her favorite never came to blossom until after the beaming sun had set and the glimmering moon had risen. Despite her family name she always felt at peace when the flowers of the moon bloomed in the celestial orb's soft rays, almost glowing with an unearthly radiance. Hinata turned her head up to the buds which remained closed. It was nearing sunset by now. Maybe she could get away with hiding in here for the rest of her life, or at least until the moon rose. Apparently the forces that will be didn't give her that chance because just at that moment Naruto entered the small garden, his landing somewhat less graceful than normal. Trust me when I say this, that is saying a lot. Naruto landed on his feet but due from his long day and the sprint he had just pushed his body to. He fell flat on his face with a resounding thud. Hinata watched this happen then blinked in confusion. What the hell had just happened? Naruto slowly pushed himself up shaking his wild-haired head free of the impact of the crash then focused his untamed cerulean eyes on Hinata's pale lavender orbs. This look alone spurred Hinata's blush to return and tears to well up in her eyes to see what she had lost hurt. Hinata-chan, Naruto said softly as he pushed himself onto his feet and took a few trembling steps to Hinata before plopping down by her side with a thud. They both sat in silence for a while, neither having any idea where to start. Hinata sat with her knees drawn up to her chest and wishing she could just curl up in a ball and disappear from existence at this moment. Naruto on the other hand, where to start about talking when you have an eons-old demon soul stuck in your navel. Hinata-chan, Naruto began with a soft sigh. It had been long enough of just sitting there, he needed to say something. Hell, when he found her it was just nearing sunset now, the sun was almost gone and the moon was in full view. "I'm sorry," he said unevenly. He was so torn about this. "For what, Naruto-kun?" Hinata questioned, even though in her heart she knew the answer. "I'm sorry you had to find out whatever way you did," Naruto said as he looked down and away in shame. He knew that she had found out about the Kyuubi sealed in him, and now she was probably afraid of him. Hinata's heart sunk. She knew it was true. She knew that Naruto enjoyed that kiss. Somewhere in her heart she hoped that it had been false. Her eyes had just tricked her and nothing had happened. This was the proof, and it hurt. "It's okay, Naruto-kun." Hinata began turning away so Naruto wouldn't see her crying eyes. If he saw her now he would probably think that she was weak. Naruto's eyes shot open and his heart sped. "You're really okay with it? Then why did you run from me?" Hinata cringed. She had run away from him twice, but she was in so much pain. What was she supposed to do? She didn't know what to do. "Naruto-kun, I apologize," Hinata said with her eyes turned to the sky, her tears forced down along with the choking sobs. It felt like her heart had been ripped out and cut into several pieces. Naruto smiled wide and his heart felt like it was free. She knew and she didn't care. She didn't know how to react, that's why she ran. He felt so happy he could just. Naruto leaned over and hugged Hinata with one of his best hugs. Now this wouldn't be too much of a surprise, but as he drew away Naruto took a chance and kissed Hinata on the already blushing cheek. Hinata's eyes grew to the size of dinner plates. Sure, he hugged her and she was used to a little, but kissed her. Well, not on the mouth, but a kiss on the cheek sent her face aflame with a deep blush. "And Naruto-kun," Hinata said in stuttering confusion as Naruto looked down to the ground with a sheepish smile on his face. Maybe her heart wasn't so broken after all. "Sorry, Hinata-chan," Naruto said, ready to spell out his apology, but all of a sudden Hinata interrupted with, "What about Hideko?" She spoke Hideko's name with such a tone that for her it could pass as venomous. This almost had her painful tears return, but she willed them away. Now was not the time to cry. Naruto blinked, completely lost, and his mind summed up his confusion in the most intelligent phrase. "Ha." Hinata's voice dropped low as she said with a great amount of difficulty, "You know if branch girl you kissed." Naruto's face paled and his eyes nearly fell from their sockets. "You mean that wasn't a horrible nightmare?" Naruto asked with a few blinks of confusion. "Nightmare? What are you talking about, Naruto-kun?" Hinata questioned, more lost than ever. Naruto's eye twitched and he said, "So that harpy did kiss me. I was almost asleep when I walked in the door, then that bitch goes and kisses me right as I pass out. Yuck, now I have to rinse my mouth out with soap and steel wool." Hinata's face lit up in a bright smile that expressed the only thing she could feel inside, pure joy. It had been an illusion. Hideko was the one who had kissed Naruto. His eyes closed, he was asleep. However, Hinata was still confused. "Naruto-kun, if you weren't talking about the kiss, then what were you talking about?" Naruto froze. This was bad, very bad. He had to find a way out, quick. "So what is this place, Hinata-chan?" Naruto tried to dodge the question with another, but the look from Hinata let him know this was not going to drop. Naruto sighed and readied for the truth. Damn, he had gotten his hopes up for nothing. "Hinata-chan, after I tell you this I know you're going to hate me," Naruto said softly. Hinata had never heard this subdued of a voice from Naruto-kun. "I won't hate you, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied as she added in her mind, "I love you too much to ever hate you." Naruto looked at Hinata, then away from her, knowing this was now a one-way street for him. This sucked. "Hinata, you know the story of the Kyuubi and the fourth Hokage?" Naruto asked as the usual starter question. Hinata nodded in understanding. Almost everyone knew that story. "Well, forget it all. It's one big lie," Naruto said in a low and serious tone. Hinata was confused and had a few questions. Why would they lie about something like that, and what did it have to do with the present time? She held her questions and allowed Naruto to continue guessing. They would be answered eventually. "The truth is that the fourth Hokage couldn't kill the Kyuubi. He could only weaken and seal the monster into a human child," Naruto said with a low and almost crying tone. "On that child, Hinata-chan," Naruto finished as he pulled his knees up to his chest and rested his chin on his knees, silent tears making their way down his face. He knew that at any second she would scream, then run, demanding that he be shooed from the Hyuga mansion like some lost mangy dog. It was easy to deduce that he was in complete shock when he felt Hinata's soft and warm arms wrap around him, pulling him to her in a soft embrace, feeling the drops of tears land freely on his head. For Hinata it all made sense now. Why Naruto was always hated as a child, why he always had to fight for his acknowledgement, even right down to why he was a Kitsune now. It all made sense, seeing the barrier broke, and she cried. She had no idea the burden on Naruto. She had no idea what he had to live with all these years. She did the only thing she could. She tried to offer Naruto the same comfort he so freely gave her and embraced him. Uzumaki Naruto as a child had never known a completely loving warmth. He had only known the cold stares and the painful threats and words. His entire life began to revolve around finding a way to stop those looks, to stop those words. He wanted the people to know who he was, and he wanted to be known as Uzumaki Naruto, not as the beast in his belly. He never knew a real parent's love, a brother's bond, a true sister's care. He never knew any of this, but no matter the situation, no matter what happened, he donned his mask of smiles and jokes and guessed at what those feelings were. He put his smiling face to the world and tried to help those in need. He tried to give those who had even less than he, or even those who had so much more, some of his own warmth to make their life better. As he sat there, feeling the drops of tears landing on his head and the warm arms circling him, he realized that all the time he was the one who needed help. He was the one who needed encouragement and warmth. Here was someone who was so freely giving him this warmth, and in that instant his mask cracked and the memories of a lost childhood came down upon Naruto like a surging tidal wave, and he cried like never before. He wrapped his arms around Hinata and cried into her warm body as for the first time in his life he felt a true, completely loving embrace. Hinata cried for Naruto as he buried his head into her shoulder and cried himself, her jacket quickly becoming soaking wet from the salty liquid. Slowly, bit by bit, the tears stopped and they dried up. The trails they had made was all that remained, but Naruto had yet to leave Hinata's warm squeeze. Hinata smiled softly to herself as she stroked Naruto's wild golden hair, the feel of it much softer than she had expected. Her pale lavender eyes held closed as she cradled the still sobbing body to her. This all-powerful Kitsune, this teenage powerhouse of chakra and jutsu, was still clinging to her shoulder like a lost little boy who had just found his way home. In a way he had found someone that gave their warmth to him. In time Naruto was able to remove himself from Hinata's shoulder, his cerulean and golden eyes shot from his salty tears. Naruto rose from Hinata's shoulder with what had to be the world's brightest and truest smile that had ever been produced. "Hinata-chan," he said as his bright ocean blue and purest golden eyes shone in the bright moonlight, showing an emotion Hinata didn't dare to hope was there. "And Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked in complete confusion, her pale violet orbs seeming to glow in the faint light. "Come on kid, go for it, don't be dumb." Naruto felt his body act on his own, and in a matter of seconds he brought the space between his lips and Hinata's into non-existence. His lips had touched her own in a truly beautiful official first kiss. His eyes slowly slid closed, but now instead of fatigue, all he felt was love. Hinata's eyes opened in complete surprise. She had never, oh hell, with expecting this or not, she was kissing her Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes slid closed and she reveled in the kiss from Naruto. It was clumsy, yes, but hell, it was their first kiss together. What was one to expect? They slowly got the basics of it and were kissing with as much passion as they possibly could with their non-existent experience. However, nature is a cruel mistress, and soon she called the two for their anatomical need for oxygen in their lungs. They reluctantly parted, both heaving breaths of different rates. Hinata's breaths were quick and quiet, like she had run 100 miles and was still ready for 100 more. Naruto's breaths were deep and animalistic, like a caged animal attempting to break free of its imprisonment. Naruto's face was etched with his confident smile, but in his eyes he held nothing but love and admiration. He laughed a little bit while Hinata joined his mirth with a small fit of giggles. Her laughter was music to his ears. Her beautiful face and graceful features the greatest works known to man. Her voice a soft melody that he would never get tired of. Her entire soul, it was a thing of beauty, something he could nor want to forget. Oh yeah, he was in love. "Hinata-chan, I love you," he said lovingly, his words of adoration and care reaching his eyes. Hinata looked at Naruto's foxish eyes, so captivating. His handsome face, so amazing. His entire being, soared she can't begin to describe. His laughter, his true smile, his everything she loved, and when she had heard his proclamation for her, nothing could stop her joy. She saw the love deep in his eyes and her heart felt like it was going to explode with emotion if she didn't let it out soon. "I love you too, Naruto-kun," she nearly screamed as she practically jumped him, forcing him to the ground and her lips on his in another loving kiss. In Konoha there was neither rain nor snow. The weather was neither cold nor hot, it was just the most perfect night known to their history in several years. The bright full moon was in view of the entire village, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. All around the village of the leaf the lunar flowers spread their petals in a bright glowing bloom, paying their homage to a love so deep it withstood all the heavens and the history of a legendary demon fox. "Oh shit," came the scream from a certain five-tailed demon fox as he dodged a perfected electrocution racing in from what he considered his prized student. Hyuga ducked just in time to avoid the crackling ball of hurricane energy, but not swift enough to dodge the static charged tails that followed up the powerful offensive. "Damn it," Kiba said just before his body was thrown back smoking in the world of the seal. "How was that, Kiba-sensei?" asked the madly grinning senior student of the Eons of Fox Spirit. "Kid, whatever the Hyuga girl did to you, tell her I don't thank her," Kiba growled as he shook off the black from his standing on end fur. When this was accomplished, Kiba did in fact look like a massive ball of fluff, which made Naruto laugh much to Kiba's anger. "Remember, I don't say thank you," Kiba growled, smoothing down his fur with a few licks of his tongue. Naruto plopped down on his rear end with a happy sigh and glazed eyes, remembering what had happened before he entered the world of dreams. He had confessed to Hinata, from his feelings to the demon sealed inside his stomach. She loved him and he loved her, it was all perfect. What made this even better was that he felt even more powerful, which really surprised him. Maybe it was that confession that was on his heart for so long was finally released. Whatever it was, he felt so invincible. Hyuga chuckled to himself, this kid was truly one of a kind. For a kitsune to gain tails, they had to gain honor for their family or their master. Apparently finding love was somewhere in there too, and he was just on the cusp of his sixth tail. All he needed was a push, and there was number 6 waving behind his back. Maybe he couldn't, that is something he'll save for after the exams. "Ready for another round, kid?" Kyuubi said, his tails waving in a charge. "Ready, Kyuubi-sensei," Naruto said with a wicked grin and his golden-edged azure eyes glowing. The weeks following the little incident before the Chunin exams were now truly happy and peaceful ones. Naruto and Hinata would spend any of their extra time with each other, either in quiet peace or in animated discussion. Now Naruto wasn't a person to hold his affection for his precious person to himself, so any chance he got he would kiss, hug, or even simply hold hands with Hinata. This would cause a blush from the beautiful Hyuga girl, of course, but hell, she enjoyed it, why stop it? In way of training, Hiashi slowly began to ease up on Naruto, at least that was what Naruto thought. One day he asked Hiashi about it, and the Hyuga leader said he hadn't even slowed down the training. Naruto was simply getting stronger. This called for a celebration date with Hinata, which ended up with Hinata tasting Naruto on her lips for a good long while. Not that she minded, of course. Naruto would train with his team as usual, but something was a little off. Even though Zayaku now regularly showed up to their training sessions, he seemed to be more deeply involved in his thoughts. Once or twice his thoughts almost got him a seriously painful experience at the hands of a drunk Itami, but that was another story for another day. Naruto, in the midst of his confusion, decided to ask the only person on the team who might give him straight answers. Teishu. Teishu sat on the top of the training logs of the training ground, his fingers snapping to an invisible beat. His eyes were closed and he rocked his head back and forth in time with his snapping. Teishu-sensei, Naruto called out from the top of the next training log over. Teishu stopped his actions, then turned to the fox boy seated beside him. Hello Naruto, what can I do ya for? Teishu asked with a smile and a laugh. Well, this question has been on my mind for a while now. What's up with Zayaku? Naruto asked with his head tilted to the side as he sat down on the training log facing the Jounin. Teishu sighed, his smile falling to the somber moment. Naruto, have you ever envisioned your own death? Teishu asked with a snap of his fingers. Naruto blinked, confused at the question. What? Have you ever envisioned your own death? You know the part where you bite the big one? Teishu said with a small mocking smirk. Naruto nodded his head. Of course he had to. In the middle of a deadly mission he always thought he could die, but he pushed it to the back of his mind and fought on as he always had. Teishu laughed. This was indeed a fun game. Of course you have, you're a ninja. But, have you ever envisioned your death purely with no reason behind it? Teishu asked with crossed arms. No, why would I do that? Naruto asked in confusion. The Jounin was causing more confusion by the second. Maybe he wasn't the best person to talk to. Well, on this team, you might have to, Teishu said with a slightly less energetic tone. You see, our team on record is a shield team, Teishu said with a gesture of his hand which Naruto nodded to. That is nowhere near what we are. We are a suicide attack team, Teishu said with a smirk. Naruto blinked. Wait, what the hell was that? What? There is no way in hell something like that exists, Naruto said with clenched fists. Oh, but they do, Naruto, Teishu said with a smile and a laugh. We are the first sent out because of our power, but more importantly for our pasts, Teishu said to a confused Naruto. Wait, your pasts? Naruto asked, trying to pump as much info from Teishu as possible. You see Naruto, in this team we all have some sort of an easy past. Itami has her parents. Despite what they did to her, she finds it necessary to prove to her parents her worth. Even if it means her death, Teishu said with a sigh. He hated saying that, but he needed to get Naruto up to speed. I am a double traitor, both to my home village and the Sound. I was on frontline mission to Sound and got captured because of my little snapping problem. I was put in their military, then caught on a mission to Konoha thanks to my overzealousness for the mission. You can guess the rest from there, Teishu said with a slightly serious gaze. Naruto nodded with a serious yet slightly questioning gaze, and Zayaku. Teishu's face turned deadly serious for the first time since they met, and he said, Naruto, I have no authority to tell you about that. With that, Teishu smiled and laughed his hearty laughter. Well, that's all the questions for now, Naruto. I hope this was, Teishu said as if winding up for something. Oh god no, Naruto thought just as Teishu said, SNAPTACULAR. With a snap of his fingers and a thumbs up, laugh. Naruto fell off his log from the lame line, firm in his belief that it was something even worse than Guy and Lee. The very next day Naruto was walking the halls of the Hyuga main house, his hands in his pockets as he took to humming a small tune to himself. Suddenly his entire body was thrust into a wall and he felt the edge of an extremely sharp blade at his neck. You dirty fox, came a growling female voice. He smirked as he recognized the voice from his nightmare. Hello Hideko, am I right with the name? Naruto said with a laugh as he looked into the furious eyes of the branch house girl. You sickening fox. First you come to this house and stay when you are unwelcome, and now defile the heiress as if she were your own vixen, she growled as she pushed the blade closer to his throat. I have no idea what you are talking about, Naruto said with a sly smirk. You evil kitsune. I try everything I can to get you thrown from this home, but Hiashi-sama continually keeps you. If I didn't know better I'd think you were his son. I'll kill you, then the Hyuga name will be clean once again, Hideko said as she pushed the kunai with enough pressure to draw. Naruto smirked then poofed out of existence. Hideko stumbled forward in confusion, a shadow clone. Hideko, came a soft yet surprisingly angry voice. Hideko's eyes opened in shock and slowly turned to see the grinning fox boy standing right behind the Hyuga heiress, her pale eyes ablaze with an uncharacteristic anger. She was in some deep shit now. The majority of the branch house, save to the cooks and guards, were given the day off especially so Hideko could do each and every chore around the entire Hyuga mansion. That was truly satisfying to Hinata and Naruto for Hideko's first punishment. Naruto and Hinata were both content with not using the branch seal, but the more she badmouthed Naruto and pleaded with Hinata to kill him, the more it was looking appealing. Getting past that, it was a few days before the Chunin exams, but this day was special and Itsun showed up to the training fields, his hand holding 3 forms. "Guess what I got?" Taishu said with a grin and a snap. Needless to say, the papers were signed with no hesitation, and it was on. The Chunin exams were to take place in just a few short days. "This is going to be great," Naruto said with a joyous leap into the air. "Yeah, great," Itami said with a slight sip of her scroll. "Naruto, why so excited?" Zayaku asked, his mind for once this week not caught in his thoughts. "Well, for one, we get to fight and test our skills and probably move up in rank, but mostly Naruto built up the tension for this one. I'll finally get to see Gaara again." Itami, Zayaku, and Taishu all blinked at the same time. "What? You know Gaara, Kasage of the Sand?" Naruto said, trying to spark their memory. "We know who he is, Naruto," Zayaku said with crossed arms. "We just didn't know you knew him," Taishu shouted excitedly. "Can you get me his autograph?" Itami said, almost on the same level of excitement of Taishu. Naruto could have sworn he saw Zayaku's eye twitch, but then he held the same impassive stare he had from the day Naruto met him. "I'll do you one better, I'll have you guys meet him," Naruto said with a great laugh and smile. Taishu grinned and said, "If I tell you where he's coming to the village, can you get me some of his famous sand?" Naruto blinked, then became a blur, rushing up to Taishu and grabbing him by the collar. "He's coming here today." Taishu nodded, yep, with his genin teams in royal fashion. After agreeing to Taishu's terms, since Taishu had important business to do, Naruto led the team of 3 to the western entrance just in time to see the infamous Kasage of the Sand, Sabaku no Gaara. He was flanked by his brother and sister, Kankuro and Temari, as they entered the massive gates. Before Naruto could even consider the idea that they just might not recognize him due to his absorption of Kyuubi's body, he landed in front of the procession, a grin on his face. In a snap, he saw Kankuro reach for his scrolls that summoned his great puppets, and he saw Temari reach for her life-extinguishing fan. Naruto blinked, his mind finally registering the fact that Temari and Kankuro probably didn't recognize him. Oh, he would hate to fight them, but if they attacked, it was his only choice. "Uzumaki, Naruto, we meet again," came the calm, monotone voice of the great Kasage of the Sand. Kankuro blinked in confusion along with Temari. This couldn't be that loud and crazy brat. They knew what he looked like nowadays, and a kitsune he wasn't. "Gaara, good to know someone knows who I am," Naruto said with an excited air. Gaara," Kankuro began, but was stopped with a sharp jab in the ribs with Temari's fan. "Shut up," she angrily whispered. Now that he was the Kasage, Gaara's word was law. Suddenly Naruto felt a rush of air behind him, signaling the appearance of his team. His smirk grew into a smile and he said, "Gaara, you're here for the exams, right? Well, take a look at my new team." Gaara took the initiative to look at the 2 genin behind Naruto. The first one was a girl, a somewhat fangirlish grin on her face, but other than that she looked rather normal. Hey, well, whatever you considered normal. For some reason he felt with her hair and eyes they were distantly related. Summed up in his own fashion, he came up with this single thought: "I have enough fans at home." Gaara then turned to the genin. He was a taller, more threatening person than the last girl. It looked as though he might put up a good fight if he were to attack. That thing on his back was a mystery too. What could be wrapped up in those black binds? Gaara, with his years of ninja training, decided that he might as well put these 2 to a test to see if they were worthy of even entering the exams. Using his retained Shukaku power over the sand, he sent 2 medium-speed jets of his own personal sand at the genin. The first one dodged the initial attack, then made a few incredibly quick hand seals. She put her scroll to her lips and tilting it back for what looked like a drink. She removed it quickly, then blew out an intense ball of fire which turned Gaara's returning stream of sand into a long piece of twisted glass. This was incredibly impressive to Gaara, and he made a note of it, but the other genin is what confounded him the most. With a simple head movement, a large stream of what looked like coins flew from his body, blocking the sand in midair. Gaara had heard of the Santetsu attacks of the Sandame Kasage, but he had never heard of using money as a form of attack. "You use coins?" Gaara questioned with crossed arms. "You use sand?" Zayaku questioned right back with his hands deep in his pockets. Gaara merely cracked one of his infamous smirks and turned to Naruto. "Quite a team you have, Uzumaki, Naruto." Naruto grinned like he always does and nodded with his excited response of, "Destined to be Chunin." "They'll have to get past my best genin first, Uzumaki," Gaara pleaded with a smirk and out of his head, bringing to the front 3 genin. One was covered head to toe in a high-quality Suna robe. The only thing visible on the person was their eyes, since their face was covered by a cloth mask. The second was obviously a girl, her face covered in the same fashion as Kakashi, as she wore normal Suna clothing. The last was a man, his chin sporting a thin beard and his eyes covered in dark reflective glasses as he dressed in similar Suna clothing. "This is who we need to beat?" asked the first regally dressed genin, proving that they were in fact a male. "Not worth our time," came the girl's voice as she crossed her arms over her chest. The spectacled boy at the end said nothing, but he held a smug smirk on his lips. Naruto could feel Itami and Zayaku twitching in anticipation. He knew they were ready to attack, but that couldn't happen. It could be a big incident between Suna and Konoha. He had to defuse the situation as soon as possible. "Well, Uzumaki, Naruto, I'd love to stay and catch up, but the Hokage is expecting us." "Goodbye, Uzumaki, Naruto," Gaara said, sensing the equal need to separate the teams quickly. Naruto gave Gaara a relieved look, then nodded. "Later, Gaara, enjoy the show." With it, the procession of Gaara, Kankuro, Temari, and several genin teams left, all the genin giving silent glares to the Naruto team. After the procession had left, Naruto smirked. "This is going to fun." "Indeed," Zayaku said, the tone of his voice proving his excitement. "We better make it this time. I am not staying a genin for another year," Itami said as she took a drink of her scroll. Naruto smirked. Oh, this was going to be fun and they were going to pass. He'd stake his life on it. Tea Day was today, the moment was now, the Chunin exams had finally arrived. Needless to say, Naruto was excited. "Naruto, I don't care what day it is, shut up," growled a severely irritated Neji as he lay on his bed, his once pure white eyes shot to a point that they resembled peppermints. For the past few hours Naruto had been rolling around on his bed, whispering to himself about what day it was. True, it was the day of the Chunin exams, but Naruto had been up since 3 a.m. It was now currently 6 a.m. and Neji was pissed off. "Sorry Neji, I'm just really excited," and Naruto began, but he was swiftly cut off by a snarling Neji. "I know, I've heard you talk about it for the past 3 hours. Neji growled as he jumped up into a sitting position on his bed. He'd had enough of Naruto's constant babbling. It was cutting into his sleeping cycle. "Naruto," Neji growled dangerously, causing Naruto to sit up in his bed to make eye contact with the furious Hyuga. "You have 3 seconds to get out of this room before I close all of the tenketsu that allow you to move, then toss you to Kiba's dogs." Naruto then vanished in a blur long before Neji began the countdown. "Thank God," Neji muttered as he tipped to the side, then passed out before his head even hit the pillow. Naruto yawned and scratched the back of his head as he walked barefoot from the branch house to the main house kitchen. He always found it enjoyable for some reason to be without his sandals in the early morning with the freshly dewed grass. He decided it probably had something to do with him being a Kitsu now, but he didn't think about it much. Nevertheless, his path strayed from the main house kitchen to a longer route, a much longer route. Hinata had woken up early that morning, her eyes being wide open at around 5. She knew the second she opened her eyes why too. Today was that day of the Chunin exams and her Naruto-kun was going to compete. Her face dove into a deep blush and a small smile spread across her lips as she thought of those words. Her Naruto-kun, it felt so wonderful to say, let alone think those words now that she could. Hinata smiled and leapt from her bed, an even bigger bounce in her step than the time when Naruto had told her she was someone he could like. Now I'm someone he can love, she thought excitedly as she readied herself for the day. She went about the business of her bath and such, after which she sped for the kitchen knowing that Naruto was probably awake just as she was. She was a bit disappointed to see Naruto sitting at the table, his customary ramen noodles sticking out of his mouth. However, she quickly cheered up and set about making a breakfast for champions. Naruto would need it for today. She was so wrapped up in her cooking that she didn't register the soft padding footsteps behind her. She completely missed the soft mischievous snicker and the swift gust of wind behind her. 2 arms wrapped themselves around her waist with a sudden boo. Hinata nearly jumped out of her skin in surprise but instantly relaxed when she recognized who it was behind her. "Naruto-kun, you scared me," she said as she leaned into the embrace and lay her head on his shoulder. "Well, you were just staring into space," he said with a playful smile. They just stood there, his arms wrapped around her waist as she leaned back into his warmth. "What a wonderful way to begin your day." After a bit of silence, Naruto said, "Today's the day." Hinata nodded. She knew what today was. After today, Naruto wouldn't be home for a few days, then he'd be training for the next month to get as strong as he possibly can. She thought of the Forest of Death, then in the end the great tournament. It installed a small, not so small bit of worry into her mind. What if something goes wrong? What if her Naruto-kun is hurt? What if her Naruto-kun dies? That was a question she wasn't prepared to face. Sensing her discomfort at her thoughts, Naruto pulled her closer into his warm embrace, making the feeling even more comforting by adding his tails in his sweet embrace. "Hinata-chan, I swore I wouldn't die. I'll always be right here with you. I love you," he said with a warm and caring tone. Although some stayed, most of Hinata's fears melted at those words. She fell deeper into his comforting embrace and said, "I believe you, Naruto-kun, I love you too." After the sweet conversation and the wonderful breakfast, Naruto set out to train with Hiashi in the early morning light. As he arrived to the training area, he found Hiashi standing with a somewhat impatient look on his face. "Naruto, you're late," Hiashi said with a semi-glare. Naruto gave Hiashi a sheepish grin and said, "Sorry, I was eating breakfast." "Oh, is my daughter's cooking that superb that you would miss training?" Hiashi asked with a father tone to it. Naruto instantly paled. Hiashi probably knew. Oh crap. Before he could say anything, Hiashi smirked and said, "In light of the Chunin exam, your training is cancelled today and for the next few days until you are finished with the second exam." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and bowed. "Thank you, Hiashi-sama. I promise to beat this test with the best of my skill." Hiashi nearly laughed, so formal for the boy who once painted the Hokage's faces. "You have an exam to get to," Hiashi said, which made Naruto jump. Yeah, he could probably get there early and eyeball all the other teams. Check their skills and such. Let's just say what is easy and thought normally doesn't go over too well in action. Getting to the point, after Naruto had left with a brief somewhat long really long goodbye to his dear Hinata-chan, he went to go find his teammates. He searched only to find that they had yet to show up at the meeting area. After checking nearly half of Konoha, he found Zayaku dragging the obviously smashed drunk Itami through the streets of Konoha to the Chunin exams. Naruto aided by helping carry her and spurring Zayaku on with how late they were going to be. With their luck they made it just under the wire. They stood outside the room, Itami regaining consciousness just as they got to the door. "Ugh, where the hell am I? I need a drink," Itami muttered as the boys set her down on her feet with a roll of their eyes. This allowed Itami to stumble in first as they made their way to their first exam. As usual, the first exam was the written test, and per the rules of mental torture, Morino Ibiki was the instructor. He was just about to begin the test when the door to the room swung open and revealed a girl, obviously drunk, who stumbled to the seat with her name on it. He remembered this girl from a while back, last time the test was in Konoha. He smirked. Half of the exam she was hiccuping or snoring. She still filled out her test, which was what confused Ibiki, but he left that for another day. In a matter of seconds his paradox would walk in. In walked Zayaku, his eyes shifting to where his seat was, just a little down from Itami in the same row. He took his seat as Ibiki smirked and remembered the boy's mental background. It wasn't pretty, but he wasn't a thirsty killer, which confused Ibiki. With everything that happened, he should want to kill the world. He then turned to the entrance with an expectant look on his face. Any moment now would his favorite toy should walk in. Oh, how wrong he was. The second Naruto stepped into the classroom, one single phrase rung in Ibiki's head: "Oh shit." Naruto walked into the room, a smirk on his face, as the first thing he saw was Ibiki's eyes, wide open in shock while he mouthed a curse. Apparently Kitsune or not, Ibiki recognized him and remembered what he had done. He then turned to the entire genin audience that watched him enter. A smug grin was plastered on his face, seeing many surprised looks, angry glares, and even creepily enough a few lecherous stares. He shook it off just in time to see the same impassive and dark face of one Uchiha Sasuke, seated just to the left of his own seat. Sasuke smirked at Naruto as he climbed the stairs and took his seat right next to the Uchiha clan member. "Bastard," Naruto said with a cheerful grin. "Dope," Sasuke replied as Naruto sat down, his tails making it just a tad bit uncomfortable, but he'd manage. "As I was saying," Ibiki continued, instantly quieting the nervous and angry whispers of the genin. Naruto yawned and decided to ignore it. He'd heard it all before. He took this chance and looked around the room, checking out the genin and what threat they might bring him. His eyes landed on a peculiar genin. On his back was a monstrous metal thing that gave him an incredibly odd feeling of nostalgia. He shook it off and looked around the room, finding the Tsunade team, all of them looking really tense and excited. Zayaku sat in his seat, his large black object leaning on his chair behind him, while Itami looked like she was going to be sick just down the row from him. Naruto turned in his chair and saw someone from, what their forehead protector indicated, the snow. Odd, he'd never seen them in the exams. At least never dressed so oddly. Their clothes looked different for people from the snow. Naruto kept this in mind as he turned back in his seat just in time to hear Ibiki say, "You have 1 hour, begin." Naruto yawned and put his head on the table. He had some sleep to catch up on, and he'll be damned if he filled out a test that wasn't going to be graded. Meanwhile, Zayaku was rolling his neck in a stretch, secretly directing his coins to the far corners and ceiling of the room. When they were all arranged in perfect areas, he tilted them and looked at the reflection in their bright shining surfaces. He turned them at just the right angle to give him a perfectly clear picture of Itami's paper. Itami slowly rose her head from her desk, her head a pounding blur of pain. She knew she had to do this, but man did it suck. She turned her hazy eyes to the paper in front of her with a slight groan. Her eyes stared at the paper, her conscious mind barely registering any of the words, but her hand instantly writing down answers. Ibiki watched the hungover Itami with amusement in his eyes. He had heard the complaints on Itami and how she would show up reeking of alcohol and disturbing the class with all manner of rude noises such as hiccups and burps. Unknown to Ibiki, for some reason her mind always retained whatever she learned while drunk out of her skull, but it only came out from her subconscious at the worst time, when she had a massive hangover. Zayaku's pencil flew over his paper, and in an instant he had all he needed for this part of the test. The rest would be in about 40 minutes. He retracted his coins and rested his chin on the back of his hands. He was ready to rest after the little Itami hangover escapade anyway. Itami in the meantime promptly laid her head down and passed out, not to wake up until her team shook her out of her slumber. Naruto yawned and lifted his head up just in time to see Sasuke finish his exam with a smirk and a whisper, "Simple." Naruto nearly laughed but held it in and faced the front of the room so as to not draw attention. "Who'd you copy off of?" Naruto whispered, his curiosity getting the better of him. "The guy you came in with," Sasuke said with a smug grin. "You ass?" Naruto growled, knowing Sasuke did that just to piss him off. "Oh well, let's see who pisses off who during the tournament." Naruto smirked as he watched the first genin team get kicked out. It was just weighted easy to catch them. As time passed, more and more teams were caught and more were thrown out. When it came down to the final question, Naruto stayed silent. He knew the trick Ibiki played and how him staying silent would help his own team's chance to pass. When they stopped refusing the question, Ibiki announced their success, and it was time for the next test. Naruto turned his eyes to the window. Any second that crazy Jounin Anko would fly in with her even more insane entrance. His eyes were trained on the window until he heard a loud crash, but the window remained unbroken. He turned to look in the center of the room to find Anko standing there, banner and all, under a large hole in the ceiling. She came in through the ceiling. What the hell is wrong with her? Naruto thought in confusion. "I'm the instructor for your next test, so follow me," Anko said eerily energetically, then beckoned the genin to follow her. All Ibiki did was stand to the side, staring open-mouthed at the hole in the ceiling. Have fun in the forest, bastard, Naruto said as he stood up and stretched his tail since they had been cramped up in the seat. Whatever dope, Sasuke said as he went with his own team. Naruto joined Zayaku in waking up Itami, who was more than happy to rid herself of the hangover with a deep swig of her Takuri. You know that won't help, Zayaku said as Itami got up from her seat. Shut up, money boy, she growled as she held her head and walked off after the insane Anko. Okay, before you take this portion of the exam you have to sign these liability waivers saying that just in case you get seriously hurt or killed you cannot hold Konoha in liability of the damages. Anko yelled as she passed out the forms. There were a few murmurs from the crowd, but in time all the forms were signed and handed back. Alright then, one person from each team line up and grab your scroll from the booth, then a Chunin examiner will take your team to your separate doors. Anko yelled as the genin began to line up for the scrolls. Naruto volunteered and got in line just behind that odd genin that he had seen in the exam room. He secretly inspected the large metal creation on the boy's back, the object in question on the very tip of his tongue. "K, what a waste of time. Just let me kill them all and get it over with," the genin groaned, which sparked Naruto's memory. He remembered what this was. It was the humongous sword of Zabuza. Naruto angrily grabbed the genin's shoulder and spun him around. The only way he could have gotten this was to defile Zabuza's grave. "Who the hell are you?" growled the genin, who was answered with a swift punch to the face. The genin flew through the air and landed some ways away on his feet. "How dare you rob from the dead?" Naruto snarled as suddenly the whole crowd of genin gathered around to watch the Zabuza sword wielder face the kitsune. Naruto then noticed the village marker the genin wore. It was like a belt around his waist, and it was from the mist. It was Zabuza's forehead protector turned into a belt. "You even stole his forehead protector. You're sick," Naruto snarled. This was going too far for his taste. The genin merely smirked and lifted the sword known only as Zabuza from its sheath. "K, why should I care what you think? I got this sword and forehead protector fair and square, just try and take it from me," the genin said, his pure black eyes staring at Naruto as his lips turned up into a sick smirk. The genin wore a torn shirt with bandages underneath, and along his right arm he had bandaged his elbow. He wore black pants like the infamous Zabuza, but unlike the famous ninja he wore black sandals. His dark hair was laid back into a spiky tail while a few large clumps fell over his black eyes. He rose the great sword to strike at the kitsune, but in a flash he was knocked to the side in a torrent of rock and dirt. Naruto turned his head to see the Suna team, all in full ninja gear. Even the royally robed ninja now wore traditional Suna armor, but he still kept his cloth veil covering his face. The veiled ninja sheathed a large scimitar onto his back, and with a scoff he turned and left with his team to gather their scroll. The Zabuza sword holder slowly got up and glared at Naruto as he sheathed his Zabuza sword. He finally realized what could happen if that crazy Jounin would get involved, and besides, he could kill this fox later. "I'll get you later," he threatened as he quickly got back in line to get his scroll. Naruto took his time in getting his team's scroll. He didn't want to be near that grave robber lest he kill him. After gaining the scroll of heaven, Naruto returned to his team, a smile on his face. They followed the Chunin to the exam entrance, all of them ready and rearing to go. While the written exam was a joke, Itami thought out loud as she stretched and took a drink of her scroll. "Agreed, this should be more interesting," Zayaku said with his hands deep in his pockets. "I can't wait," Naruto said, his adrenaline already pumping. He was ready. Somewhere on the farther side of the Forest of Death a team of 3 stood. Their forehead protectors proclaimed them from the Village of Snow. However, if one were to take a second look they would see the odd devices the 3 wore. The first was a girl obviously, and she wore a simple tank top shirt with a large scarf-like belt that had faded snow camouflage. Along her arms were fishnet gloves with black bands at each elbow. She wore gray ninja pants with fishnet stockings and dark sandals. Attached to her hip were 2 tonfa, but they had a hole on each end. She had short dark hair with haunting dark green eyes. Around her neck was a leather choker with a silver ring clasp, and in her ears were large silver rings. The second was a boy, his hair wild and somewhat greasy while his black eyes glinted with confidence. Around his neck he wore the same faded snow camouflage that the girl had, only as an actual scarf. He wore a light-colored sleeveless shirt and a darker undershirt. On his hands up to his elbows were a pair of pitch-black steel arm guards, complete with 3 6-inch claws extending from the knuckles. On the back hand of this metal concoction was a large red jewel with a black center ring. The boy wore normal black ninja pants with faded camouflage flaps over it along with his black sandals. The third boy was a mystery. He wore his large scarf so high that it covered his entire face except his sunglasses-covered eyes. His hair was black as the night sky and spiked backward in a careless fashion due to his headband. He wore a long-sleeved shirt, the sleeves made out of the same faded camouflage material as his scarf. He wore faded gray pants with high-topped sandals. "Remember our target," the girl said as she crossed her arms. "Yeah, I know, the fox idiot," the wild-haired boy said with a scoff. The mysterious boy pulled back his right sleeve to reveal he wore an odd pair of black gloves with several red beads in the palms and fingers. He took one of these newly revealed hands, then reached down to pick up a small pebble from the ground. Holding up the pebble, he clenched his hand with brutal strength. "Crush him," he said with a dark and gravelly tone. He turned his hand with his palm to the ground and opened his hand, letting the dust fall from his palm, then disappearing with the wind. The mysterious boy produced a gravelly chuckle along with his teammates and muttered, "Until there is nothing left." All the genin teams took off in a blur the second their doors opened and their examiners gave the go-ahead. Naruto's team took a blurring pace in an attempt to reach the central tower quickly. From there they could set up a base with several traps, then after they captured an earth scroll they would be close to the end. This is going to be cake, Naruto thought out loud as they stayed to running through the trees. Sure, it was a lot of work and they had trouble sometimes with cracking branches, but they managed to keep a swift and steady pace rushing through the trees. So what's the plan, oh great leader? Itami asked with a sarcastic side glaze to Naruto. What, me leader? Naruto asked. He had never been a true team leader before. Yes, you are Naruto. Now explain the plan if you will, Zayaku said with his calm and collected tone. Oh, well, I was thinking that if we get to the central tower before the first day is up, then we can set up camp and set traps. We need the earth scroll, and if we run into another heaven scroll we take it, to weed out the competition, Naruto offered with excitement. This was the first time he was a team leader. That's not a half bad idea. Good job, Fox boy, Itami said with a smirk. Much better than him, Zayaku spoke with venom on his tongue. Okay, who the hell is this him? Naruto asked with an impatient tone. He was the one who made us fail all the time. Itami yelled in anger seconds before she realized she needed stealth on this little escapade. Even though she probably gave our position away to everyone in a 10-kilometer radius, she is right. First he refused the 10th question, but we solved it the second time by letting Itami give him a taste of her sake, Zayaku said with a smirk to Itami. She nearly burst out laughing but held it in and settled on light snickering. The second time the idiot opened the scrolls before we got to the tower and boom, we were out like lights, Itami finished. While Naruto blinked as he thought, the first time I came here I nearly did both of those things. Far away, in the control room of the Forest of Death, the energetic Jounin Anko sat in her chair, enjoying her most favorite treat in the world. Ugh, nothing in the world is better than dango, she said with a satisfied sigh. She watched the teams fall to the traps and other things in the forest. This was all the funny for her. Oh, that had to hurt, came a voice from behind her that made her jump from her seat only to slip and somehow end up under the monitors. Who the hell? She screamed as she jumped up from her falling spot and glared the other person in the eye. Hey, sorry about that. Just worried about my team, the Jounin said with a sheepish grin. Oh god, not you. Teishu, don't you have anyone else to bother? Better yet, go watch your team from the balcony. Anko ranted, causing Teishu to blink. Oh yeah, thanks Anko, Teishu said with a smile, and with a snap he was gone in a puff of smoke. Anko put her palm in her head as she sat down in her chair once again. That guy is driving what little sanity I have up the wall, she muttered as she turned her head up and watched the monitors closely. What she watched over the next couple of hours might just warrant Teishu's sudden interruption. Naruto's team made it to the tower in record time, even topping the time Gaara and his siblings had set years before. However, unlike the siblings, they lacked their second scroll. When they arrived, they secretly set up traps and several other insidious devices to capture other teams. Afterwards, they set up their small camp and lay in wait like a spider in their web. God, this is boring, Naruto groaned as he lay with his back on a rock. You've been saying that for 6 hours. If you're so bored, go get more supplies, you brainless fox. Itami yelled, her eye twitching in anger. Zayaku looked just as tense as Itami, but he held his temper and said, that sounds like a good idea. Why don't you go get some supplies, Naruto? Naruto hopped off the rock with a sigh. Might as well. Any preferences on food? Itami twitched but didn't say anything, while Zayaku said, nothing poisonous, Naruto. Naruto put his hands behind his head and said, well I mean anything you want in specific. After receiving 2 very dangerous glares, he quickly made his way to gather some food. This shouldn't be hard. After all, he was a kitsune with excellent senses. Finally, Itami said as she took a deep drink from her Takuri. Indeed, Zayaku said as he crossed his arms and sat against a tree, his mind in his thoughts. Both of them were completely unaware of the impending doom that was slowly making its way through their traps into their camp. Soundlessly rushing through the forest, the Odd Snow team made their way directly for the camp of the Naruto team. Their steps were light and completely silent, avoiding all the traps the team had set to detect intruders in their safe little circle. The only reason they could find them in the first place was the girl screaming. Most ninja couldn't pinpoint where a scream like that originated since it ran all throughout the forest, but these were specially training genin. Kaoru, stay back just in case we need backup, said the female as they closed in on the clearing which held the campsite. What? He asked in a loud whisper. I wanted to kill him, Pon. Kaoru, this is a mission that needs a touch of finesse. You stay here while Katsu and I deal with this in a much more tasteful method, Pon said with a domineering smirk. Kaoru glared but nodded and retreated into the shadows as the mysterious Katsu stepped up. Let's go, Katsu said with a rumbling whisper as they leapt into the clearing. Inside the clearing of the Naruto campsite, Itami and Zayaku had little warning before 2 strange ninja leapt into the clearing. Who are you? Zayaku said as he slowly got up from his seat. Damn, we must have just missed the fox, Pon said with a sneer as she surveyed the 2 genin, neither of them her target. He can't be too far off, Katsu said with his dark gravelly tone. Hey dumbass, Itami yelled as she stood next to Zayaku. I believe he asked who the hell you were. Pon locked eyes with Itami, her tyrannic glare having no effect on the half-drunk girl. Pon reached to her belt and grasped her tonfa. We don't need to answer to you, Pon said as she drew her tonfa. We could always use a warm-up though, Pon said as she rushed Itami and held out her tonfa. Itami blinked then simply dodged the strike that was way too slow to be an actual attack. She watched as the tonfa spun and in an instant the hole on its end was facing her. Pon then used her thumb to press the handle of the tonfa and a loud pop sound was heard. Itami was thrown back as a massive wall of air crashed into her from Pon's tonfa. That was not even worth my time, Pon began but was suddenly sideswiped by a large waves of metal discs. I'll kill you, Zayaku said as he controlled his coins to strike at Pon like a massive whip. Suddenly Zayaku felt the rush of air behind him and held out his arm to deflect the oncoming open palm strike. Katsu smirked as his palm made contact with Zayaku's heavy arm and with a swift burst of his chakra the small beads on his glove began to vibrate. They moved with such ferocity that they penetrated Zayaku's clothes and rendered the coins that lay beneath mere dust. Zayaku backed away holding his slightly injured arm. I'll kill you, Katsu said with a smirk as he charged at the coin ninja once again with his palm wide open. Pon took deep breaths, trying to get over the pain from the massive coin whip that had nearly crushed her ribs. She swiftly shook off the pain and looked around for that girl that smelled like sake. Looking for me, came a voice from her side. She turned only to come face to face with an angry Itami. Pon dodged Itami's initial punch but was a victim to her next kick and punch combo. Pon flew back but then aimed her two tonfa at Itami, pressing the handles and sending out two large waves of sound. Itami swiftly dodged the twin blasts and the many more that followed but in time she found that she had been cornered. Oh crap, this was not good. Any last words, drunk? Pon asked as she aimed her tonfa. Itami smirked, she still had an ace in the hole. She swiftly formed a hand seal much to Pon's confusion. Katsu had rolled up both of his sleeves and was furiously striking at Zayaku only to be blocked by a wall of coins each time. However, these violent attacks did serve a purpose. As Katsu destroyed more and more coins, the less of a defense Zayaku had each time he reformed his coins into a shield. It came to a point that Zayaku had only a small shield separating himself from the vicious attacks of Katsu. With one double-handed attack the coins were rendered dust and Zayaku was open for attack. Out of coins, muttered Katsu in his gravelly growl. Zayaku panted in exertion. It took a good deal of his chakra to constantly control his coins like that, but now he didn't have time to mess around. Zayaku held up his right hand and in a flash he had formed two single-handed seals. He blinked his eyes and as he opened them his left eye was pure gold with the black cross center. Zayaku took a deep breath feeling his chakra return to his body. His eyes stored a good deal of chakra in each eye so they could be awakened separately for long-lasting attacks or all at once for a full-on powerful blitz. Zayaku smirked as he removed the black bandaged item from his back. I may be out of coins but I weight so much less now, try and keep up. Zayaku spun the black bandaged object removing the bandages in a blur. When he was done in his hand stood a massive double-bladed sword, its steel tempered to a pitch-black sheen. Each blade was shaped with a wave edge on one side and one the other. It was like a massive tidal wave like serrated edge. Nestled in the exact center of the handle that connected two blades was a bright and shining silver coin. Zayaku and Katsu didn't say a word but in an instant they were attacking like lightning. Zayaku slashing at Katsu while Katsu tried to crush each and every one of Zayaku's bones. Zayaku parried an open-palmed attack from Katsu leaving a good opportunity but hesitated his attack when he heard a horrendous scream. Itami quickly took a drink from her takuri. She then sprayed the concoction all over Pon, blinding her with the alcoholic drink. Pon dropped her one tonfa and stumbled away trying to wipe the sake from her eyes. Itami took this opportunity and formed several hand seals in an instant. On the ground below both Itami and Pon a large symbol array appeared and in a flash Itami called out her attack, Kami Haisen Midui Hantai. Itami opened her bright green eyes and smirked as they revealed something that was once invisible. All along Pon's body there were points that slightly glowed, her pressure points. Itami rushed in, striking with three carefully placed and very powerful hits to Pon's blinded form. Pon stumbled back and found that her right arm and left leg were useless. She fell to the ground and wiped her eyes only to see Itami standing in front of her with a grin. You bitch, Pon growled as she grasped her remaining tonfa and pointed it at Itami. Whatever, Itami said as she formed a hand seal. With that deft motion the sake that covered Pon's face and clothing erupted in flames and she did the only thing she could at that moment. She screamed. Zayaku's paws presented the perfect opportunity for Katsu and he rushed in his palm aiming directly for Zayaku's chest. His hand connected and with a wave of chakra Zayaku was blown back, his shirt smoking with a hole in it from blast. Katsu smirked and walked up to Zayaku, his body completely relaxed knowing nothing could survive that. Suddenly Zayaku sat up revealing the gaping hole in his shirt had been backed up with 2 layers of coins. As the cracked and broken coins fell from Zayaku's chest it revealed his bare skin to the air which caused a surprised glance from Katsu. Covering Zayaku's chest and undoubtedly most of his body were several hundred if not thousands of tattoos, all of them coins. Well now you really have me unarmed, but not for long, Zayaku said with a laugh as he stood up and shouldered his weapon so he had both hands free. He was just about to begin another jutsu when he heard another scream. This one caused him to stop his jutsu and rush to find the source completely forgetting about Katsu. Pon groped her waist for her canteen of water, and the second she found it she nearly broke the cap off and poured it on her face, extinguishing the flames. Pon then dropped her canteen and covered her face with her hands. It hurt worse than imagination, but she refused to scream out once again. Itami walked over to the disabled girl with a cocky stride and smirked, then said, "How'd that feel? Cause I know this is going to be 1,000 times worse." Itami formed several hand seals, then raised up her takiri to take a drink, but just before it touched her lips it split in half, breaking the seal and spilling her sake all over the ground. Itami lowered the half bottle and looked to the sake swiftly soaking into the ground. She knew that with her takiri gone she only had a few hours until the withdrawal kicked in, and then after that only 2 hours until she died from shock. She turned her eyes up to see a new ninja, Kaoru, standing in front of Pon with a smirk. "Oh, did I break your precious bottle?" "Sorry," he said mockingly as he rushed to her, then raked her stomach with his claws. This was a warning not to get in their way anymore. With that he kicked her in her bleeding stomach, which caused her natural reaction, a scream. Kaoru quickly gathered up the blinded and burnt Pon and disappeared in a blur, leaving the shocked and in pain Itami lying on the ground, her eyes locked on her broken takiri seal and the sake that it had spilt. "Guys, I'm back. Hope you like rab. Holy shit, what happened?" Needless to say, Naruto was angry when he had found out about the attack. He was angry at his teammate being injured. He was angry they attacked for no reason. He was angry that he wasn't there. If he was there they would have been sent packing, but he wasn't, and it was all his fault. "Damn it," Naruto growled as he clenched his fist until it bled. "I'm gonna destroy those guys." Zayaku said nothing as he tended to Itami's shallow stomach wounds. He had fixed her minor injuries before and he would do it now, but what worried him the most was Itami's eventual shock. The withdrawal would set in soon and they had to get Itami into the tower where another bottle was hopefully in waiting. "Naruto, some things cannot be helped," Zayaku said as he finished Itami's wrappings. "Yeah, Fox boy, I'll be fine," Itami said with an attempt at consoling in her voice. Naruto was still angered at himself but shook it off as he thought. He needed to find another team to get the Earth Scroll from as fast as possible. Naruto's eyes began to wander as he thought, and eventually they landed on Zayaku and his tattoo-covered chest. This reminded him of his questions on his past, why he had a name like Sin when he wasn't a horrible menace. "Zayaku," Naruto said as he turned to the coin genin who had finished patching up their teammate. "Now is not the time to ask about myself, Naruto," Zayaku said as he cut Naruto off. "I think it is," Itami muttered as she sat next to Zayaku. Zayaku turned to Itami with a glare, but she continued under his fierce look with a confident, "Zayaku, we have to know everything about each other to work as a team. We work well because we know each other better than anyone. Just tell him so we all can work together without any mysteries between us." Zayaku donned his look of thought, then turned to Naruto and said, "He has to tell us his past first." Naruto sighed. He knew this was coming. He should hold a meeting or something if people are just gonna keep asking him. He took a deep breath and spilled his life story from the Kyuubi in his stomach to his tail as a kitsune. When he was finished, Itami sat wide-eyed at him while Zayaku stared at him with serious eyes. "That's it, that's all I am," Naruto said with a confident air and crossed arms. Silence prevailed for several long minutes. In that time Itami's face went from shock to sadness, and she turned her gaze to Zayaku, who still sat with the same serious gaze in his golden eyes. "We are similar," Zayaku finally said with his cool and calm tone. Naruto held his position but asked, "Why do you think that? Being born only to have a massive demon sealed inside your body is a truly horrible burden. Then again, so is being born as a child of sin," Zayaku said as he began to unclasp the buckles on his shirt. "In my mother's religion, a child born outside of marriage is a sin," Zayaku said as he reached the final clasp of his shirt, "but a child born of rape is considered the most vile of offenses and must be punished." Zayaku shook off his scarf and shirt, then turned, revealing his tattooed back, which was covered with scars, all of them deep and ragged, suggesting they were made by a whip-like object. "Whatever went wrong in my mother's religion, the sin was blamed and I was punished so it might appease the great spirit that governs us all. I know this is nothing compared to your years of being the vessel for the demon Kyuubi," but Zayaku faded off as his eyes stared into the nothingness. "Whereas you and your demon are separate, I am a sin. Something to be hunted then destroyed." Zayaku spoke as if his mind was in a different plane while Itami sat by, an unreadable look on her face. "Well, that's bullshit," Naruto said with a less than serious face. "You say you're a sin, but everything you do proves you aren't. You fight for your village and friends, something a sin wouldn't know, let alone fight for. If anyone in this whole world is a sin, it's Orochimaru, that freaking snake bastard," Naruto said with his patented hopeful energy. Zayaku felt this weird pulse beat through him. He had never had someone speak to him like that or take the fact that he was a child of sin with such light a heart. Many outside the religion gave him pity, which made him cold to their attempt at comforting word. But with Naruto his joy felt infectious, and this newfound pulse in his body made him feel happy. "I am a child born of sin," Zayaku stated, trying to remind himself as much as Naruto, but Naruto interrupted. "Don't ever say that or say that you are a sin that needs to die. That is total bullshit because there are people who want you to live," Naruto said with a smirking side glance to Itami. Itami caught Naruto's glaze, then glared with a faint red tint to her cheeks. Zayaku said nothing, but Naruto closed the subject with, "The first day I got here and for a few weeks I was just your teammate, but now, I'd like to say I'm your friend." Zayaku turned around and was greeted by the sight of Naruto, who was holding his hand out for a handshake. Zayaku smirked slightly and reached out, shaking Naruto's hand. Okay Naruto, we are officially friends, Zayaku said with a slight smirk-turned smile. What the hell about me? Itami grumbled as he crossed her arms with a glare at the two boys. Hey, sorry about that Itami. Friends? Naruto asked as he held out his hand, which Itami begrudgingly took and shook hands with. Yeah, you dumb kitsune. Friends. Zayaku nearly laughed. He hadn't felt like this for a long time. Zayaku's eyes snapped open. Odame time. Naruto, we have to find the Earth Scroll fast, Zayaku said as he put his shirt and scarf back on. Oh shit, you're right, Naruto said as he jumped up and began to sniff the air, checking for a scent. Itami began to get up but was quickly stopped by Zayaku. You have to stay here, he said with his same cool and calm tone. Yeah right, if you expect me to stay here then you have another thing coming, Itami said as she stood up with a glare to Zayaku. Zayaku, for the first time since she blew up at him when they were first put on a team, glared her down. You have no Takuri, no weapons, and the more you move the quicker the sake would be depleted in your system. You are staying here, no arguing, Zayaku said with such a tone of voice that Itami gulped. She still held her ground though and said, what if those snow bastards come back? Zayaku twitched. She had a point. You injured that girl enough to make them retreat for a while, and if they do return produce a genjutsu like on your Takuri, Zayaku said stubbornly. Oh hell no, Itami said quickly, losing her temper. Hey lovebirds, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a team not too far away, southeast I think, Naruto said, unintentionally causing a twitching fit from the two. I do not love her, Zayaku said with crossed arms and a dark glare. Love coin boy. You wish, Itami growled out angrily. Whatever, Itami, you stay here, this won't take long, Naruto said with an insane grin as he disappeared in a golden blur. Zayaku smirked. Score for him. You heard him. We'll be back soon Itami, Zayaku said as he leapt after Naruto. Itami was about to give chase but then her head suddenly felt like it was going to split in half. Damn it, it's starting. Itami screamed in her head as she began to rub her temples, hoping to get rid of the slowly intensifying pain. Naruto rushed with such a speed that Zayaku found it was getting hard to keep up with him. Naruto, why in such a rush? Naruto laughed quietly to himself and said, there is someone in the group I'd like to have a little chat with. Deep in the forest of death a new team was slowly making its way into the trap of a kitsune and renounced sin. Their village markings declaring them from the village of the mist, which had many confused. Why would the mist be sending its genin for an average chunin exam? The answer was simple, to become reintegrated into the ninja society. They had been known as the Y Mist for too long. They were beginning to lose resources due to their reputation. In a last-ditch effort to raise their funding and their reputation, they sent their best genin for the chunin exams. What harm could it do? Shinto, why can't we just kill everyone then be done with it? Grumbled the large Zabuza-wielding genin. The only reply he gained was an ice-cold stare from his teammate, or at least that is what he guessed was behind that mask. He always thought his teammate was odd because he always wore that mask that resembled something the assassin squad of the mist would wear. His teammate, aptly named Shinto, was dressed in robes, much like those of the line user known as Haku. His robes, however, were of a faded gray with large black haze lines strewn about. Under his robes he wore pale pants and light-colored sandals much like Haku's sandals. His left arm sleeve was pulled up and secured with bandages just above his elbow, while his right sleeve hung down, completely covering his arm. Around his waist on an angle was a long rope-like belt which held several kane by the holes in the handles. Under this loose rope belt was a tighter belt made of pure white bandage, and secured by this bandage was a straight ninja katana. His snow-white hair was pulled back except for a few clumps of hair that hung down the sides of his mask. Urioku, came a threatening voice from next to the masked boy. Urioku growled angrily and said, "What is it, Ran?" Then a bitch to me about how I should shut up and concentrate on finding another team. Is that it? Next to Shinto stood a girl, a very angry look on her face. Her dark black hair pulled up in two buns held in place by two cloth covers. She wore a traditional Chinese sleeveless shirt with her mist forehead protector around her neck. On her forearms she wore fishnet along with metal plate gloves. Around her waist was a warrior skirt, and under that she wore black ninja pants. She wore light-colored high-top sandals over the pants, and around her ankles over the shins of her sandals were thick metal plates. You want your precious stolen sword to be broken, Rand said threateningly. Urioku promptly shut his trap and walked with his arm crossed over his chest. Naruto ran with a vicious intent, his mind set on only one thing. That one thing was taking revenge on that grave robber. As he made his way closer and closer to the three mist nin, his smirk got wider and more wild as it showed his sharpened fangs. I'm gonna take him down and out, Naruto whispered to himself just before he was soundly stopped by Zayaku with a glare painted in his face. Naruto, it is not smart no matter how strong you are to just charge at three ninja without a plan, Zayaku said as he stared at Naruto, his eyes speaking volumes. Naruto was just about to argue until he felt a tug at the back of his head and he suddenly found himself in the world of the seal. What the hell? Naruto asked with a snarl. Kid, do you know how honorable revenge is? Came the familiar growl of Kyuubi. Pretty damn honorable if it's for a dead friend. Naruto snapped just before he realized his place, then made a swift bow. I'm sorry Kyuubi-sensei, Naruto muttered as he righted himself to face Kyuubi's glowing red eyes. I understand what revenge means, kid. It is honorable for certain reasons but selfish for others, Kyuubi said with glinting eyes. So I shouldn't fight? Naruto asked in confusion. Sure, his teacher was eons old and wise at times, but now he was just plain confusing. No, Hyuga growled, you need a good plan to attack with or you'll get killed, moron. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Sometimes his teacher was just a little bit odd. Naruto could swear he was bipolar at times. Hyuga cleared his throat and said, this might work. Naruto, wake up, Zayaku said as he shook the glossy-eyed Kitsune from his mental slumber. Naruto blinked and shook his head, his eyes returning to their natural cheerful gleam. Zayaku, I have a plan, Naruto said with an insane smirk. The mist team walked in peace right until Shinto placed his right-sleeved arm upon his sword and casually flicked his thumb upward, releasing the blade from the sheath. Urioku and Ran both noticed this, and their walking froze as they slowly took attack positions flanking the masked genin. From the brush to their right flew a form of a golden-robed person. Who the hell are you? Asked Urioku as his right hand lay on the handle of the head-cleaving Zabuza sword. The golden robe slowly separated into 5 luscious golden tails to reveal a beautiful golden-haired and blue-eyed woman within, mere clouds covering only the most necessary areas. Urioku dropped his hand and stared, his eyes nearly popping out of his sockets as a nosebleed threatened his supply. Ran wasn't much better as she blushed and blinked at the mysterious woman. Even the masked Shinto went close to releasing his sword, only to grip it tightly again just as a puff of smoke surrounded the girl. The smoke cleared to reveal a grinning Naruto, his hands in a familiar cross-shaped seal. Hey, remember me? He asked just as out of nothingness came several dozen Kage Bunshin. Let's go, all the Naruto clones said in tandem as they rushed in, circling the mist team, then producing attack after attack in a Kitsune rage. Shinto was faring the best of the 3, only getting minor hits while fending the rest off, then retaliating with swift strokes of his katana. The clones were really just playing with him, attacking just to measure his abilities as they were with his team. Ran took the defensive approach, but when she got a single side kick into one Naruto clone, he sped into several others, knocking them out of existence along with himself. This made the existing clones become far more careful of the girl's powerful kicks. Urioku, on the other hand, was the worst. His punishment seemed to be several times worse than the other 2. He even had twice as many clones to deal with. Sure, the Zabuza sword could easily take care of several clones, but that was nothing compared to the almost limitless supply that were constantly being made by Naruto. After several minutes of this insane attack, all the clones poofed out of existence, and the true Naruto took off in a golden blur. Urioku growled, even in his weakened condition as boiled. How dare that fox make a fool of him? Before he could pursue the golden Kitsune, he was passed by a blur of gray passed by his side without so much as a whisper. I call the fox. Urioku growled as he took off after Shinto and the golden Kitsune, leaving Ran to lag behind with a scowl. They forgot me, how could they forget me? She muttered inside her head as she rushed after the boys. They followed the messy trail the fox had lain for several minutes until Shinto slowed, then stopped, his right hand lying on his sword sheath. Urioku landed beside him and said, What the hell are you doing? We have to get going. Shinto turned to Urioku, his left hand performing sign language in midair. Urioku blinked as he read Shinto's hands. Wait a minute, where the hell was Ran? Whatever, you go find the nutcase, I'm going after that jackass fox. Urioku growled as he headed back down the path the Kitsune had caused. Just as Shinto turned away from his teammate, a large black metal object swung down from the trees and nailed Urioku directly between the eyes, knocking him onto the ground with a painful yowl. It quickly retreated back into the trees before the masked ninja could turn around. Shinto turned, looking down at Urioku with what only could be deciphered as a confused look. What the hell just happened? Before Shinto could contemplate why his teammate was now knocked out, he saw a shadow pass over his mask. He could feel fingers reach the far corners of his face, and in an instant the mask was gone. Well, so that's what's under the mask, came an energetic voice from in front of Shinto. Shinto attempted to cover his face, but it was no use, his mask was gone. He dropped his hand, revealing his face. His right eye and throat were covered with a scar each, other than that his face was flawless. His eyes were a vibrant green that stared directly into the golden and cerulean eyes before him. Scroll if you don't mind, Naruto said with a wild smile. Shinto knew how outclassed he was in this. If he were to attempt to fight this creature, he was probably going to pay for it. He knew there were plenty of weaker teams out there. With a bit of narcissism, he remembered he was from the Y-Mist. This wouldn't be a problem for him or his 2 idiot comrades. Minutes later, Naruto was rushing away with Zayaku and the earth scroll tucked under his arm. That was easy, Naruto said with a laugh. Incredibly, Zayaku said with a smirk as he ran with his large double-bladed sword on its holster, and lounging on his right shoulder was the massive Zabuza sword. Nice of that nuke guy to give us Zabuza's sword, Naruto said with a bright smile. Why do you want this sword anyway? Zayaku asked with a brief shifting of the sword on his shoulder. A favor for a friend, Naruto said with a light smile. After several minutes of silence, Naruto's thoughts began acting up again. Hey Zayaku, have you ever noticed how people from the mist air you no kinda? Naruto said, trying to gesture with his hands but his mind not knowing the gesture to give. Zayaku blinked confused at Naruto. Kinda what? Well, you know, less like an arrow, more like a rainbow, Naruto said, obviously trying to get something across. Naruto had noticed how that Mist girl was looking at his Kitsune Sessy no Jutsu, and it kinda made him wonder. He had noticed the same thing with Zabuza and Haku, but he never mentioned it to anyone. Zayaku smirked, knowing exactly what Naruto meant, but this was just too much of an opportunity to waste. Arrows don't necessarily fly straight, Naruto, Zayaku said with a grin. You know what I mean, Naruto said as he turned his head, completely forgetting ninja rule number 347. Whenever jumping from tree to tree, always keep your eyes set forward. Zayaku, with the Zabuza sword on his shoulder, trudged into the campsite, noticing a shaking Itami huddled in the fetal position against a tree. Where the hell were you guys? Itami yelled as she stood quickly and fidgeted with her hands, her hair damp from the cold sweat she had broken into. Naruto followed Zayaku into the clearing, a massive bump on his head and a scroll tucked under his arm. Don't ask, Naruto grumbled as he turned and headed for the tower not that far away. They had done it, they finished the second exam. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.